5, Walter at 6, Rossington 7, Harmer at 8, Umesh Yadav at 9, formerly of Middlesex, I might add, Sam Cook at 10, Jamie Porter at 11. So our 11 is very much accepted of what we intended and thought the team would be. Middlesex, meanwhile,
similarly, an 11 that perhaps a week ago Middlesex would have expected. A couple of days ago, they'd have hoped for something different. But Mark Stoneman, Sam Robson, Max Holden, Joe Cracknell, Jack Davies, Ryan Higgins, John Simpson, Josh DeCaries, Luke Holman, Toby Rowland-Jones, and Ethan Bamber are the 11. So yes,
spin bowlers for you in this
the spin bowlers: Luke Holman, the leggy, and Josh DeCaries, who took 7 in the match down at the Aegeus, where Dawson took 12.
Amazing. That must have turned a bit.
It was a Bunsen burner.
Was it?
So what will this one be like?
Well, this is.
Will Essex have been lulled in by the fact that Middlesex were signing an overseas left arm, an overseas spinner?
Listen, it'll be tricky with a new ball. Always is. So you have to bowl well and you have to play well and respect any good bowling.
It feels like the crunches this morning, doesn't it?
There's a but. Yes, there's a but to this.
There always is, toppers.
All right. With Essex and their very small square, the first team cricket, be it T20, Royal London, 50 over Metro One Day Cup and County Championship, we basically have 7 strips because otherwise the boundaries become too small. Yes, the women could play on those ones or second 11, but the first team have to play in the centre 7 strips. And unfortunately...
So basically the opposite of Middlesex at Lords.
Well, do you play at Lords? Really? What I would say is 1-0.
Two shades off.
This could be a long couple of days. Essex are going to be playing, and they have to, on a used surface. It looks goodish. I put a picture of that out there as well on Twitter this morning. But for me, both teams we knew would opt to bat first, but Essex have won. Probably an important
and that's why this is Middlesex's real bite of it, isn't it? Let me tell you this statement before we get into the action. Middlesex is extremely disappointed to announce that Yadav, who was scheduled to be making his full debut for the club, today has been unable to travel to the UK due to a delay in the issuing of his work visa. The club paid to expedite the application of Yadav's visa and received confirmation from the UK Visa and Immigration Office on Friday the 1st of September that everything had been approved and issued. The British Embassy, however, in Delhi did not release his travel documentation in time for the player to board the plane he was booked onto over the weekend. We were extremely disappointed with the delay in Yadav's passport being returned, which has led to him being withdrawn from the squad this week. Now, obviously, being an intrepid reporter as I am, I immediately called the club and said, look, come on. And they said they literally moved heaven and earth to have him here for this game, and still down to the British Embassy. Here's Ethan Bamber opening the bowling, right arm around the wicket, he bowls and goes immediately past the edge of Brown through to the keeper. Crook at the non-strikers, then 3 slips and a gully, point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Apologies, I wanted to get that statement out before so, but yeah, Middlesex really, really, really unhappy with obviously the events of the weekend that they'd paid extra to get him here for this one, but the British Embassy, despite all their confirmations and assurances, did not come up with the goods.
You would have thought with their love of cricket they would have organised something back in India, wouldn't you? Somebody would have shaken the tree somewhere.
Round the wicket goes Bamber, left alone outside of the off stump by Brown, through to the keeper. Surrey fans in the Delhi branch of the British Embassy, I'd imagine.
Listen, can I just say, and it was a delight.
Actually, no, they'd have been sending him. They'd have actually Surrey want you lot to win this, don't they? Must have been Kent fans in the embassy then.
Really, yes. Kent and North Ants. Yes. You're being naughty, Kevin Hand. Can I just say, just quietly, I've got a little surprise for you later.
Yes.
But later.
How much later?
Later, probably just after lunch.
Oh.
But as Bamber is on his way in, round the wicket, bowls short, tucked off his hip from Nick Brown, and he collects the first run of Essex's innings where they opted to bat, and in fact the first runs of the morning.
Which segues us beautifully, toppers, into the match situation. Kent desperately need Essex to win.
North
Surrey
do too. They're buried, aren't they?
Surrey, yeah, they are. Surrey need Middlesex to win.
They do, don't they?
So the two biggest rivals of these counties want their teams their rivals to win.
Surrey had a good day yesterday.
They did against Warwickshire.
340 for the day for 4 down.
Yeah.
Folks 100.
Here's Bamber. 3 slips crouched down behind Cook, and through to the keeper it goes. Swish from Cook on the back foot. Beautifully bowled by Bamber again.
So we're just talking about this wicket. It's a used wicket. Look, it's not going to be a Bunsen burner, but it may turn in this heat of 4 days. It may, but also importantly, it's going to be just a challenge, as it always is against anybody's new ball. Middlesex should play well. Cook and Brown are going to have to respect and dig in and play have proper batting in their attempt to survive the new ball.
This is played off the back foot by Cook into the offside. Point fields, Max Holden, who's modelled his game on Sir Alistair.
Yes.
So there he is at point now, watching on. The man, he modelled his game, although he's that was as a youngster. He's kicked on now, and
he's become
hundreds.
quite a...
Well, he was the star player, wasn't he, of the Middlesex 3 in the 100?
Listen, I think he's grown immensely in his
do.
white ball game.
Well, absolutely no doubt in that. I think fielding, white ball cricket, incredible how he's come on. As here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Cook, defending up to mid-off, and there's no run, because he was much like Sir Alistair. He was made for first-class cricket when he first arrived, but he's had to modify his game.
His grounding was all about playing long innings of
similarly
longevity.
to Sir Alistair in the List A side, when I think Cook was still opening, wasn't he? When Morgan took over as captain, wasn't it Morgan who had to make the difficult decision to let Sir Alistair go from the England one-day side? Holden has gone the other way. He started as a first-class player and has worked his way into the white ball sides. Middlesex opener, then Middlesex middle order. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones from the Hayes close end, back into the side. No cricket in August for Rowland-Jones, so let's see how rusty he is.
Fresh?
Well, fresh or rusty, what's it going to be? I mean, this is... come on, toppers, let's get at it. They're all telling us the 100 was a success again this year, but Rowland-Jones, Mercer, Stoneman... Well, Rowland-Jones and Mercer haven't played any. Stoneman's played 8 days cricket in August.
Eskenazi did well for the Welsh fight.
I'm sure he did.
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Kevin.
I honestly have to admit, I didn't see a single ball bowled in the 100 this year. No.
Do you know what? Your nose and face springs to mind.
But toppers, apparently England played New Zealand over the weekend in a T20. I wasn't even aware of it. There's too much of it.
You need to get
too
out
much
more.
of it.
Rowland-Jones from the Hayes close end bowls leg stump. This is flicked by Brown all the way down to fine leg, near the Tom Pearce stand. That is one more run to Nick Brown, who gets off strike and brings Sir Alistair Cook onto strike.
So England played New Zealand in a T20?
Yes. 3.
Men or women?
3. Well, the women played here, and they played
So the men played as well?
Sri Lanka.
But there's too much thwack it now. It doesn't matter anymore because there's so much of it. There's too much.
Kevin,
this matters.
Honestly, it does matter.
I can't stand the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
I totally agree.
Which one of us is that directed to?
I totally agree with you. This is important, but just not too much. As this is a decent ball. It's bounced on a length, it's carried, it's gone with the new ball and just shaped back to the keeper. Well bowled there, Toby Rowland.
So I'm looking it up now. New Zealand won by 74 runs. England were all out for 128. New Zealand 202 for 5. Where was it played?
Birmingham.
Edgbaston,
That's the
Birmingham,
first
there we go.
game we lost. New Zealand actually played well.
Right.
In the 2 previous games, England were fantastic. New Zealand were actually poor. As Rowland-Jones bowls, there's a play and a miss here against Cook. It carries through, not to knee high, probably shin high. Probably a little bit of varying pace on this used wicket, and the score is, well, the scoreboard's not up and running on that one, but on the other one to our left, which is a health and safety nightmare to view, it's 2 without loss.
I mean, I'm not the barometer of the health of cricket and the fixture schedule in this country.
You finally admitted that. You finally admitted
Well, I think I'm a good voice for it, but however...
As Rowland-Jones is in, bowls into the pads of Alistair Cook. He clips it square of the wicket, and there is no
There is no way England would have played a test and I wouldn't have known about it. And equally, there's no way England would have played a test and I wouldn't have been involved in it. But with so much white ball cricket now, and particularly Thwackett, the One Day Cup was good fun again this year.
And it was supported
wasn't it?
it?
We had a great day here at Chelmsford, didn't we?
Yes, there was how many here? 2.5, 3?
Well, it felt like a T20, didn't it? It felt like it was just down on a T20 crowd, a day-night game.
Meanwhile, there were 3,000, I'll say 3,000 here at Chelmsford as Roland Jones bowls. This is cut beautifully. It goes through backward point, and Sir Alistair Cook gets his first boundary of the morning, and Essex move to 6 without loss. Good shot, average ball.
Anyway, we should come back to all that. Go on.
I've got to say it.
Yeah.
Listen, there were 3,000 here at Chelmsford. There were 3,000 passionate 50-over supporters here at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Middlesex had made the effort to come here. Meanwhile, there are also 30-odd thousand at Lord's watching 100, and so many children.
How many were given away?
That is so below the belt. This time he squares him up, played into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 6 without loss.
I could not believe the number of messages I got this year saying, "Do you want any free tickets to the 100?" I was like, "What? Still?" The amount of times
There's
all the
a little
tickets.
bit of spin there, because there are free tickets given away for the Metro One Day Cup County Championship. You can bring a guest. But it's okay for you to say free tickets.
Well, the free tickets given away for the Friday night for the Chelmsford T20
All I'm going to say,
game here.
I had a little bit of a spat with Martin Bicknell recently on Twitter.
Surprises me not.
And all I'm going to say to you is, if the 100 is binned, and it might be in 2028, but at the moment, if it was binned, there would be thousands upon thousands of kids, and their parents would be hugely disappointed.
Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls, this is clipped away through square leg, nicely done by Brown. He'll pick up a single here, he'll think about 2, but Cook will say no. Deep long leg coming around down there is Josh Carey's unusual long leg for Middlesex. Why? The Sunrisers and the Central Sparks and all the others could do exactly the same job as the women's 100 teams does. And equally, the Blast, if it was properly funded,
you keep
managed,
coming to me that it wouldn't work, because
it was never given the funding and management the 100 was.
No, of course it wasn't, because it's not quite as strong or good, or has the profile.
Something that didn't exist. As here's Bamber bowls outside the off stump, through to the keeper it goes. It's not as well. Say that again. It's not as well
profiled
as something that didn't exist.
Look, if you've got smaller amount of teams,
yeah.
You're throwing me under a bus this morning.
No, I'm not. I said let's move on. You said no, I want to have my say.
It's only 10 minutes into the programme.
What time's Paul Newton on?
5 to 11. 5 to 11. God.
On strike,
Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's full, and open face
good shot
from Cook. Lovely shot, and he'll get a boundary to the very, very large boundary, which keeps the 2 fielders interested. The fielders being Max Holden from backward point, the one who gave the main charge.
I don't think you
Jack
could get
Davies.
a larger boundary here at Chelmsford than that. That's a par 3 for you.
It is.
That is. That's an enormous boundary, that side to the executive boxes, or the mole hole, the complementary triangle area.
There'll be a few sixes into that stand over there, won't there? Into the Felsted School stand when Harmer comes on to bowl.
When the spinners are on, yes, they'll be eyeing up that.
Bamber's around the wicket, he bowls onto the hip of Cook, and does he hurt him? Well, it's tucked him up for sure. I think it hit the hip guard, but did it hurt him? It seems a little discomforted, doesn't he?
He did, didn't he? He sort of went down a little bit to his haunches, got up quickly. He probably views that as a bit of pain, but actually he's missed out on a run-scoring opportunity off his hips.
I tell you what, though, as I leant forward to have a look at that boundary racing away down to deep backward point, you could get the smell of the sun cream, couldn't you? You could have a little lean out the window.
Very Mediterranean, isn't it?
It is. Here's Bamber bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. No, the match referee today, Jason Swift, he's just come back from Marbella. Maybe it was him. Maybe he's just still got all of it. Maybe he hasn't had a shower overnight. He flew in last night.
Did he?
Yeah.
For the game?
Yeah. He didn't cut short his holiday. I think it was planned. They all came back last night.
Fantastic. Yeah. Have you had a holiday yet? No, not yet.
I haven't, no. I went to Birmingham in July.
Did you? Not to watch T20 or the 100?
4 days.
4 days.
Wonderful
4 days.
cricket.
Was it?
Yes. 60 all out, 22.5 overs, first innings, Warwickshire.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Dropping match in silly season.
Roland Jones, Ethan Bamber.
Oh, that keeps a little low on Cook on the back foot. Eases away in front of point. There's no run into the third over. 12 without loss. Cook moves to 9 and Brown has 3. Back to these two. Go on.
Lovely to see you here at Chelmsford. We enjoy commentary when we're together. It was interesting for me. I hope you feel the same.
I do. We enjoy crossing swords, don't we, on mic? I mean, we could sit here and cuddle for 4 days, but that's what we do all the time on the phone. So when we get on here, we have a bit of fun.
It was lovely to meet early this morning,
Yeah.
queuing at the gate on the way in,
Yes.
waiting for the gates to open, there was a lot of Middlesex supporters here, actually.
Well, I tell you something. I was here at just gone 8 this morning. Would you believe?
Wow. As Roland Jones, 3 slips and a gully. Sorry, 3 slips and a gully are waiting, and he's played it into the leg side, wide and square of mid-on, and takes a single. Does Cook, brings Brown on to strike. The score is 13 without loss. I'm sorry about the scoreboard over there, it's not working. Adjacent to the executive boxes. We're reliant on the one to the left here.
That's all right, and that reminds me, I'm sat back in the commentary box at the moment, looking up at this. Got a scorecard above us, and there's a big one to our left as well. So we're fine, we're well served. But it reminds me, the sun's going to be in here later, isn't it?
After lunch, Roland Jones in. This time Brown drives into the offside, gets right to the pitch of the ball, and drives it to the short boundary at extra cover. And the left-handed opener, Nick Brown, collects a boundary, and the score moves to 17 without loss.
Yes, I had as difficult a morning as I did at night here in Chelmsford last night. Yes, which won't surprise many, to be honest. A difficult night in Chelmsford. It's not unusual.
We've got. I think it's the oyster season, so there's a chance of
Oh,
those around
kind of a
Mersey.
difficult afternoon as well. Then if I have that
Mersey.
for the oysters for lunch.
You've got something. We've brought you something in special. I know you like it.
It's not oysters you keep until after lunch.
In the sun.
Yeah.
Roland Jones in, outside off stump, and this time Brown leaves it alone through to the keeper, no run.
But the hotel has no parking, so you had to park on the street, which meant you had to have
Are
your
you
car
staying
moved.
at that oldish one?
No, right in the town centre somewhere. City centre, sorry.
City
centre.
City
Well, we'll
centre.
come to
Thank
that
you.
as well. Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
another battle
Thank
you and I'll have later.
Thank you.
City centre.
Right, okay. So there was nothing open for you last night or this morning, or were you late up?
No, I had to be early up, otherwise I'd have got a ticket. 8 a.m. they were ticketing this morning.
Oh, Roland Jones in. Plays out to mid-off, there is no run, sensible shot, respectful.
Hence, I was here for 8 o'clock this morning because I had to get the car, otherwise I would have got a ticket.
So you'd have brought the
I had
car in.
So I brought the car in at 8 o'clock this morning, then legged it back to the hotel to have some breakfast and a shower. Breakfast all went wrong because somebody nicked my vegetarian breakfast. I never put out the vegetarian option, you have to ask for the vegetarian. So sausages, bacon, vegetarian please. I can't do pork. I'm not a vegetarian, but I can't do pork.
Right.
So vegetarian sausages, vegetarian bacon please.
As Roland Jones is in, this time sensibly respected back to the bowler, no run.
That got stolen. So that was put up on the top to go out to me. There's sausages. Somebody else walked along. Oh, vegetarian sausage. So I'm there waiting forever for breakfast. In the end, I'd skip breakfast and just run back to the ground.
Run? Did you?
Ish. It was a brisk walk. It was a run back to the hotel, a brisk walk back to the ground.
If you'd have told me,
Couldn't have been sweating for the video this morning,
I could
you
have
see.
met you, and I'd have happily bought you breakfast.
Didn't want a sheen of sweat for the morning piece to camera, you know.
Yeah. Well, how was your piece to camera?
Aborted.
Were you talking about Yadav?
Indeed.
As Roland Jones bowls. This is driven beautifully, slightly fuller, and he plays the check drive, does the taller left-hander Nick Brown, and he caresses it quite straight through sort of where Sir Alistair Cook, the non-striker, was standing. He collects another 4, score moves to 21 for no wickets.
So anyway, that was this morning, which was all a bit of a to-do.
I want you to have a calm.
I'm very.
I've
got a bit of the 100 out of my system, and
you'll come off your long run later, I'm sure.
It's almost like the therapist chair, isn't it? I'm sat back,
But
lying
isn't
back.
it great to see so many people in August watch cricket?
Don't take me back to it.
No,
we just got to the point about how many free tickets I've been offered this year.
No. Yeah, because you're a celebrity.
Unbelievable.
In some people's eyes, you're a celebrity.
I did say
and
they'd have to pay
like
me to go, to be fair.
spending time with you.
Bamba's around the wicket, he bowls, and Cook leaves alone outside of the off stump through to the keeper, 21 without loss. Yeah, they didn't like my fee, so.
Didn't they? I've had to reduce mine.
You have.
I'm at the Walkers and Talkers on Wednesday.
Did you like my little what are you doing there?
For Andy Brassington.
Oh.
He has this charity which has been brilliant for wellness, mental well-being.
And they've got you in?
Yeah.
Here's Bamba. He hits the crease now, bowls, and this ball's pushed away through the covers off the back foot. Lovely shot from Cook. And, again, it's going to keep the fielders interested all the way to the last. And it's a perfect boundary from Sir Alistair Cook. Just nudges the rope. And Holman and, again, Holden are denied after a long chase. Well, Holden's run off breakfast now, hasn't he?
Yes. That's the best part of 2 probably 70, 80, 85 metre runs to retrieve the ball.
Yeah, it is.
That's big for Chelmsford, eh?
Well, Holden, he's only played, 16.4 overs 4 times in the last 3 months, hasn't
and
he?
done very well up at the Manchester Originals.
He has. He was the star of the Middlesex trio that went away. I understand.
Who else
Helmond
went away?
Eskenazi, who also did well.
Eskenazi.
Oh, look now, cover is coming in. They're taking out Gully, moving to backward point, Jack Davies, and Holden's in at cover. And Bamber's around the wicket. 25 without loss, Essex. And this is tickled into the onside. No run, 25 without loss. So yeah, that was.
These two have been quite positive at the moment.
Well, I was going to say
respect
Middlesex, yeah.
I'm not going to say Middlesex have bowled badly. All I'm going to say is they've pounced on anything that's just remotely full, and certainly with a bit of width. You know, I do think the Essex opening left-handers probably think it's a good time to bat at the moment, because as the wicket gets slower and the ball gets older, it just might not come on quite as much.
Bamber. Bowls, chipped nearly to mid-on by Cook. He was through that, wasn't he? Had to check the shot. Roland Jones collects at mid-on.
Let's go through the Middlesex season and their wins.
Yeah, hold on a minute. We haven't finished my breakfast yet.
Oh.
So somebody nicked my breakfast.
Yes.
Had to wait for another one to be cooked. That one took so long. In the end, I said, listen, package it up. I'm going to go upstairs and have a shower, come back down, and I'll just take it away with me. So that's what I did, and then came back, trying not to put a sheen on for the piece to camera, which then had to be aborted anyway, because there was news, wasn't there, from the middle?
Yes.
Here's Bamber around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's eased away backward a point.
Fielded.
Fielded by Davies. Low to his right. He saved probably 4 there, hasn't he? That was racing at a fair rate of knots, 25 without loss. And that came after what was a bad night.
Well, listen,
But I'm not sure if I can tell you fully why it was a bad night in the hotel in Chelmsford. Let's put it this way.
On a Sunday.
On a Sunday as well,
On a
Toppers.
Sunday, they've obviously come out of church.
The walls were thin, is all I'm saying.
Ooh.
The walls were thin. What a night that was.
For someone.
Well, hopefully both of them. Here's Bamber around the wicket, bowls. And this is played defensively back up the track by Cook. And there's no run.
Suddenly I'm listening to your commentary.
Well, exactly, yeah. You perked up.
Listen, there's
So
not
that was
a lot
my
I
nice
can
in this
say.
morning. Yeah,
not a lot
yeah.
I can say. Well, listen,
I thought they were at it again this morning. 5:30, bang, 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 bang. 5:30 this morning.
Too much information.
No, this was the floor above now. This wasn't the walls, this was the ceiling. Someone above decided to get up. They were doing aerobics up there at well, I think it was aerobics. I'm pretty sure it was aerobics this morning. 5:30, extraordinary noise. Extraordinary noise. So from, pretty much midnight when I finally found the earplugs,
Was it
to 5:30 this morning. Then at the ground for 8 o'clock.
Reputable hotel? Don't know. As Roland Jones starts a new over, left alone outside, shoulders arms, does Brown, through to the keeper, no run, 25 without loss.
So yeah, turned up last night. No parking. Of course, it was too late to bring the car to the ground at that point on a Sunday evening at Chelmsford. Like, all right, I'll park it outside, move it in. So it's quite the much ado about nothing.
Listen, as an older brother, can I suggest that? An older brother, can I try and bring a bit of calmness to your life over the next couple of days?
Oh.
Just to make sure that you're organised and ready. Roland Jones in, outside off stump, through to the keeper, no run. So I'm disappearing. I do day 1 and day 2 here.
I know.
And then I go to see Andy Brassington at the See it County Ground, is it? Neville Road, Bristol, Gloucestershire's ground, where he does this marvellous thing, walkers and talkers, and he has about 150, 200 people to listen to guests. And I'm on the way to Cardiff for the ODIs, so it's appropriate and convenient to pop into Bristol to help him out. This time Brown opens a face sensibly, but plays with soft hands as it runs down to third man, where he collects just the 2 runs. Essex moved, quite calmly, unlike Kevin Hand, to 27 without loss.
I'm quite calm, but I did think you'd enjoy that story, especially the
breakfast.
Especially the end.
I wish you'd said to me, Topper's getting early, take me for breakfast.
Oh.
I would have done that. There's a few decent joints around here that we could have visited. Roland Jones, 3 slips awaiting. This time it's driven up to mid-off, where there is a a mid-off, finds the fielder, but there is now an extra cover. Well bowled, good shot, good cricket all round, but a dot ball.
Well, look, you can see there's the takeaway breakfast thing I've got over there, the evidence of it. Well, you saw me eating the breakfast actually this morning at the back of the box.
What's your favourite breakfast?
Oh, poached eggs on toast with a bit of Marmite on the toast. Oh, lovely.
Really?
Yeah, lovely.
Really? I've never had that.
Oh, it's lovely.
Never had that.
Do you have salt on your breakfast?
No, Mrs. T does. I don't. Roland Jones bowls. This is Nick. This has actually beaten the batsman. He's got an outside edge which goes down to fine third man where there is 4 runs. That's a moral victory. It looked a good ball and you could sense that Nick Brown was a bit worried about that, Nick. Well bowled indeed. 31 without loss. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, here online, BBC app and online commentary with Kevin Hand, Paul Newton and myself, Don Topley. Welcome on this beautiful summer's day. Roland Jones in. This is driven up to mid-on. They take a quick single. Sir Alistair Cook was probably responsible for the decent call there from the non-strikers. He was always running to the danger end and he got in easily. 32 without loss.
What are we talking about, Toppers? Oh yeah, me eating my breakfast at the back of the box this morning. Yeah, so you said, and the moral of the story is don't get up too early because there's too much time for things to go too wrong then. See, early start, 7:30, up at the ground for 8 and it's all gone wrong. Moral of the story is get up at the right time, do the things that are supposed to happen, and off you go. You're fine.
Are you a late morning person?
I mean, as Guy Swindles, who will be here tomorrow, put it so very well.
Yes. The
early bird may indeed catch the worm. But what's the moral of the story for the early worm? Should have stayed in bed.
Should have stayed. Very good. Like your thinking. I like your thinking. Round the wicket to the left-handed Brown.
And this is run away down to deep third by Brown. And no fielder there. It's going to be 4 more. And 36 without loss. Essex as they begin the 7th over.
Well, listen, Middlesex haven't bowled badly. They haven't.
No, they haven't.
Essex have pounced on the odd 4 ball, whether it's been slightly fuller.
Well, let's get up the wagon wheel because I fancy there's a lot gone through point or backward of.
Yeah, there has. Yeah. Cook hit.
He got a couple of drive, yeah.
Didn't he? A couple of cut shots through there.
He got a punch through cover as well.
Essex have had probably, I think, of 10 runs through third man.
It's a full ball from Bamber, eased away into the onside, and there's no run. Nothing down the ground yet, have we? And that one, as we say, punch through the covers from Cook off the back foot.
Mid-on. Brown hit.
Oh, he did.
One through mid-off, through the non-striker.
Yep.
Up to the Hayes close. That was a decent shot, Brown. I don't want to say he's under pressure, but there is some noise about whether he should open the batting. I'm pleased he's been given the opportunity yet again.
Bamber bowls, a good length ball, and Brown eases to point. There's no run.
Yeah, we got. So you're here, not here tomorrow.
No, Guy Swindles here tomorrow.
And day 3, day 4.
Yes, I'll be back for that. Sunrise is duty tomorrow. They're off and underway
I wonder
again.
if I could organise a delivery of poached eggs to you.
To Sunrises tomorrow at Radlett.
Oh, really?
Oh, they look after us at Radlett. They get
Do
well
they?
fed there. Yeah, Danny Warren will make sure get looked after. There'll be a bit of tiramisu for me tomorrow at Radlett. Here's Bamber bowls, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. They delivered us during a game there last year. The entire commentary tent. Some tiramisu from the kitchen at Radlett. Oh, it's gorgeous it was. And when I say tiramisu, if you imagine a big, deep bowl that you'd have for soup, filled to the brim with tiramisu, it was almost like you were being given the cake itself. They'd done them individually, but they'd done them in these bowls, filled them to the brim.
Are you sure you're not diabetic with your mood swings?
It's Banbury bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run. I'm generally a very quite good, cheerful mindset, other than when you mention the 100 toppers. And then,
apart from when you're in Chelmsford.
No, I love a trip to Chelmsford, apart from the sleep issues last night. Although, as you say, someone was having fun, and hopefully 2 of them.
Well, they're a particular type of breed in Essex, you know. That they are.
Rabbits. Here's Here's Banbury's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is eased away into the onside by Brown. No run once more. 36 without loss. That is the end of another Bamber over. So he's gone for what? 15 off 4, which means that Roland Jones has gone for how many off 3? Goodness me.
A couple of leg buys, have they?
Well, there have been, yeah. Roland Jones 21 off 3. Bamber 15 off 4. You were going to ask me about Middlesex's season so far.
Yeah.
Old toppers, you know what you're seeing me up here for, because what struck me this morning was the last time that Middlesex opened the home campaign with a defeat at Lords to Essex.
Yes.
We all know what happened at the end of that season.
That was a remarkable game. In fact, Middlesex had 2 remarkable games, first 2 games of the season, didn't they? Roland Jones in, driven by Cook, finds the fielder at cover. There is no run.
I'm going to have to send this onto the BBC Sport website, aren't I?
You lost the first game to Essex. Do you remember you were something like 0 for 4, 4 for 4?
Oh wait, this one you're talking about this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were 4 for 4 with 2 no balls, giving the 4 runs. So the 4 batters were out for ducks, and then Simpson and Higgins were both not out, or Simpson and Holden indeed were both not out on noughts. So you had 6 noughts in a row, 4 of them ducks.
Yeah. Was there a tie produced? As Roland Jones bowls, there's an attempted or a half-hearted appeal, but alas, they didn't continue it, and I couldn't really see why on earth they would appeal for that. But the second game, was it Kent or was it Nottinghamshire?
What, this season?
Yeah.
No, the third game was Nottinghamshire.
Which you won.
Yes.
When they declared, and it went horribly wrong for Nottinghamshire.
Well, it didn't.
They played all the cricket.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yes, yeah. It went horribly wrong for that reason. For 3 days they were on top, and then it rained.
Yep. And they gave a game. This time, Roland Jones. There's a nick, and it's gone over down to third man, where it was out of sight. There's and their buzzers. There could be. They could have got an extra run there for an overthrow, as it sailed over the keeper from Higgins' throw, and pleasingly there was a dive at mid-on, the opposite side of the ground, but he parried it. They could have gone through for an extra run there, a buzzer, as it's commonly called in the dressing room. But,
Middlesex lost their second game, which was away at Northamptonshire, and at that point it looked pretty costly.
Yes.
And it still could be.
Yes.
But they then were 3 days in against Nottinghamshire in their third match and under the pump.
Roland Jones in from the Hayes close end. This time Brown stays back, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Cometh Peter Milan, who is no longer with Middlesex. He's gone back early because they've started the season early in South Africa.
Yes.
Hence Yadav was meant to be in for this one. All arranged hastily at the last minute. Everything was fine, and then Embassy.
Was Milan here at
Delhi
the beginning of the season, or was he delayed, or did you have someone else?
Milan, I'm sure he made first game of the season, didn't he? Yeah, of course he did, because he ended last season with Middlesex as well. His finest knock was at New Road, Worcester, last year.
Roland Jones bowls, good delivery, just angles back a little bit, right arm over the wicket to Brown, and there is no run.
A dog of a pitch, if we're allowed to say such things about New Road, Worcester. But Milan batted, one of the finest innings. Some said they'd seen really incredible innings on a really horrible surface, and Middlesex were promoted. But yeah, not the season Milan would have wanted this year at all. So anyway, he goes back to captain in South Africa, and that was why Yadav was being brought in for this one, hastily arranged at the last minute.
Roland Jones on his way in, bowls, comes forward, does Brown, plays, push drives up to mid-on, there is no run. End of the over, 37 without loss, and I will leave and allow Paul Newton of BBC Essex to come in and to continue the commentary.
I don't know who won any of those bouts, but we'll get back to him later. We're about halfway through each of them. Score draw at the moment, that suggests. 37 without loss. Essex having won the toss, no surprise, batting first here. Pitch expected to turn as the game wears on, and after my delayed but bountiful breakfast this morning, I'll pull in as tight as I can to allow Paul to get in behind me, which leans me forward again once more to have a sniff of all of that sun cream that's being slathered on out there, and rightly so. Slip, slap, slop. And that's not what Paul would like to do to Don Topley sometimes. He's behind me now. safely out of distance. Oh, Middlesex turned to spin in the, goodness me, 8 overs in, and Middlesex have turned to spin.
Yes, no wickets here yet, but certainly wickets at the Oval.
Ooh.
Sorry, it's 339 for 4 overnight, are now 355 for 7. Folks still there, but wickets tumbling at the other end. And Essex will be very pleased if Surrey were to fail to reach 400. So we'll be going into the BBC Essex News in around about 5 minutes.
Here's to Carey's. He's right arm around the wicket and he bowls to Cook, pushing back, no run. Paul, how are you, sir?
Yeah, can't grumble, and lovely day here, that's for sure.
To Carey's, a slip and a short leg. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back, and there's no extraordinary. Kent want Middlesex to win. No, Kent want Essex to win. And Surrey want Middlesex to win. Have you ever known the like, Paul?
Off the top of my head, yes.
To Carey's, to Cook, bowls, and a solid defence into the offside, and there's no run. Go ahead.
Well, that was all I had to say, really. I can't just, give you the exact details.
To Carey's, from the river ends, he bowls and Cooks forward, pushing back up the track. No run once more, 37 without loss.
Yeah, runs have come rather alarmingly easily, I would say, from a Middlesex point of view this morning. Normally, teams make a slow start here, but the ball's really been coming onto the bat.
Carey's, a bit of flight, push back up the track, no run again. What does a draw do? Surrey would be quite happy if Middlesex and Essex draw this one. Kent probably really are hoping this is going to be an Essex win.
Essex would view that they had to win this.
Forward goes Cook. Big stride, pushes away into the onside end of the over. 37 without loss. To Carey's first, replacing Bamber at the river end. And 15 for... Oh, it's a maiden start with as well. Sorry, it's just gone up on the screen. 15 for Cook, 22 for Brown.
Going into the BBC Essex News at any moment. And Essex, having won the toss, I don't think Tom Wesley had to think very long about what he would do, and opted to take first knock. Now, there are times it can help to field first here, but this doesn't appear to be one of them. Stand by, here we go.
Middlesex are the visitors at the county ground. Paul Newton's watching.
I am, and thoroughly enjoying a lovely day here at Chelmsford. Essex winning the toss and batting at 37 for no wicket, 22 to Nick Brown, 15 to Alistair Cook. Essex fielding their new overseas signing, Umesh Yadav, brisk medium pace bowler, brought in to replace Doug Bracewell, who of course has left now, the New Zealander. So the full Essex lineup is Brown, Cook, Wesley, Lawrence, Critchley, Walter, Rossington. Just break in as we see the next delivery, which Brown has driven beautifully through the covers for 4, taking the score to 41 for no wicket, and Brown's own tally to 26. And then going through the Essex bowlers, Harmer, Umesh Yadav on his debut, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Essex must win this game to retain any real interest in landing the title and catching Surrey, who start the round of games 17 points ahead of Essex. Good news from the Surrey game is that Surrey have lost 3 quick wickets this morning and declined to 357 for 7. Here at Chelmsford on what looks a lovely day to bat, Essex 41 for no wicket.
Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website now.
So basically what Hoppers and I failed to do for the best part of 35 minutes, you've done in 30 seconds. Well done, Paul.
Thank you very much. Well, it's similar to that idea you have of the advantage of turning up late at games. Keep it brief and snappy, and it's amazing how much you can get done.
Bamber.
Bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump. No need for a shot from Brown. So one thing I hadn't just detected while I was giving the facts there is that Bamber has switched from the river end to the Hayes Close end, but there's been precious little in it so far for the quicker bowlers.
Well, I was surprised. Well, he's been the more economical of the two bowlers, hasn't he? And
yes.
You think of the runs that Bamber's conceded, they've been edgy. Brown had 1 or 2 particular edges to Roland Jones from the Hayes Close end.
Bamber in, around the wicket. bowlers to Brown, that just plays a defensive shot back to the bowlers, score remaining at 41 without loss. Yes, just looking at the question you were asking just before we went into the news as to what a draw would do for the two sides. Well, Middlesex have the priceless advantage over Kent, that they've got a game more to play than Kent and a 3-point lead over them as we went into this game. So a draw wouldn't necessarily be a bad result, particularly if Kent fail to win. Here's the next delivery, and that ball's a leave outside off stump. Essex, on the other hand, would regard it as probably a very bad blow indeed if they couldn't win this game, because to have any chance of turning around a 17-point deficit with Surrey, I know that they think they'd have to win all the last 3 games, which would make it 8 wins in a row.
Well, the other element of where we are now, having won the toss, Essex, immediately they'd shift to heavy favourites for this game.
Yes, that's a good point, as Bamber's in and bowls to Brown. Brown taken on the pad here, an appeal, but only from those behind the stumps. And at the end of that over from Bamber, reasonable enough over, but 41 for no wicket. One lovely shot through the covers from Nick Brown has taken him to 26, and Sir Alistair has 15.
With the echoes of the game at the Aegeus, where Hampshire won the toss, no surprise, they batted first. It was the Kookaburra round, a real turner for Dawson produced on that one. So it was Dawson excuse me, versus De Carey's and Holman, 2 young spinners. And Dawson came out on top with 12 for in the match. De Carey's with a wonderful 7-for. Here he is to bowl now, De Carey's with a slip and a short leg in place. He's in, bowls, and Cook forward he goes, pushed into the offside, there's no run. You know, at that point in that match, you straight away say, well, Hampshire are big favourites now. They've won the toss, they've got the big spinner in the game. And Middlesex are batting last. It's the same situation here. So Middlesex are up against it really all the way through the game now, aren't they? As De Carey's is in, bowls slightly flatter, and this is punched away into the offside by Cook, and there's no run. And that's why Middlesex moves so quickly off the back of the Milan. You used to think, well, let's look at September. Old Trafford to come, Chelmsford. You know, you fancy it's going to be a fair bit of spin. Let's do our very best to get in a spinner, and that's what they tried to do. But the failures of the British Embassy in Delhi, Paul,
yes,
could play a big part in the county championship.
We've just got a slight hold up here. Max Holden, a brilliant stop from that ball in the covers that would have gone for 4 had he not dived to his right. But he's hurt possibly his shoulder as he dived there. Great bit of fielding. I don't think there's anything all that serious, but he is just making his way off to the pavilion for a little bit of treatment. Indeed, he's feeling his right shoulder. So that's a poor reward for a fine effort in the field, but that's life, I'm afraid. 41 for no wicket.
Too much of that all-action thwack it in August, clearly.
I refuse to indulge in the former set 2 with...
He's not listening. He's on the phone at the back of the box.
Kevin Hand and his adversary, Don Copley.
De Carey's bowls, and Cook cuts only as far as backward points. He guided in the end rather than going full-blooded with the shots. But yes, I mean, who's writing this one up for Wisden? That's what Wisden will want to know about. That the British Embassy in Delhi may have played a huge part in the promotion and relegation in Division 1 this year.
The intrigue knows no bounds.
De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped away. Backward a square on the leg side by Cook for a single. 42 for no wickets. Do you think they know? I mischievously said it's a Kent fan, clearly, in Delhi, in the British Embassy. They didn't want Yadav to have his
mischief, maybe, but I feel all rumours are true.
Brown awaits De Carey's bowls and right into the block hole. That's dug out by Brown. Big stride in, just had to drop the bat down on it, make sure he didn't york himself as it looped towards him. Here's De Carey's again. Bowls and forward defence from Brown, and there's no run. So 9th over of the innings. Was it 9th or 8th that he was introduced?
No, it's more than that.
Bowled, no, sorry, when De Carey's was first introduced. So he's just bowled the 11th.
Yeah.
So he also bowled the 9th. Yes, after 8 overs he was introduced to the attack here at Chelmsford, the spinner.
Yes, 11 overs gone in total, 42 for no wicket, Essex choosing to bat. The real story of the morning has to be at the Oval, where Surrey's 339 for 4 overnight are on the day, on this second day, they're 22 for 4. 4 wickets had gone down. Cameron Steele, who put on 152 with Folkes, was bowled by Barnard for 71. Clark bowled Barnard 0. Overton caught Rhodes bowled Barnard 8. And Laws run out by Briggs for 2. Folkes is still there on 115, but 363 for 8 is the updated score. So that's 24 they've added, but they've lost 4 wickets. And we all know that Surrey back right down to number 11, but that must have been a very unexpected turn of events, I would have thought. Bamber from the Hayes close end to bowl to the knight of the realm. And he plays the ball down to mid-off. There will be no run. The score remaining 42 for none in 11.1.
Toppers is clearly listening back to the first half an hour behind us to make sure I didn't get anything past him without him noticing.
Well, I think you did get a couple past him. I've left a note of them on your desk over there. Just a slight delay while the bowler looked as if he was coming in, and I think his captain then had a little word of advice. Bamber's in now around the wicket. Hayes close end, bowls to Cook and beats him palpably here. Outside off stump, the ball was coming into Cook, and wicketkeeper ends up taking it well to his right. Just to remind you of the 2 teams: Essex, Brown, Cook, number 1, Wesley, Lawrence, Critchley, Walter, Rossington, Harmer, Umesh Yadav, the new signing, Cook, number 2, and Jamie Porter. And Middlesex, Stoneman, Robson, Holden, Cracknell, Simpson, Higgins, De Carey's, Davis, Roland Jones, Holman, and Bamber, who comes in now and bowls to Alistair Cook. And Cook, without any sort of timing at all, drops the ball a few yards into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, lovely day here, as you say. Just going back to what we were saying though about the fact that in winning the toss, they're 42, nearly 50 on the board already in the 12th over. They've had a fine start here. Middlesex, it feels, will be playing catch up all the way through this, unless they have a remarkable first innings with the bat themselves. This one's going to be pretty tight, isn't it, at the end for Middlesex? Well, they will hope.
Here's Bamber in, bowls to Cook, and Cook flicks his away to long leg for a single.
It may not be tight at all. Helms, the fielder down below, apologies, Paul, picking up that one.
Yeah, Helms only on, not playing in the game, but he's on because there's been an injury to Max Holden. I say
Middlesex will hope it's tight, because it's hard to see Middlesex having an emphatic victory here in this game from this position. You know, maybe Essex rack up 300 here and Middlesex go and hit 450 themselves and Holman and De Carey's get going. It's unlikely.
That's the stuff that fantasy is made of. Here is Bamber again, charging in. Bowles, and Brown's cracked it for 4. That's a lovely shot off the back foot through the covers. The previous Bamber over, he hit the ball to a very similar area off the front foot, and that was off the back foot. And he's a powerful man. Nick Brown moves up to 30 and scored a 47 without loss.
Not wanting to be doom and gloom, but common sense tells you Essex, whatever they post in the first innings, Middlesex will think, let's just try and be there or thereabouts. With Essex's first innings total, and then it becomes a shootout, 1 innings match in the final innings, where Middlesex will be in trouble if it's a 1 innings match, because they're batting last on a pitch that you'd imagine will take a fair bit of spin for Harmer. So a strong start with nearly 50 on the board already by Essex here.
Essex will be counting on a lot of wickets for Simon Harmer, I feel, here, if they're to bowl Middlesex out twice, which they'll have to do to win the game. Brown plays the ball to mid-wicket. There's no run. The over is completed. 12 have been bowled, winning the toss and batting. Essex 47 for no wicket. Nick Brown has bounded along to 30, and Sir Alistair Cook has 17.
Now, it will not be unusual at all for Harmer to have opened the bowling in the second innings of a match. What's the earliest he'd have come on in the first innings? Had De Carey's on after 9 overs here. How early in a first innings of a match at Chelmsford do you reckon Harmer's been introduced previously?
Yeah, he came on, I think, 6th over on one occasion.
First innings?
First morning. First innings, yeah. You know, it's not to say that typically happens. That normally Cook and Porter would bowl a fair number of overs each. But nevertheless, it's, he could do.
De Carey's slip and a short leg. He's in, bowls, and this is tickled away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Toppers is after my wallet already. Here, look, I've had a bad time with breakfast and all this morning.
Yes,
car parking and everything, Toppers, come on.
We can't get the staff these days, I'm afraid.
De Carey's. in now bowls, and this is dabbed back up the track by Cook, and no run taken. 47 without loss. When's he back on and when am I off again? 15 more minutes and Toppers is on replacing me.
Yes, frightening thought, isn't it?
Which part? Here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's driven away wide of mid-off for 4. That's a lovely shot. Lovely shot by Alistair Cook, and that's a fine way to bring up the 50 for Essex. 51 without loss in the 13th here, and that's got to be the shot in the morning, isn't it?
Certainly one of them, vintage Alistair Cook there with a lovely off drive, and we're in a perfect position to see it here. It was just slightly away to our right, but a majestic stroke.
Yes, 15 more minutes of me, or there will be Don Topley in 15 minutes, or both, Paul. Here's to Carey's, he bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside by the defence of Cook. Just fine of extra cover and no run once more.
Yes, you'd expect there to be a good crowd in, and there is, and I think it will only increase over the next hour or so.
Yeah. Lovely September morning, isn't it?
Couldn't be better.
To Carey's, he bowls, and this ball's bumped back to extra cover. And there's no one I mentioned being here at 8 o'clock this morning. I took the picture and put it on Twitter with the hashtag BBC Cricket for the live text feed. September. It did at that point. There was just a little bit of feel of the dew out on the surfaces. Here's to Carey's pushing back. Here's Cook back up the track, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 51 for 1. Cook has 21 and Brown has 30, but there's no feel of this being a 10:30 September start at all right now. We could be the middle of we could be early July, late June right now, couldn't we, if you just turned up at the ground? It's glorious. It's red hot, and not one of the and we so often talk about a 10:30 start in September, or that first hour ball's going to be doing a bit. No real feel of that at all at the moment, as Ryan Higgins enters the attack now, replacing Ethan Bamber at the Hayes close end. So Middlesex, how many overs gone now? 13 overs bowled, and they've had Roland Jones, Bamber, and now Higgins all having a go at the Hayes close end, and the fourth bowler that has also been used this morning, the spinner at the river end, Josh de Carey's.
Yeah, Ryan Higgins coming into the attack at the Hayes close end, but it's not just that Essex sound as if they've made a good start here at 51 for no wicket in 13 overs, going at basically 4 and over, which is vastly more than the usual scoring rate on the first morning here. What's also unusual is that no wickets have fallen in the first 3/4 of an hour or so, but it's the ease with which the batsmen have made their runs. I mean, Nick Brown, some people could be forgiven for saying he can't have got 30 already, can he? Because he normally would be still in single figures at this point, but he's made 30, made them very well, let it be said. And Cook is on 21. Higgins preparing to bowl to him. And for all the lovely weather we have, you were just mentioning the dew, Kevin, and the amount of condensation on my car windows this morning is extraordinary. Here's the first ball that Higgins has bowled here, and it's going to produce a single to Nick Brown, who leans forward, plays it elegantly wide of mid-on, and it was never going to be more than 1 run, and it's comfortably fielded there, but 31 now to Brown, 52 for none.
Yes, exactly that this morning. We got up and say early arrival at the ground, looked out from just behind the pavilion, sun rising over to our left, behind the newest block of flats. Are they the newest? No, they're the second newest. I'd say the ones at the Hayes close end there on the left are probably the newest of the
Yes, they probably are,
additions.
I think you're right. And here comes Higgins to bowl to Cook, who can leave this one, and score remaining at 52 without loss.
Sun rising over the city, is that fair to say? That would be the city away to our left, wouldn't it?
It's more behind us than the way to our left. Though,
what's away to our left? How would I describe? What's the sun risen over?
Well, away to our left would be sort of in an easterly direction.
So basically the sun rising in the east as it was. Looking across from the pavilion end in the west.
Yep. Don't try and be too poetic, by the way. But Higgins is in and bowls to Cook. Cook was uncertain in his work there, but he jabs it down to mid-on, and late adjustment there from Cook. 52 without loss. He adds 21 and Brown 31. No extras, you'll note.
But it was such a low sun looking across from the pavilion. It was blinding. And as I looked out to the middle, everything was just, it was almost pitch black out there. It really felt like the crack of dawn out on the field. The ground staff are out there working away.
Next delivery from Higgins falls to Cook, and that's a good delivery, and Cook stretches forward, plays and misses, and Higgins looking a little bit more of a threat than anyone else we've seen from that Hayes close end.
But any dew or condensation, all of that's gone now. Couldn't be a bigger difference, really.
No.
Really couldn't have been a bigger difference between...
No, one suspects that there will be a similar story of a lot of overnight condensation for the remainder of the game, because there's hardly a cloud forecast over the whole of this match as Higgins is in bowls, and Cook again is beaten there. This is a very good over indeed, particularly when compared to anything else we've seen, with Cook beaten twice in a row there.
Well, everything we've said, Paul, you really do feel Middlesex need a couple of early wickets here.
Yep.
I mean, 52 on the board. You know, we're still early in the piece. It's only 13.5 overs, and you can see indeed, it did happen this way at Lords, didn't it, in the first game of the season? They rattled along this pair, and then all of a sudden, 2 wickets in 2 overs, Roland Jones and Murtagh combining.
Higgins bowls to Cook. Cook plays it to square leg, and there is no run. The end of the best over we've seen so far by far from Ryan Higgins. His first over. Essex in 14 overs, choosing to bat. 52 for none. Cook has 31. Sorry, Brown has 31. Cook 21. Quick email we've had from Andrew, who says, "Hi team and welcome back. It's so good." He lays tremendous emphasis on the "so" to have you all back, and a much needed return to cricket. And Kevin would like that email because he doesn't count the white ball as cricket. That's a different game altogether. But yes, emails to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, if you will.
No, but I know I can have a sensible conversation with you, Paul, about this, but you know, the fact that England played over the weekend, 1, I wasn't aware, 2, I didn't care. There's too much short form cricket. You saturate it like that and people will lose an interest, and it's just too much of it, too much. To Carey's around the wicket, he bowls to Brown, and this is tickled between the legs of the short leg fielder.
What a lovely
Sam
thought.
Robson. Yes, I was halfway through that and I thought, where am I going with this? He's to Carey's around the wicket, bowls, and that one's shoved by Brown down the ground straight of mid-on, but with some good timing. He's going to take a couple, and that indeed will do, as it's pulled up by the retreating mid-on Roland Jones.
Yep. And a nice shot from Brown, who, it has to be said, looks in very good touch out there this morning. Surrey, a bit of a recovery now. They had lost 4 wickets for 22, but they've moved on quite sharply to 382 for 8.
There's a little clip from Brown, straight to the mid-on again, but Roland Jones gets round and Cook gets back. As Brown shouts, no, 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 wait. Quite rightly so.
Yeah, Worrell has come in and made a very quick 15, and folks, goes on and on, 124 not out at the Oval.
To Carey's bowls, and lots of flight. This ball's clipped away, and I'm not sure, it didn't perhaps take something of short leg with it, whether it was the shin or a bit of a hang, 'cause it felt as though there was a real whip on that, but
yep.
It rather trickles behind short leg as mid-wicket holds them to a single.
I think you're right. So 55 for no wicket now.
Yeah, Cook 21, they bring in a bat pad on the offside rather than a short leg. Sam Robson moving from one side to the other as to Carey's bowls, and it's pushed straight to Robson. That all happened in slow motion, that's why he's there, because it was felt as though there was a bit of bite there for De Carey's before it reached the bat of Cook, who angled it perfectly. He was over the top of it in good position, and into the ground it went, but that kind of slow motion is exactly what Middlesex will want. That means his length was good on this occasion. A big stride from Cook, and he's paddled that to the vacant fine leg for 4. 59 without loss. Cook moves to 25 from his 50th delivery.
Yeah, lovely shot from Cook. I was just about to say, and it would have been the wrong moment to say it, but if you didn't know the past history of these two batsmen, you would have said that Brown was the player who's looked in the better touch of the two this morning, which is a fair comment, but that was an exception. That was a lovely shot from Cook, and timed to a nicety. Didn't sort of hit it with any power whatsoever, and just let it trickle away to the fine leg boundary. 59 for no wicket. One angle I've neglected on the game at the Oval, which could be so crucial to Essex's chances of trying to catch Surrey. 382 for 8, but there are only 3.1 overs left where bonus points will count. Here, next ball is bowled, and Higgins is in and just played into the offside. So 383 for 8 it is now, and exactly 107 overs. Surrey needs 17 further runs from 3 overs. Worrell 16 and Folkes 124 are the not out batsmen, and Ed Barnard, formerly of Worcestershire, has picked up 5 wickets in that game. What will annoy Surrey is there have been 2 run-outs. Here's Higgins in. Bowls to Brown, nicely played, but straight to short extra, and theatrically fielded on the tumble there by Stoneman. And is he skipper of Middlesex today?
No, Roland Jones.
Oh,
Stoneman was only for the One Day Cup.
Right.
Passes back to Roland Jones for this competition. Roland Jones, club captain. Eskenazi was captain of the T20. Stoneman, captain of the One Dayers.
Any reason why Eskenazi isn't playing today?
Yes, I'll tell you after this one.
Right. Bated breath. Higgins is in and bowls, and ball is played back to the bowler. And having promised you an explanation after the ball that's just been bowled, Kevin Hand, completely breaking his word, has broken off. He has more urgent matters. 59 for no wicket up on the board in the 16th over, with Essex having won the toss and, not surprisingly, in such perfect weather, having elected to bat. Wesley due in next, and then Dan Lawrence, who plays in this game, as is the next ball, and Brown slightly just settles for the ball hitting the bat and guides it down to gully. There is no run. 59 for no wicket, and after Lawrence, Critchley 5, Walters 6, Rossington 7, Harmer 8. New signing Umesh Yadav, who was playing for Middlesex last season, comes in for his first game, having replaced Doug Bracewell as Essex's overseas player. And then Sam Cook and Jamie Porter complete the lineup as Higgins is in and bowls, and this ball is played without timing off the back foot by Brown, who I think was expecting a boundary there, but gets no run at all as it goes straight to deep cover. Score 59 for no wicket.
Well, Topper's shouts from the back of the box. Eskenazi needed a rest because he had to bat 2.3 overs of the 16.4 overs in the game 3 weeks ago. So,
yes,
actually, they were his words.
Yes.
Well, nearly. I've kind of ad-libbed slightly.
That's insulting.
Higgins in and bowls to Brown. Brown defensively out to Stoneman in the covers. There's no run. The over ends a tight over. It's 59 for none still. 34 to Brown, 25 to Cook. Maiden over, in fact. 16 overs bowled.
I think I've got time to answer this question, haven't I? Before
yes, you have.
Well, Joe Cracknell, I did put it to him actually at the end of the One Day Cup when he'd had a good One Day Cup, Cracknell, and had reached the 90s indeed in one of them. So close to a maiden century for the county. I did say to him, is it possible in the One Day Cup to play yourself into the championship side? And I think that's exactly what he's done. Eskenazi a little light on runs in the championship this year, much as Milan was. So you've got Davies and Cracknell as a couple of youngsters in, and backed really to come in and make an impact in this one. So excited to see Cracknell giving his go. Here's to Carey's around the wicket. Last over from me. Toppers will be in. There's a lot of flight bumped back to mid-off. Well, it's bumped past bat pad on the offside. Robson, I should say, straight at the fielder.
And we've got an old-fashioned silly mid-off in here, and Sam Robson about 6 yards from the bat.
Yes. It carries again, and thick inside edge, high up the inside edge of Cook's bat. On the other side it goes, the onside, down to long leg for a single. Do you go silly mid-off for that though? I go bat pad, because silly mid-off to me rather suggests more that position that's through. And I asked this in a genuine, because I do hear it described as both, but it's almost as though everybody's in a 50-50 camp as whether they go silly mid-off is the fielder right under the nose of the batter, or silly mid-off is the one 3/4 of the way up the track. As here's to Carey's bowls, and Brown dabs this one into the onside, and it's fielded at short leg. It's tomato really, but
yeah.
What's 3/4 of the way up for you? You know, the fielder's right in the eye.
Yeah. Well, then he's moved now, so he's gone to a regulation bat pad.
He goes to Carey's. He bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside, and there's no run. I guess they're both silly mid-offs. One's
Well,
further advanced than the other.
I'm bound to call it silly mid-off because I am old-fashioned.
No. I don't think you're wrong to all. Like I say, probably of all the commentators that I work with, 50% would call that silly mid-off, and 50% would call the 3/4 of the way up the track silly mid-off. As his leading edge, which flies straight at the extra cover towards an orthodox mid-off. And Jack Davies fields. It was only ever going to be a chance for a very straight short extra cover.
Or for where the Sam Robson was.
Quite possibly,
The old-fashioned silly mid-off.
Call me old-fashioned, but this ball's clipped away through square leg by Brown off the back foot, and he's looking for a couple here, and he'll get them. Deep square going around. 62 without loss. Brown moves along to 36 from 50 deliveries. 26 Cook from 52, and that's the end of the over. It's the end of me as well, isn't it? So I'll leave you and DT Don Topley to discuss the merits of the old-fashioned or the more modern 100-esque silly mid-off.
Thank you very much to Kevin Hand. Great to have Kevin with us here, and Don Topley about to move alongside me with Essex. A great start, 62 for no wicket in 17, 36 to Brown, 26 to Cook. And drinks are being taken with an hour's play gone. It should be midday according to any reckoning from earlier in the season, but of course we start half an hour earlier specifically for matches in September. Lovely day here. We haven't been able to say that very often in the course of a season where spring was officially cancelled altogether. Never happened, and we had the threat of summer in June, only for July in particular and August generally to wreck the whole scheme. So 62 for no wicket. Don, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Paul. Great to see you. Great
And you?
to be with you in the commentary box. I sense we might be bringing a little bit of calmness to this commentary box now. You know, a little bit of organisation. We'll get up early. We know where we park the car. We have organised breakfast. Just a little bit of solid, just organisation.
Yes,
Being two schoolmasters.
I do worry about our very good friend Kevin Hand arriving at 8 o'clock in the morning. You can try too hard, you know. He's tried to hit the ball too hard, metaphorically speaking. Possibly overthought it.
I think of him as a bit of a, comes off his long run occasionally,
Yes.
a bit of a fast and nasty without any talent. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, no, I couldn't have that. You know, very, very talented man.
The skill,
I'm not so sure about the skill, but a great deal of talent.
very entertaining, and we love him. We genuinely do. But listen, he won't be enjoying the scorecard for the moment, as Middlesex, there's just been drinks, I believe.
That's right.
So you're not missing any cricket. We're just filling in a little bit of time.
Let me just interrupt to say, it looks as if Surrey now are going to get to 400. 396 for 8 after they lost 4 wickets very cheaply at the start. But it's Worrell who's come in and got 28 not out of only 23 deliveries, while Folkes hasn't really altered his tempo at all, 125.
As Middlesex continue now after the drinks break, and we see Higgins coming in for the start of his third over from the Hayes Close, and he's bowled a decent ball which is played defensively out for no run. Look, it's been a good start for Essex here.
It has.
Middlesex haven't bowled badly, probably not particularly penetrative, but Essex have certainly latched on to anything that isn't quite right. Higgins bowls, this time driven back to the bowler by Alistair Cook. There is no run, so they've certainly pounced on anything that was quite full, a little bit wide, and they've benefited from a few runs through third man too.
Yep, very much so. I think perfectly described. There hasn't been any significant movement out there so far. Sometimes at Chelmsford you can go an hour and the ball hasn't really moved, but it doesn't mean it won't in the second hour, so we'll reserve judgment.
Higgins in, 2 slips or a slip in a gully waiting. This is driven up to mid-off, no run. It's an abrasive wicket. You know, often in April, May, even June, you'll find carpet of grass that the ball is protected. But this particular wicket, because it's used, it's not got masses of grass everywhere. It's an abrasive wicket, so the shine, it'll be a difficult ball to perpetually shine. Higgins is in, played off the back foot with an open face bat out to backward point. There is no run, and now very few cloud in the sky now. A little bit of sort of plain trails
Yes,
to our left.
I don't count that as cloud, actually.
No.
I don't think it is. And the forecast suggests that we won't see a cloud even by the end of day 4. It's
Well,
that good a forecast. For the first time all year that such weather really has been forecast.
The moral of the story is water well your baskets and your vegetables. Higgins is in, played off the back foot by Cook up to mid-on. They're quite happy with sort of a ring on both sides here to try and force Essex into making a mistake. A battle of wits now, 62 off 17, and they haven't lost a wicket. Remember, Essex won what I perceive as an important toss and have decided to bat ball.
Surrey have just lost a 9th wicket, and it is Worrell gone for 28, 396 for 9.
This is cut, or a late cut, played down to backward point. There is no run. End of the over, 62 for no wicket, and we've had 18 overs.
Kamal Roach has now joined Glenn Folkes, and it's still odds on Surrey to get the 4th of 5 potential bonus points. They won't get a 5th because there's 1 over to go to the end of 110 overs. They were 339 for 4 overnight. A good rallying 9th wicket partnership ended with Worrell recently out to Hannon Dalby for 28. But even so, Surrey, I think, would have been eyeing up the possibility of making over 500.
Definitely.
And certainly, I think it's going to be left to Ben Folkes to see if he can poach a boundary off this 110th over in the course of the next over to register the 4th batting bonus point. We're going to see De Carey's from the river end. Bowls, and this ball is just played back to the bowler. He's bowled well, De Carey's, and he hasn't given much away, but as Don was saying, rather like the quicker bowlers, has bowled quite well without particularly looking penetrative. Slip and a back pad in. De Carey's bowls, and Brown almost exaggeratedly gets absolutely everything behind this, with his head so much over the ball that his nose might have been almost touching it. And De Carey's will bowl again to Nick Brown. Brown has flicked this one into the shin pads of bat pad Sam Robson, and there is no run.
Interesting comment to make at the end of this over, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Interesting to see so many Indian players technically available in county cricket.
Good point. This ball is played off the back foot. Slight misfield at short extra, but Bamber is backing up at deepish mid-off, and there is no run. Yes, Essex fielding a man who was with Middlesex last year, Umesh Yadav, medium pacer, replacing Doug Bracewell as Essex's overseas player for this game, and presumably for September generally. Good half stop there at short extra, means that that's by Stoneman, means that there is no run, as that was punched with I won't say considerable power, but forcefully off the back foot. Good crowd in here, as you'd expect in weather like this. And this ball is driven down to Bamber at deep mid-off, and there's no run. So, maiden over to De Carey's. Applause for that. 62 for no wicket, 36 to Brown, 26 to Cook.
So, Privy Shaw, an Indian Test player who has played for Northamptonshire, did particularly well in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. He did very well for them, scored some big runs. I think he scored a double century down in Taunton, I think it was. And then we've had Umesh Yadav, and should have had Jaden Yadav playing for Middlesex, and there's a young batter at Surrey, but he didn't play this game. Higgins is in, clipped off the legs of Sir Alistair Cook. He's going to take one. He calls his partner back for the second, which Essex now move to 64 for 2. I can't remember his full name. It is something like, Paul, Sai, S-A-I, something, a long S surname, I can't remember his surname, but he joined Surrey, but he didn't play in this game at the Oval. He was left out.
Sorry to interrupt. Surrey all out for 396.
Higgins bowls, cut down to the vacant third man, played intentionally with the open face bat, guided it through the gap, and Cook gets another 4. 68 for no wicket. Give us more news of Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, 339 for 4 overnight. They then collapsed to 355 for 8. Then a partnership between Folkes and Worrell almost secured the 4th bonus point by reaching 400, but the last 2 wickets fell on 396 without a run added. Folkes the last man to go to Briggs for 125, and Worrell particularly annoyed Surrey. 2 of the 10 wickets to 4 were run out.
Oh dear, Higgins in. I'm about...
And,
excuse me.
Batsman flicks at this and taken by John Simpson with the gloves.
Oh, ever the professional. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I didn't take my tablet this morning for hay fever.
Yeah, I used to suffer terribly from hay fever, but thankfully it is one affliction that doesn't really affect me any longer.
Higgins round the wicket to Cook. Slip in a gully in. This plays with a fairly dead bat into the offside. There is no run.
Tell you what wasn't easy, Don, and you'll sympathise because you clearly do still suffer from hay fever. There were days in my teaching days back in the 70s and 80s when I literally couldn't breathe through my nose all day long, and it's it's difficult getting through a day's teaching when you're in that condition.
Well, we would like to welcome everyone with Sports Extra who's joined us. Good morning to you. This time Cook plays down the wicket, back past the bowler for no run. We're just giving you a little bit of the news. Essex won a toss here, an important one, have made to 68 without loss. So Alistair Cook is on 32, Nick Brown with him on 36. No alarms here for Essex, who've won a good toss. Middlesex don't look overly penetrative this morning. Higgins is in, right arm over the wicket to Cook, who plays and opens the face down through the gap through third man area. The second time he's done it in the last 6 balls, and he collects another 4. Cook goes on to 36, and the score 72 now for no wicket. And you've got a beautiful blue sky, sunny. We can even feel the heat. You're sitting back, Paul Newton, a little bit. I'm a little further forward, and my word, it's a day for sun cream.
Yes, it's going to get a lot hotter as well. Forecast suggests that we won't see a cloud in the sky over the 4 days of this match, with temperatures possibly touching 30. Summer has finally arrived at the beginning of autumn, and Josh de Carey's, who's now well into this spell, this will be his 7th over from the River End, came on as early as the 9th over. This is now the 21st. Essex choosing to bat, and it looked a good decision, looked a no-brainer. 72 for no wicket after 20. 36 to Nick Brown, and ditto 36 to Alistair Cook. It's Brown who plays the first ball of the over from the River End back to the bowler. Essex fielding their new signing Umesh Yadav, replacing the New Zealander Doug Bracewell for September here, joining a bowling attack consisting of Cook, Porter and Harmer. As the next balls tickle round the corner, 2 runs a certainty. I don't think it's got the legs to reach the boundary. In fact, 2 runs aren't a certainty because these aren't the quickest pair you'd ever see, and although I'm pretty sure they would have got away with it had they gone for a second run, they don't, and score remaining at 72 for no wicket in the 21st over. And just got a bit of interference in my headphones there. I hope you're still hearing us loud and clear. As this ball is played up to Silly Point, and there's no run there. It's 72 for none. Broadcasting for all of BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and delighted to have 5 Live Sports Extra listeners join us.
De Carey's bowling with a man close to the bat, offside to Brown.
And here it is, Sam Robson, who has the fielding to do there as Brown stretches forward. It's Cook, in fact, on strike. And here is the next delivery from De Carey's. And that's a nice shot, but straight to Stoneman has extra covers, so there will be no run there. And interesting to note the contrasting fortunes on the morning between the two who could win the championship. Surrey 17 points ahead of Essex as the next ball's lapped round, chased round the long leg boundary here, will produce a single. 74 for no wickets, 37 apiece to Essex's openers, Brown and Cook. The end of De Carey's 7th over here. 21 have been bowled in all after Essex won the toss and batted. 74 for none. And just giving you the two teams: Essex, Brown, Alistair Cook, Wesley, Lawrence, Critchley, Walter, Rossington, Harmer, Umesh Yadav on debut, Sam Cook and Porter, and Middlesex, Stoneman, Robson, Holden, who's had to leave the field having snagged his shoulder, making a fine stop in the covers, Cracknell, Simpson, Higgins, De Carey's, Davies, Roland Jones, Holman and Bamber.
Well, De Carey's has bowled quite nicely. It's a used wicket. They've bowled okay. Essex have played nicely. They've jumped onto anything that's been slightly full or wide. Essex certainly have batted quite nicely to start with. Higgins looks as if he's going to continue here. So De Carey's has bowled with a offside man under the lid to Cook, and he puts him on the leg side when it's Nick Brown. Higgins is in, this time to Cook. Cook, who plays into the offside with an immaculate forward defensive, as he has done all his entire career. And he's probably enjoying this moment as we do come into the last month of the county championship season. Still a lot to be decided, a lot of cricket to be played. Essex have got Hampshire at home still, and then they go away to Northamptonshire. And this time Higgins is a play and a miss, a wideish delivery. Cook has gone after it, but he's missed it, a genuine play and miss through to the keeper, no run. Surrey do have to play Hampshire at the end of their last game, and I think they also play Northamptonshire.
That's right.
Essex also have to play Hampshire in the next round, and then they go away to Northampton. So there's still a lot to be played in this 4-day Red Bull County Championship. Higgins is in from the Hayes close end. Good delivery, comes back on the slope from around the wicket. No run.
Just updating scores elsewhere. Hampshire 308 all out. Somerset just resumed, yet to have a run on the board. Northants bowled out for 232. Lancashire 110 for 4. Surrey all out for 396 against Warwickshire at the Oval. And here 74 for no wicket Essex.
Higgins in, this is cut down to third man, where he practically gets his third successive 4 through the vacant third man, played by Sir Alistair Cook and intended as well. So good shot, just using the width, using the pace to run it down with the open face bat. 10 to 12, so we've been playing for an hour and 20 minutes.
In Division 2, Sussex 266 all out, Durham 68 for 1.
That was interesting yesterday. They started off beautifully, didn't they?
Yeah.
They were 100 for none and then 200 for nearly all out. What did they finish up with?
266.
266. They would have been disappointed with that, I feel, Sussex. Higgins round the wicket to Cook. Cook plays up past the bowler to mid. Off, there is no run.
Gloucester 159 all out, Leicestershire 157 for 5. Glamorgan at 47 for 3 in reply to Worcester's 284 all out. And finally, Yorkshire 297 all out, Derbyshire 109 for 3.
Seemed to be a good crowd at Scarborough for that.
Yeah, great place to watch cricket.
Judging by the pictures, as there is here today. Higgins dry, this time is driven by Cook up to mid-on. Plays it from where the ball once came, very sensibly to conclude that over. The 22nd over of the morning, Essex's innings, as they volunteered to bat, and they have moved to 78 for 2 on this beautifully warm day here at Chelmsford.
Good crowd in, as you'd expect. In all weathers, there's usually a surprising number of people who will come and watch, but in weather like this, a terrific crowd, as there was for the final 50 overs game. It was Essex v Surrey, and they were the two bottom sides in the 50 overs in this division, or the division in which Surrey and Essex were. And the crowd was not quite a sellout, but there were at least 4,500 here. It was a terrific crowd. De Carey's is going to continue.
And with Brown, Sam Robson is under the lid on the leg side.
Yeah, backward short leg, interestingly, as he comes forward, Brown, and returns it whence it came. 78 for no wicket in the 23rd over. I suppose the big question in Essex's minds, because they have to win this game to retain a serious interest in catching Surrey, starting off 17 points behind with 3 games to go, equal number of games played. Single here goes to deep backward square leg. Brown just tucks it nonchalantly off the hip. 38 to him, 41 to Cook, 79 for no wicket in the 23rd over. You're listening to ball by ball commentary for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and 5 Live Sports Extra. Paul Newton here with John Topley, and Kevin Hand will replace me in around about 10 minutes time, as De Carey's is in fact he isn't just coming in quite yet. He wants the leg side field to move a little bit wider, as here is the next delivery, which Cook plays gently into the onside. Delighted to say that Max Holden is now back in the land of the living, having snagged a shoulder as he dived to his right to make a fine stop in the covers around about 3/4 of an hour ago. De Carey's in again to Cook with a slip and a backward short leg, and this ball is played firmly to mid-on, and again there is no run. 79 for none, 23rd over being bowled. De Carey's again in and bowls, and that one has come off, I think, pad rather than bat, and it loops up into the air before going to ground, well before getting to backward point, and score remaining 79 for none. And the Middlesex lineup: Stoneman, Robson, Holden, Cracknell, Simpson, Higgins, De Carey's, Davis. Here is De Carey's in, bowls, and this ball has been nicely fielded at mid-wicket from a good shot from Cook off the pads. That's Holden there. Fine work at mid-wicket. The over ends, 23 guns, 79 for no wicket, 41 to Cook, 38 to Brown, just completing the Middlesex lineup. Skipper, Roland Jones, Holman and Bamber.
Challenging job here for De Carey's, who's bowling on a first day wicket. Okay, it is used, but there isn't much turn to work with at the moment. I'm sure there will become, but you're bowling at Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, 2 left-handers, so he'll be excited by bowling and turning the ball away from the 2 Essex opening batsmen, but nonetheless it's a real challenge for the young man. It will be a part of his education, this, for Josh De Carey's. Meanwhile, Ryan Higgins in from the Hayes close end. This is played off the back foot by Brown. Slip and a gully waiting, a ring on the offside. Maybe extra cover is a shorter extra cover, catching, but there's a ring on both sides really, with just the fine leg beneath the Tom Pearce stand to our right. We're not behind. We're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 strips over to the left from where we are. This time outside off stump, left alone by Brown, through to the keeper, well bowled.
We've seen very little movement out there for the bowlers, Don, and the question I was just about to say a few moments ago, the question that will preoccupy Essex minds: can they bowl Middlesex out twice on this pitch, because it looks a bit of a belter at the moment?
Oh, I'll bring you back to a famous game from years ago, that late night win, almost in the dark, very late. This is driven off the front foot by Brown into the leg side, no run.
Yes, I know the game. Yeah, I do. Middlesex were the visitors here, and again we'd lost the whole day to the weather, so it was only a 3-day game effectively, and Simon Harmer got the last wicket with about 10 balls to spare. Yeah, as you say, in the gloaming. It was in the height of summer, so play was possible, yes. And Ryan Tendescarter brilliantly, I thought, bowled Dan Lawrence throughout the final hour's play from the opposite end to Harmer.
as Higgins comes in. Good delivery, genuine player miss. Very good delivery with a little bit of carry there this time from Higgins. Not out though.
And the significance of bowling, Dan Lawrence, Essex managed to finagle 4 extra overs
They did.
Than the 16 minimum. And it was in the third of those 4 extra overs that Harmer struck and got the last wicket in a tremendous atmosphere at the county ground.
We were both on comms?
No, I wasn't actually at the game.
As Higgins comes in down the leg side. This is going to run away, possibly for 4 leg byes. We await it is. 4 leg byes there. Shoved down the leg side. It clipped the rump of Nick Brown, and then the keeper dived to the right, couldn't stop it, parried it, and it's continued on its journey down the slope to the river end for 4 leg byes. Yeah, I remember that game I was on comms. But yeah, it was a strange old game, it really was. And Essex, they just kept getting wickets at the right time to win that fixture. This time Brown comes forward, there is no run, 4 defensive. Was it the championship winning season of
2019? And you were here with Nick Gledhill. As I say, I wasn't at the game, but I sound as if I was.
How do you remember I was here with Nick Gledhill?
I was following it. Well, as I say, I was following the game very closely.
You have a bowler's type memory.
I was paying attention. Couple of emails. Mickey Waller to bbcessexcricket@gmail.com says, I hope to watch this game tomorrow and get Sir Alistair Cook's signature. Yes, you've put Sir Alistair with capital letters, Mickey, but not Cook there, and 1 point away. Earlier in the year, Essex smashed Middlesex and won by 97 runs, and the way it's going, Essex should win. Well, as I say, what could stymie Essex here is if it's one of those pitches that doesn't really give the bowlers a chance. As De Carey's is in bowls, and this ball is played out to Stoneman in the covers. We've also heard from our good friend Michael Douglas, who says good commentary and a good match position. I asked a question about different types of wickets, hybrid, artificial and natural, and how could they affect a game, and could they be used for white ball games, etc. This was a couple of games ago. Mr. Topley said this needed a good answer, but it got forgotten after lunch, as all things do. I am still none the wiser about the different types of wickets. We'll bring Don in on that in a moment, as this next ball is played to mid-wicket for no run. Essex winning the toss, 25th over, cloudless day, 83 for no wicket, 41 to Cook and 38 to Brown. As De Carey's is in, bowls, and this ball's driven through the covers, and they've run the first run. Will they come back for a second? The answer is yes, and they make it quite comfortably, and the score goes up to 85 for no wicket. And Alistair Cook, who was just not looking quite as much in touch as Brown in the earlier stages of the morning's play, is now looking in pretty good nick on 43. De Carey's is... we'll probably leave Don's explanation of the pitches to the end of the over, because with the spinner on, there's not much of a gap between balls, and this next ball's played for Stoneman in the covers, score remaining at 85 for no wicket, no run.
Well, it's been a good start for Essex on this used wicket.
But it looks, as I say, it looks a very good wicket to bat on so far, and this ball is played through the covers, just been 1 run this time, not hit with quite the same force as the one earlier in the over, but a single to Sir Alistair takes him to 44. There are 38 to Nick Brown, and Essex at the end of 25 overs are 86 for no wicket, having chosen to bat. 1 more over, and we'll bring Kevin Hand back to join Don Topley.
Just remind me of the actual question again,
yes,
if you
certainly.
would mind. From Mr.
Michael says, I asked a question about different types of wickets, the hybrid, artificial and natural, and how they could affect a game, and could they be used for white ball games.
Yes.
This was a couple of games ago. We needn't go into the rest of his point, because what he wants to know is what are the essential differences between hybrid and artificial and natural.
Okay, very good. A hybrid is a mixture of a little bit of plastic but also grass in it. Most test grounds have them, and most of England's white ball cricket is played on them. They are flatter, there is less seam movement. It may swing, but it also can scuff the ball up, because there's a mixture of it's seeded and it's sewn in, so it's a mixture of the two. A hybrid is a mixture of plastic as well, or artificial if you want, or that little bit of artificial grass and natural grass. So it's a very different type of wicket, but England, I think most counties do have at least one. I'm sure Taunton has one, and I'm sure Essex has one. I cannot guarantee that. But this particular wicket we're playing on, and you've got to remember this is quite important, as the umpires, you're not missing any cricket, are looking at the ball and bringing a new set of balls to choose from. I believe the umpires are together just 30 metres from us, halfway to the wicket. But this particular wicket we're playing on here is a used wicket. It's got a little bit of grass in, but it's a little bit longer grass than normal, but it's not grassy per se. There's a lot of areas that doesn't have so much grass on it, and it's a used wicket. Now Essex have 7 wickets across the middle of the square where they have to play all their first team cricket on. Because of the shortness of the boundaries, there is a minimum boundary length. So for instance, to the sides you can play second team, or indeed some ladies cricket, because they have a slightly smaller boundary. But from Essex's point of view, they have to play their first team cricket across the 7 central wickets, which means there's so much cricket here at Chelmsford that the Essex men have to play and go back on those used wickets from maybe April, May and June, and even some of the one-day wickets which they used in the T20 earlier in the season. Generally speaking, Essex's wickets are to the left. We're looking out of our box, of our radio commentary box, are the one-day wickets, and then to the right in front of us towards the pavilion side of the ground are predominantly a majority of the championship wickets. Right, in comes Higgins. Higgins bowls slightly short. It pushes Alistair Cook back onto the back foot. He plays into the offside, no run. Paul Newton has taken a little break, and we welcome back my old mucker. You're not going to throw me under the bus. You're going to be
You
play.
started it.
We are going to
You
play
started it.
nicely. Mr. Kevin Hand. Good morning, Kevin, again.
Had they got a wicket? Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Have you had a nice half hour off?
I have.
Higgins in, this time short, forced off the hip into the leg side. It's parried by, who's number 25? Is that Robson? No. Who's 25?
Robson is DeCary's.
DeCary's. He parries it, but he recovers quickly, and there is no run. A couple of planes going across. Look, we're obviously.
Well, I said this in the T20, no, the one-day cup match we had here recently, that it felt as though I'd never seen quite as much traffic overhead here at Chelmsford.
As Higgins bowls short, this is a genuine short. He didn't just drag it down, he bowled to try and bowl a bumper, but Cook has seen that and he's swivelled back, caressed it through the leg side, cross-batted it beautifully for 4 runs. Cook is looking majestic this morning. He's moves to 44 or 48, I look up, 48, too shy of another half century. 2 slips are in place, not a gully, I think it's 2 slips, it's almost first and third. There's a little gap at second. He's got a few 4s through third man, hasn't he? Open the face and run it down. Any element of width, and he's played that shot nicely. Over the wicket, Higgins coming down the slope, clipped out into the leg side, it goes down to Holman, fielding in front of the Tom Pearce stand. Yeah, beautiful blue sky, really is, and I don't know if you heard me earlier. Today you're going to have to water the hanging baskets and the vegetables as well today, big time. Maybe
Are these euphemisms again?
Tomatoes, water them in the morning and at night, but don't get it on the leaves. As Higgins bowls outside off stump, well left alone by Brown.
Little did I know that the best part of the euphemism would be the payoff there.
Oh. I do
Don't
like
get it on the leaves.
Yeah, never get it on the leaves. Don't water the leaves. It ruins them. They shrivel up. But it's
Stop it. Come
been,
on.
It's not been a great season for tomatoes. Mine are still very green, But I think we're sort of 2 or 3 weeks late this year with tomatoes. Sweet corn have been good, and this played off the back foot into the off side. No run, end of the over, and Essex are 91. We're in the 26 overs we've had, and Essex haven't lost a wicket, and Middlesex, they need to keep their body language good. They need to remain enthusiastic and positive, because they did lose an important toss.
Yes, moving on from your sweet corn and slightly green tomatoes toppers, it has been a...
Plums have been bad. Seriously, do you know what? Plums, normally, I've got 3 plum trees that are so productive. They are. But this year, we had rain at the wrong time, and they've all shriveled up. My plums have not been so productive this year.
Charles de Carey's at the River 80 bowls, and this is driven away. Lovely shot, fine of extra cover, and that is a tremendous 50 for Sir Alistair. 50 from 89 deliveries, 92 without loss, and well, if there could ever be a more statement start to a first-class match, then this is it. And Cook and Essex in a very, very good position here, exactly as you said, from the moment they won the toss. Middlesex will hope at some point it turns in their favour, but not so far. Speaking of turning, the off-spinner to Carey's is around the wicket with a slip and a leg slip, and Brown defends on the front foot. There is no run once more. 89 deliveries for Cook's 50. So he's overtaken. He was behind Brown for a while. Brown had raced to 36 at the end of my stint, while Cook was on 26. Instead, Cook has added 24 and Brown just 2.
Do you know how many 4s in that 50?
This ball is on a length and eased into the offside by Brown. There's no run. I do not, but I shall look it up now for the end of the over.
Oh, that's very kind of you. What a team man you are.
Well, mainly because I'm a commentator at the moment, so I should be giving you the 4.
I didn't catch it over my shoulder.
Have we moved on from your plums, toppers?
Celery is looking terrific. Never grown celery before. They like a lot of water. I hope I've done them right. I've never grown them before.
Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's tickled away into the onside by Brown, and
there's nothing
no
like...
run. I was going to ask how your plums this season, toppers, but I thought that's just too close to the mark. But you do actually have a plum tree.
3. They produce in sequence. Normally I'm plumbed out by the time I get to the 3rd tree, but not this year.
Here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the onside, and there's no... Are you going to bring any plums for me then if you're all plumbed out? Oh no, you're not this year.
No,
you're not
they
this year.
haven't. They've all shriveled up. They look as if they're all got fungus.
Oh,
fungi.
Dear.
But
fungi on your plums, toppers.
But the problem is we had rain at the wrong time. Where we live is famous actually for cherries.
Here's to Carey's bowls, and this is off the shin of Robson.
It sounded
silly
like
mid-off, stroke back pad on the offside, whichever one want to call it, and it ricochets into the offside. But he's not rubbing anything, so I think it was straight off the shin pad into the onside. No run, nice through without loss.
It was just like a snooker table, wasn't it? Bounced off, so it obviously hit the football-styled shin pads that these players wear under their whites.
Not the answer to your question is 9 4s. There it is, confirmation over the mic as well. 9 4s and 89 deliveries for Cook's 50.
Lovely.
6 4s for Brown in his 39 from 71 deliveries. So that's where Cook so handsomely overtaken him in that spell. Brown's barely faced a ball since I've been off mic in the last half an hour.
Yep, and this is the great learning curve of a batsman that you often see. Well, he's just batting. If you don't get the strike, some certainly in their embryonic careers they panic because they're not facing the ball. So you've got to learn that if you're down the other end, don't worry. Funny, it's actually, when you talk about that, I think of something Graham Gooch used to talk about when facing the Great West Indies side. He used to say, I always panicked if I looked up at the scoreboard because it hasn't gone over. Don't worry, don't look at the scoreboard, just keep concentrating, keep batting, play every ball on its merit. I mean, it must have, you didn't face that many balls against the West Indies in an hour because they bowled it so slowly, and half of them were over your head or at your head. So he used to say the opportunity to run score was limiting when you face the West Indies. Don't look at the scoreboard.
Luke Holman
from the Hayes close end, which is first ball's cut for 4. He's got to get used to the slope here at Chelmsford. Lords has its own unique slopes, but Chelmsford is a little bit different. He's bowling, which the seamers normally like to run down the slope, but he's bowling his leggies, and his first one was short and wide, and it was deposited really into the offside to the short boundary for 4 runs for Nick Brown. Holman again, much better delivery. This time it's caressed with the spin into the leg side. And we've got Edmonds and Embry on, 2 spinners for Middlesex on in the first session. Those bring back some wonderful memories and days.
Higgins, prior to Holman, I should tell you, was 7 overs, none for 20, 3 maidens in those 7. And bowled well, didn't he?
Bowled right, yes, he did.
But what do we read into the fact that a seam bowling captain, Roland Jones, has both his spinners on, and he had De Carey's on after 9 overs?
It's
or
an
after
education,
8 overs, indeed.
Education, this. Holman down the leg side. He got a little nick, I think, on it. It's not going to be... No, it's going to be a leg by the looks of it. Yes, leg by. We are at... we're upstairs in the river stand, and we're sort of fine leg. We're nowhere near. We're about 11, 12 strips over from being behind the arm. But it's a nice view here at Chelmsford on this beautiful blue day. Slip and a back pad in. This time Brown plays with the spin into the leg side. The leg spinning from Luke Holman. 2 men round the bat. Ring on the leg side. Man at deep backward point on the boundary. And then mid off, an extra cover on the offside. Given a bit of air this time by Holman, of which is driven back to the bowler by Brown. No run. Good crowd here, Kevin.
Well, excellent crowd, and rightly so. Again, beautiful 4 days in prospect.
As this is clipped round the corner, so you're not so angry about cricket in September then, for the moment.
There's nothing wrong with cricket in September. It's the lack of cricket in August that's the problem. But anyway, don't get onto this. Come on.
I don't think it's going to change imminently.
I'm not so sure.
Look,
come on, move on.
What are you going to do? What are you going to say to all these wonderful kids who have turned up to
I can't believe you dragged us back to this. I can't believe you dragged us back to this. I'm going to say the Charlotte Edwards Cup was absolutely fantastic and was right about to crack it. They'd done a beautiful job. Had the Charlotte Edwards Cup and the Blast been given the financing that the 100 had been given, cricket in this country would be in a very good state. Instead, it was given to something that didn't exist and now has threatened everything.
And look at the amount of people watching cricket right now. It's great. August was good. They did what they said on the tin, as this is bowled by De Carey's.
That could have been done with the Blast and the Charlotte Edwards Cup. This ball's eased to backward point by Cook, and there's no run. 99 without loss. Slip and a short leg. And De Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside and there's no run. What we must always ask is at what cost? And the cost at the moment is frightening for English cricket. Here's De Carey's once more from the river end in glorious sunshine here at Chelmsford. He bowls, and this ball is pushed away into the covers, and there's no run for many reasons, of which I don't think we're going to have time to go through right now. But it is quite simply frightening, the cost to English cricket of this.
Well, the cost of English cricket is also quite
which is going through the roof by the year.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
And here's De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped towards mid-on by Cook, and there's no run. But listen,
without stating the obvious, there is enough cricket for all.
But there's too much T20 now. You've got to say there's too much of it. There's too much short-form cricket, and it's by saturating the market as they are going to stagnate it. So here's Coleman. Here's De Carey's around the wicket, bowls, and this is dabs into the onside to Cook, no run. But listen, on the spinners, come on.
On the
spinners. Middlesex, 2 spinners on.
Edmonds,
but this is very similar to the match at Hampshire, where De Carey's and Holman bowled beautifully well, and then on came Dawson. As forward goes Cook pushing away into the offside. Stoneman tumbles to his right, and 99 without loss it remains, and that was indeed a maiden, wasn't it? For De Carey's it was, and there you go. Look, De Carey's is bowling maidens to the openers here.
Yep.
Early on the first morning.
I said earlier before you came back, this is a great education for him.
It
Look,
is.
You've watched Middlesex all season.
Mm-hmm.
Would he have played if?
Well, I don't know which
Yadav
one they'd
was
have gone
here?
with, Holman or they dropped Holman and played De Carey's in the last game. So whether they'd have gone with Holman and Yadav or
Yep.
De Carey's and Yadav, I don't know. But
I watched Yadav play Test cricket actually back in, was it 2016? In India. Holman's in, bowls. This is clipped with the spin into the leg side, finds the fielder at short mid wicket, no run. I was really looking forward to seeing him play, as I am with Umesh Yadav. There's an
He's
LBW
good.
shout who, well, not really wholehearted. It was a start and they broke away quite quickly. So slip and a bat pad. Bat pad is on the leg side for Nick Brown. His bat is aloft. Holman's in. Well bowled, good delivery, respected by Brown, back to the bowler, no run.
Here you go, do you want my piece to the BBC Sport website? They've just put it up. In what feels like a pre-war Wisden match reports, it's quite possible that the British Embassy in Delhi may well play a large part in both the County Championship title and relegation from Division 1 this year.
Oh, ever the controversial. Clips into the leg side with the spin, no run, finds the fielder at short mid wicket.
I thought that was a pretty good opening part, though.
No, that
I was pleased with that.
No, Kevin, you're a consummate professional. I enjoy your football commentary, your reports. This time gives it a bit more of a tweak there, but it's a no ball. Umpire's signal. I think that's Ian Blackwell. And the general applause is for Essex's 100. 100's up with the no ball. So Luke Holman will bowl another delivery. Those alert quickly applauded to celebrate Essex's 100. This time with decent delivery with his foot behind the line, and there is no run. Question for you at the end of the over, Kevin. We touched on it with Paul, but we didn't really sort of analyse it. Holman waiting, throwing ball from left to right, goes back into his right, he bowls, it's driven a little bit fuller, finds mid on where there is no run, well bowled, well fielded, and that's the end of the over. 101 for no wicket. Privy Shaw played for Northamptonshire. Umesh Yadav is here today for Essex, making his debut. Yadav should have been here, isn't. And Surrey have signed a fellow, can you pronounce his name? S-A-I, long second name.
Yes.
But he's not playing, he's not selected, but they've signed him as an overseas player. So India have suddenly allowed a few Indian players to come across and play in county cricket as De Carey's comes in.
He bowls. And this is cut away to backward point by Cook, no run.
Well, how come India are now allowing, because for years they would never allow Indian players to come and play in county cricket, but they are now. What's your thoughts?
Well, there's De Carey's stepping in. Bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside and there's no run. My immediate thought is if the 16.4 over competition gets bought by an Indian overseas investor, then we'll see an awful lot more toppers.
Correct. Might happen in years to come.
Well, indeed, and that might not be the best thing for English cricket. As this ball from De Carey's turns indeed. Now, what did it take? Was it just pad? Was that bat? Surely they'd been leaping up and down for the catch, because it wasn't far short of a deep gully. It must have just been pad, but again, if it was just pad, you'd have thought they'd have been asking a question for LBW as well, but I guess he's right arm around to the left-hander, and Cook obviously he's got quite an open stance there, hasn't he? Batting, middle with the back foot. He's outside leg with the front foot as this ball's pushed away into the offside and no run.
First ball that's genuinely turned. Okay, look, we're no longer in the 1980s, but would substantial money not help Middlesex?
This ball, that's cheeky. This ball turns off the back foot to mid-wicket and there's no run. Well, yes, it would indeed, but that I don't think is a good question in terms of all of English county cricket, because where the money comes from, as English cricket should know well, is something they need to look carefully at, as is, and consider carefully. As forward goes, Cook to De Carey's pushing back, and there's no one. I mean, we've been in this situation before with Alan Stamford, haven't we, where they've looked for overseas investment. They got Stamford. That was a disaster. Well, yeah, but equally now they're still looking for an overseas investor for this competition, aren't they? So, and that is the only way it's ever going to be profitable, is if it's bought. Which, if it's bought by the wrong person or the wrong people, or people who have interests outside of English cricket itself, then we could be in real trouble, Toppers.
There's a risk. There's a risk whether they would sell 48% and keep 52%. We don't know. But when Gloucestershire are $500,000 in debt this year, Middlesex have. I haven't seen too many counties' accounts of late. Holman's in. This is driven for 4. It's a half volley, and it's been driven beautifully to take Nick Brown to 48, just 2 shy of his half century, and Essex have moved to 105. Gorgeous shot through the offside, and it avoided really, it's straight in between. Extra cover, a mid-off, glorious shot, but a genuine half volley. Middlesex were in debt this year, I gather. Quite a lot of money. So county cricket doesn't necessarily, and that's with counties being given 4.5 million a year.
How much?
This time it's clipped into the leg side. Yes, it is.
1.3, wasn't it, a year?
Yeah, what? No.
The 100 payments.
The 100 payment. So it was something like 3.2 million a year plus the 1.3 million. If I take my shoes and socks off, that gives it to 4.5 million, all 18 counties, and still many are struggling to make a profit or break even. So let's, when we have these lovely romantic conversations, we need to be a little bit honest as well, Kevin.
Careful how honest you want me to be here, Toppers.
As Holman's in, plays. This time Cook plays and waits for the ball to spin back. Plays a forward defensive into the offside, no run.
Believe it or not, I'm treading a very fine line here, and trying to tread a very fine line here of not going too hard on the 100. As much as you're poking and prodding me to really go at it, I'm trying not to.
As this is a little shorter, cut, but there's a man back on the offside, and there is just the 1 run. Short boundary offside to the flats that used to be the old Chelmsford Hospital. Back in Gooch, Fletcher, Lever, Pringle, Foster, Hardy, Turner, those days. Holman, bowling challenge for him is he's spinning it back. Does he bowl many googlies against the left-handers?
Yes.
He bowls a lot of googlies, does he? Opportunity, this time driven into the feet of the man under the lid on the leg side. There is no run.
When he and Souter were the wrist spinners, Souter was renowned as having the googly that turned more, but the leg spinner of Holman would turn more than the leg spinner of Souter.
Yep.
But he does still possess a pretty good googly.
I'm going to ask you an honest question. This is played back to the bowler at the end of...
do you mean your others were dishonest, Toppers?
No, there was no agenda. Souter, he's gone on to do rather well.
He has, but again, it's one of those difficult decisions in sport, isn't it? You have someone like Holman coming through. What do you do? You've got a lad who's come through from North Middlesex cricket, and with both bat and ball, there's huge potential. Huge. He's got the world at his feet, young Holman. He really does. He's had a quieter year this year. But even still, as a young spinner, young batter this year, it's still a pretty decent year. Now, whether it would have been he or De Carey's that got the nod for this one, there's a whisper or two that actually it would have been Holman that got the nod for this one alongside Yadav, not De Carey's. So De Carey's would have been the off spinner, and Yadav would have given some wrist spin, which perhaps is more to the point rather than he was selected ahead of De Carey's. It was just the alternative, wasn't it? As De Carey's is in now, bowls, and this ball's driven away out to Holman at cover by Cook, a single more, 108. Onto the board, and at 1 or 2 may have believed that was Brown on strike, who's on 49. It was Cook, he's on to 52.
Eskenazi's not playing.
Well, he's just come
I think
from
he's
16.4 over cricket.
He's done well. He's
done very, very well.
He's a
But I
good
think they've
cricketer.
made a decision. I don't know. But I think they've made a decision that he's been playing 16.4 over cricket. Cracknell has been playing List A cricket, 100 overs a day, and has batted very, very well in it. And which is closer at transferring those skills to this match?
Gosh.
As De Carey's is in, bowls, and he's pushed into the offside and there's no run.
If you're telling me he hasn't got in the side...
I'm not telling you anything, I'm putting forward a
but
potential.
if he's not in the side because he's not in form, not good enough, the bloke's a little bit more quality than some of your other players for me.
Here is De Carey's bowls, and this ball's turned by Brown to square leg, and there's no run. 108 for no wicket. Any regular listener will not need me to tell you right now what I think of Eskenazi. He's a great player. He's a fantastic human being, and a brilliant. He's a brilliant leader and captain. So you won't get me saying a bad word about Eskenazi.
Middlesex need him. You're in relegation trouble.
De Carey's bowls, and this ball's tickled for a single.
That's a nice, warm-hearted applause for Nick Brown. Really is, because there is a bit of noise around the circuit that Nick Brown's not everyone's favourite cricketer, but I enjoy him, and he will enjoy this. And together with Cook, who's played nicely, 109 for no wicket. Brown has knocked up his 50 in his 90th ball. We wait for the formal stats. Cook has faced 52. This ball is played out into the offside by Cook. No, we're not going to get his stats for the moment, apart from it's taken 90 balls, which is one more ball than Alistair Cook. De Carey's.
Here's De Carey's. He bowls. This one's cut away out to deep cover for a single. Holman Fields, 110 for one. You've got them going on Twitter, toppers. Danny says to answer the... so it's a little bit of a conversation here, but I'm going to jump in, and good morning to the Grumbler as well on Twitter. To answer the first question, 100 apparently has a budget of 400,000 per match for entertainment, music, fireworks, etc., and marketing, or around 13 million a year. Its ticket revenue is probably in the region of 7 million a year. It would literally make more sense to have no spectators. Now, the staging costs at Lord's for a major match, so that being a T20, what is now the 100, an international day's cricket, the staging costs at Lord's for a major match, and I'm going back 15 years here, toppers, more maybe 16 years. Staging costs at that point at Lord's was something around, it was more than, it was minimum 100,000 a day to stage a match at Lord's. And then you're talking about stewarding.
This time Holman bowls, played into the leg side, misses short mid wicket, which Alistair Cook gets a singles. It's played out towards the boundary at deep mid wicket.
Danny's quoting from the inside story of the 100 as published in the Independent newspaper. So you can look this one up for yourselves. Go to fast forwards this year and the Middlesex versus Surrey game at Lord's.
Yep, one game, as this time Holman plays on
well, it's
the back.
Not one game, Topper.
No, hang on. It plays it on the back foot out into the offside, no run. It is one game because there's also Leicester Derby, Northants, Worcester.
Well, no, but there's not just one game at Lord's. It
Durham
was the
versus
first.
Derby.
It was the first of the games at Lord's.
It was, yeah, I remember it. This time Holman bowls, fairly full driven by Cook, well fielded, but he's parried it, number 54, which is...
number 54 is Bamber.
Bamber, that's well fielded, but they come back for the second. Two more to Nick Brown. Score moves to 113.
The premier domestic white ball match in this country. Well, domestic match in this country. Even championship. Middlesex winning the championship at Lord's that year, 10,000. Middlesex versus Surrey at Lord's every year.
Cut short, played into the offside, out towards the boundary. On the short boundary, they take the single, the man on the offside, right beneath a decent crowd here on the flats side.
A sellout, the hottest ticket in the country for domestic cricket, and arguably outside of the Indian Premier League, the hottest ticket in domestic cricket in the world.
Okay, can I interject?
Let me finish
there?
though.
This time it's spun into the leg side, hit with the spin, well fielded at mid-on. I think that's Toby Rowland-Jones, very well fielded at mid-on.
15,000 were in attendance for the Middlesex-Surrey match, which is always historically the hottest ticket outside of the IPL in world cricket domestically.
And it will remain.
15,000.
And this time Holman bowls slightly quicker. Well bowled, well played. Well respected there by Sir Alistair Cook, who is on 54. 53 to Nick Brown and score 114 for no wicket.
For the MCC, who stage the match now and pay Middlesex to play at Lords in a T20, for the MCC to break even, they require 16,000 to be inside Lords. They had 15,000 for the biggest match outside of the IPL domestically in world cricket. They're 1,000 shy of breaking even for Middlesex, Surrey, the London Derby. Essex as well, sell out year after year. Lords half empty this year. It was depressing, and it is dangerous for English cricket financially, because there is a big gamble being taken, as we all knew there would be. Here's De Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside for a single.
I admire your passionate argument. Without interrupting, the blast figures weren't bad. I believe they...
That's atrocious. They were 1,000 shy of making a profit.
Hang on. You're going to interrupt
breaking
me.
even.
But we need to find a new generation that firstly wants to watch and ultimately play the game. And the blast county cricket wasn't doing it, Kevin.
But it wasn't given that this is pushed for a single in front of backward points by Cook. It wasn't given the funding, the management and the promotion that the 100 has been. They should have done that first. And it wouldn't have been money thrown away.
I don't think it is. I think they're doing nicely. Lots of people are watching cricket now, and that's ultimately what we want.
De Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's left. Goodness me, appeal
LBW?
for LBW, hitting the back pad as Brown doesn't thrust the pad forward, the front pad forward, the back pad he kicks out. That's what it strikes. De Carey's was very late on the appeal. There's the replay to your right there, Toppers, as we'll see it now. And
Just didn't
not
look
offering
right.
a shot, no, he was outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Here he goes again, De Carey's. And this ball is clipped out to deep square for a single, 117 for one. Again, all I can say to you, Toppers, is at what cost?
Well, we already know that...
And could it have been done better? Yes, it could have.
£4.5 million are given to the counties every year. So where do we stop?
How much is being given to this music?
Hang on, 6, 7, 8, 9 million a year to every county? What's going to happen?
De Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Cook, and there's no run. Is the 100 a loss-making competition?
It might well be.
It
Most
is.
are when
It
they
is.
start up. If they sold it in due course, do you think that would make a difference?
Who they sell it to is the problem. Here's De Carey's, he bowls. At the moment, there's nobody to buy at Toppers. As forward goes De Carey.
That's closer.
Cook, a big stride as that beats the inside edge outside the line of off. It falls away into the offside and the
Well
That's
bowled.
35 overs
Well
bowled in
bowled.
the first morning here, Toppers. 35 overs. Now that's a positive for us to take off the fielders.
We've seen
35 overs.
two spinners. We've seen a beautiful blue sunshine. But the problem is Essex have won the toss and haven't lost a wicket in this morning's session. 117 for no wicket. We have Nick Brown on 55, and joining him on 55 is Sir Alistair Cook. It's been entertaining, it's been a good morning, but it's been Essex's morning as they chase after Surrey.
I blame the British Embassy in Delhi.
Good callback. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bid you a good lunchtime, and we will look forward to joining you for the afternoon session in glorious sunshine here on BBC Essex. And for now, we will bid you good day.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Play just about to resume after lunch here at Chelmsford. Paul Newton with Kevin Hand and half an hour's time Dom Topley. So, got rather a hiss on the line for some reason that wasn't there before. Hopefully it might be to do with the fan we've got at the back. We'll just turn it off and see if that kills it. Yeah, that is it was. I think we'd probably better manage without it, Kevin. Just putting you on, Kevin. We've got to. Here's the first ball after lunch, and Brown runs it down to backward point, and there is no run.
That was DT's voice at the back of the box that said that is Kevin Hand's only fan.
Well, at least he's got one more than me. But just looking to see who this is who's come on.
Roland Jones, sorry.
Roland Jones
from the far end, apologies.
So, scorching hot here, and we've had to hide our equipment under the bench because if it's exposed to the heat, it doesn't work anymore. Roland Jones bowls and Brown plays it to mid-on. And again, there will be no run. 117 for no wicket, 55 apiece, the two batsmen, Cook and Brown.
We're having a similar problem with the broadcasting equipment as well, aren't we, Paul?
Yep. Yes,
I've just realised my lead's trapped underneath the... that's why I'm crouched down here like this.
Yep.
I've got to find a way over. There we go. Without taking us off our air, untangling us.
Yeah, I was hoping I'd just managed to...
no, we're away.
Give you something to think about there. Check your reactions after the lunch. Thank you very much to the club for the... and Anne's Pantry for the excellent lunch. This is a ball left alone by Brown, goes through to John Simpson behind the stumps. And yes, I had a very nice chicken madras curry.
Oh, but what about our thanks to Topper's Pantry?
Oh, indeed, Topper's quite right. Yes, the most remarkable cheese board.
Yeah, what a cheese board from the Topley households from Suffolk.
Thank you very much, Dom.
He didn't bring his plums out for us though, Paul. Apparently it's not in season this year.
No, it's been a bad year for plums. Very few LBW decisions. Here's Roland Jones in bowls to Brown. Brown deflects it into his pad and it rolls almost apologetically a few yards out behind square. No chance of a leg by there. And score remaining 117 for no wicket.
So we're at that stage of the afternoon already where the sun's in. And we've got no hope here, have we? Absolutely belting through this commentary box window.
Yeah, I'm afraid the next 3 hours will be uncomfortable. This will be reflected in our commentary. As here comes Roland Jones again. Coming in from the Hayes close end. Bowls, Brown defends, bowler gets a hand to it and cheekily tries to deflect it into the stumps, see if he can catch out the Knight of the Realm, but he doesn't. And I was just thinking as I was sort of walking back with my lunch, what a master Sir Alistair Cook is of economy of effort,
yes.
Which is something that I like to think I've largely mastered in my life. He takes it to a highly polished artistic level. You'll never see him hurry in running between the wickets unless he's frightened, and that is rare, as he does most of the calling. Oh, well, here's a good ball from Roland Jones, and Brown pushed somewhat tentatively forward and could easily have edged it, but he doesn't. 117 for no wicket, and 36 overs have now been completed. But yep, Sir Alistair's parked himself at slip throughout his fielding career. Very rarely has he had to chase a ball to the boundary, or still less hurtle round the boundary. He's got it all worked out, and they've knighted him for it. 117 for no wicket. Haven't done that for me.
I must admit, economy of effort. I am frantically here trying to find a spot that's not roasting in the sun, and failing horribly alongside you. Fidgeting away, aren't I?
That's right.
To find an angle.
In the height of summer, the sun doesn't shine directly in, but at either end of the season, unfortunately, it does.
Carries around the wicket, bowls, and Brown wrapped on the pad. Cook wrapped on the pads, but going down the leg side, it falls to short fine leg, and there's no run.
Yes, obviously Essex is mourning, but with the possible snag, it's not going to be easy to bowl a side out twice on this pitch if it continues as it has.
To carry his bowls, a quicker one down the leg side, and Cook manages to get a little tickle on it. Past Simpson, short fine leg retreats, single taken, 118 without loss. Well, I mean, scoreboard pressure, Simon Harmer, championship table pressure. Middlesex know that Kent will be cheering on Essex here. There's a few factors there beyond just the surface, as here's De Carey's bowls, and this ball's clipped away towards a wideish mid-on. Coming around is Roland Jones to prevent a single, and Essex will have prepared a pitch to, that will turn more as the game goes on. So with Middlesex batting last, this could be a tough few days, as De Carey's bowls again leg side and again tickled. This time by Brown, and fine to the fielder, that'll be 4. Holden no chance. Holden back on the field is good news for Middlesex. 4 more, 1-2-2 without loss. We're in the 37th over.
Yeah, this business of preparing a pitch that will turn more as the game goes on will work in most connotations, but not necessarily at Chelmsford. We always save pitches here. If it doesn't turn on day 1, it probably won't on days 2, 3 and 4 either.
Any notable deliveries from De Carey's or Holman for you so far? As De Carey's is any bowls, and big plunge forward from Brown, wrapped on the pads, but again he was a long way down to that one. It felt as though he was leg side of it.
De Carey's has bowled very well, I think. He's given very little away, but obviously he's not really getting any significant degree of turn.
He's in now, bowls, and Brown tickles to the short leg, and there's no run. There was one ball to, well, a couple of balls actually to Alistair Cook, but there was one in particular. It just floated it, and it was that piece of ball and a piece of string, and it just dropped with Cook plunging forward, but he wasn't quite there to it. The length was beautiful from De Carey's, and all the way forward Cook. It was only with all of his ability that he was over the top of it. A lesser batter would have struggled, but he was over the top of it, killed it into the offside just about. But the time that it took from the ball pitching and it hitting quite high up on Cook's bat, it seemed like an eternity. It happened in slow motion at the time. That was the one that really thought, okay, look, you get your length right on this. That's for any pitch, really. Could be a problem.
Toby Roland Jones, Hayes close end, bowls to Alistair Cook. Played firmly to mid-off, no hint of a single there. 122 for no wicket, 5 added since lunch. And Brown has got 4 of the 5 added, 59 not out, and Cook the other one, 56 not out.
I'm just going to have a look, see what the temperature is right now, because it is it feels 27 degrees, Paul.
I'd have said 28. Update.
Will we settle on 28 and 7.5?
Update your phone. Here is Roland Jones again. Bowls, and this ball's driven. Lovely straight drive, and as well that Roland Jones got a hand down on the ball to take all the pace off it, because that might have gone through for 4. It was a nice shot. And we have an important message to relay here off the scorecard in black type at the bottom. Thank you to Tony Choate, who is scoring his final match after over 30 years service at the club. Here, Tony Choate, the Essex scorer, done a magnificent job. And ball's played into the covers, there's no run there. And the reason this is his last game is that I think it's his son who's getting married in Toronto, and chose the middle of September for the date, and so not surprisingly duty comes first, and he's going over for that, so he's retiring a couple of games early, but he's done a great job, and of course scored the World Cup final in 2019. You may have seen the greatest match on the telly the other night repeated. I watched it start to finish. 11.05 to 12.35. It is the next ball, and turned wide of mid-on, but not sufficiently so that they can take a single. And Ryan Higgins, the man there, quick to get to the ball. 122 for no wicket in the 38th over. But well done to Tony, and rather nicely in his final match. His fellow scorer at that World Cup final, David Kendricks, is on the ground here today.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And you met him earlier.
Indeed, he popped up, yeah. And David and I go right the way back to cricket call days in the 80s with David Townsend in matches between Middlesex and Essex. Cook plays this ball up to mid-off. David was a very impressive young man at the time, and
which one?
Great to see him again. Yes, that's a very important addition there. David Kendricks, yes.
There was only one that was impressive as a comment from the back of the box.
Well, I can't be rude about David Townsend. I've enjoyed many a match commentating with Dave. and he still does commentary, Dave Townsend.
He does.
But haven't met him doing that since a Yorkshire match in 2019. Here is the next delivery, and this ball is flicked to Higgins at mid-on, and again there will be no run. Another over passes by a maiden. 59 to Brown, 56 to Cook. 38 overs gone, 122 for no wicket.
I hope it was marked with a picture of the pair of you commentating together. And indeed, as we have all known, we should have ushered David Kendricks up and stood behind you scoring for that one. But going back to the Essex scorer, so the Essex scorer, people are renowned for their meticulous nature of preparation and planning and note keeping. His son's getting married in the cricket season, in his final cricket season.
Yeah, it could be grandson rather than son, but yeah.
I'm sure other than that he's raised his children very well.
Indeed.
Weddings and cricket seasons for cricket folk. Here's De Carey's around the wicket, bowls, and Brown plunges forward, pushing back, and there's no run.
Yeah, there is an argument that says, when isn't the cricket season in place now? Because in global terms, there's always a lot of it going on all over the place.
True. Well, when isn't the English cricket season in season? August. Here's De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped and gone. That's short leg. Robson takes the catch. Brown departs. Sharp chance straight at Robson. Brown can't believe it. Hangs his head backwards as he walks off. Delight for De Carey's. Robson holds on, and Middlesex have a breakthrough in the 39th over. Essex 122 for 1.
Reward for sticking at it in very hot conditions here at Chelmsford, and well done to Sam Robson. You stand there most of the time. Your health and safety is in extreme danger, even though you're padded up as best you can be. But that was a sharp reaction catch, even though as bat pad catches go, it wasn't sensational. It's still good to see the way he's kept his concentration up. And Brown, well, he always takes quite a while to leave the arena. Gets a good round of applause, but he will know, because he would very much have intended to go on and make 100 here, and expected to, I think. He knows that to some extent he's got half a loaf, but he's missing out on the other half as he's replaced by the Essex skipper, who's impressed me with his captaincy thoroughly this season, Tom Wesley.
Well, I don't think ominously the first wicket of the match falls to spin, but perhaps a little bit of foreshadowing there. That the first wicket of the match falls to spin. Bamber's bowled nicely. Higgins has bowled well. Roland Jones found an edge, didn't he, which was wide of the slips. But the first wicket falls to the young off spinner, Josh De Carey's.
Yes, I think wickets will eventually go down, but I don't think, from what we've seen so far, they're likely to go down in too much of a hurry. I'm probably setting this up for collapse.
Pressure's the key here, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Middlesex surely will find themselves at some point, well, at a number of points, certainly the start of their innings. I mean, look, Essex are already 122 for 1, so barring really poor collapse, they're going to make 300 at least here, aren't they?
Of course, not the least factor is it's not going to be all that easy for the quicker bowlers to keep going in this what's going to be increasingly oppressive heat.
So a slip and a short leg.
Even since the players departed for lunch, the temperature has risen, if you're in the direct rays of the sun, exponentially by a good 4 or 5 degrees.
De Carey's right arm over, he bowls, and nice stride in. Pushing that one back into the offside from Wesley.
Certainly over the years, these two have shared many a 3-figure partnership.
Off goes De Carey's again. Oh, now that was a quicker ball on a very good length. Brown forward meeting it, had to really roll his wrists as he turned that one just wide of mid-on Roland Jones. Still straight of the short mid-wicket Stoneman.
Yeah, we saw Wesley's renowned strong wrists come into play there.
But he was nowhere near the picture.
No, he wasn't.
The wrists on that, was he? As here's De Carey's bowls, and this is swept straight to the short fine leg. And on the floor, it's taken by Simpson. Probably a jutter here, there and everywhere before he held on. But on the bounce this time.
Oh, it was a terrific bit of fielding that. Back pad.
De Carey's last ball of the over. bowls, and this one's defended into the offside by Wesley, and there's no run. So Brown departing, caught Robson off the bowling of De Carey's a wicket maiden, 1 for 34 from 16. 5 maidens in there for De Carey's, 59 for Brown, and a much needed breakthrough for Middlesex at the start of the afternoon session.
Yep, Robson's reward for that fine, not just catch, but the concentration it involved and the hand-eye coordination was to get whacked by a full-blooded sweep from Wesley.
Well, Robson May indeed. I'm trying to keep that out of the sun there, Paul. You wonder what I'm doing. I'm just trying to find a position where I can sit out of the sun myself, and I think I found one. Look at that. I'm perched next to you now. Perched.
Yeah.
Precariously perched, but perched.
Keen fishing man. And here's Roland Jones in from the Hayes close end bowls to Cook. Single. And that takes the Knight of the Realm to 57, 123 for 1. Cook, well, you often find when one partner of a big partnership goes, the other soon follows. But maybe Cook won't fit into that particular scenario because he does like batting with Tom Wesley, at least for 99% of the time. I did, however, hear him on a commentary stint he did for Test Match Special when asked why he got out for 99 at Trent Bridge, a ground where he's never got 100. He blamed his lack of the hundreds run firmly on the shoulders of his skipper, Tom Wesley, for not responding to Cook's call for a run that would have brought up his 100.
What's the running between these two now?
Yeah, well, neither of them is quick. As Roland Jones comes in and bowls to Wesley, who shoulders arms to one outside off stump, goes down to do a little bit of probably obligatory gardening without it achieving any great purpose. 123 for 1.
Well, we talked about, there'll come a moment in the Middlesex innings, won't there, you'd imagine, responding, and again it'll be at the start of the innings, not be 4 for 4. But equally, at some point in the innings will be, well, it may well be the second innings indeed, but there'll be a couple of wickets that go quickly, and all of a sudden you think, well, they're on a knife edge here. But this is their moment with the ball, isn't it, with a new batter at the crease, Wesley. A moment for the seamers in particular.
Very much so. Roland Jones bowls to Wesley, it flicks this one away and gets off the mark, turning it away to deep backward square leg. And that's gone all the way for 4 there. 2 fieldsmen herring round the boundary, could do nothing to stop it. 127 for 1, and Wesley off the mark with a 4 pennyworth.
Roland Jones onto the hip on that occasion, but you look to he and Bamber and Higgins that they'll all have a go here from the Hayes close end after lunch. It's a beautiful breeze. Apologies to interrupt my own sentences, but a beautiful breeze blows through our commentary box. I can't quite tell you how hot this is here at the ground at the moment.
No, you're better off than me in that respect, in that you're higher up and caught the breeze, whereas I'm afraid I haven't got a whiff of it at all. Not to worry, not yet anyway. Might do when I collapse. 127 for 1, 40th over. We should grumble. We've waited all summer for this, and once it becomes autumn, lo and behold, it arrives.
Indeed.
Here is Roland Jones in and bowls, and that ball's run down to third man. Wesley is interested in the second here. It's being chased down to the boundary and just going to be hauled up inside. They've taken 2, and in all honesty, there probably were 3 there, depending on who the 2 batsmen were. But these are, not to put too fine a point on it, slow coaches. And they settled for 2. And do you know, I don't blame them for an instant.
No.
Who needs to become dishevelled and breathless in these conditions? And I applaud Sir Alistair, who I was saying earlier is the master of economy.
Well, he doesn't sweat either, does he?
No, he doesn't. No, you could say in that case he's got no excuse. But,
Well,
but he has. He's a Knight of the Realm. As here is Roland Jones bowling to Wesley. Wesley leaves, 129 for 1. But I do think it's been a key part of Cook's career that he's always relaxed. He doesn't get in the flap about anything.
No, indeed. And as I say, this is the moment where with Cook well set, they've managed to find a way through Brown. Can they just find something at the other end? As you say, it's one of those matches where you don't think wickets will fall quickly, particularly in this first innings, where Essex will be trying to do this in their own time, at their own pace. They won't be rushed. But this is a moment where can Middlesex's seamers rush Essex?
Roland Jones bowls, another leave outside off stump. Yes, my colleague, BBC Essex colleague Dick Davis, was once interviewing Sir Alistair and said to him, how do you manage to concentrate hour after hour And he said, well, actually, I worked out once, I only need to concentrate for 8 minutes in any hour.
Yes.
He said, those are the only moments the bowler's bowling, and when I'm not having to concentrate, I turn to other things. I think of anything but cricket. There's a great deal in that.
There is. I know when I first started doing this job, the batsman would meet at the end of the over, and I'm sure a conversation would be about where that field position's just been moved, what the bowler's doing. Not at all. It'll be anything but.
Yeah.
And indeed, quite the opposite. If a batter from the other end walks down in the middle, at the end of the over, or indeed the middle of over, even worse, and starts talking about tactics and cricket and technique, his colleague will be furious with him. Furious. Here's De Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball is down the leg side, just takes a bit of the pad of Cook past Simpson, around comes Holden from short fine leg, and there's no one. In fact, I know of 2 international batters who are batting together. I shan't name them, but one of them said to me, I went out there and it was a bit tough. The ball was doing a bit, I wasn't used to it doing a bit, so this was an overseas batter. This is De Carey's bowls, and this is eased away into the offside, and a quick single's taken by Cook, 130 for 1. And he said to his colleague, it's England, it's early season, the ball's doing a bit, I wasn't quite used to it, it was going this way, it was going that. He got a nick and got off the mark down to deep third with a boundary, and walked to the middle at the end of the over and nudged gloves with his colleague, as I say, a fellow international. And this one did play for England. And he said, great shot that, wasn't it? And his colleague said, what do you mean? This is what you've got to do. You can't do that. You've got to do this. You've got to do that. Mr. Carey's is in, bowls, and Wesley has one that really bounces on him, and he didn't get over the top of it at all, and there isn't a forward short leg. Robson is short leg. Had he been a forward short leg, indeed even a silly mid-on, that would have been a dolly indeed. A dot ball it is into the scorebook instead, and De Carey's moves in again. And a low full toss is put away by Wesley, wide of mid-on. And that time it was similar to the roll of the wrist that he had to the ball, which wasn't quite to the pitch of. This time it was a full toss, and he rolled the wrists as he placed it perfectly in between the mid-wicket stoneman and the mid-on.
Yeah, what I admired about that shot, the ball should have gone to the boundary, but again it was the economy of effort, because he just placed it so well. He took specific aim, a nice friendly full toss, which isn't always the worst of balls to bowl, but nevertheless he picked up 4 runs, and rather, as we've been saying with Sir Alistair Cook, with the excellent economy of effort. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
De Carey's bowls, and Wesley waits on this one. Again, there's a bit of bounce on that, wasn't he? He's played that quite high up as he works it through square leg for a single. And 135 for 1 it is.
I think De Carey's was the most worthy wicket taker here. He's not got conditions greatly in his favour, but he's, that full toss was just about the only truly wayward delivery he's bowled in his entire spell.
De Carey's bowls, and Cook, oh goodness me, he's gone. Now, Cook's gone LBW. It was a rather unusual trigger from Cook there, which caught my eye. Now maybe that was a usual, but it felt like he was fidgeting a little about his position and where he wanted to be to play the ball even before De Carey's had released it. And Cook goes forward, misses it, and they knew they had him straight away, didn't they? LBW, Alistair Cook for 58, and it's Josh De Carey's with the first 2 wickets to fall of the match. And again, you can start to say that may well be ominous for all batters in this game now. 135 for 2 as the second wicket falls in the 41st over. Middlesex with a couple of wickets in the 7 overs after lunch, indeed 6 overs after lunch, and both of them to the off spinner De Carey's as Cook to pass.
Well, I think Cook, like Brown, will feel that there was 100 there for the taking, and he's missed it. Out for 58. I was just saying what a worthy wicket taker De Carey's has been, and he proved the point there with one that I think there was a little mixture of turn, not very much, but just enough to go past the proffered bat of Cook as he came forward, and there was a bit of bounce as well, but I wasn't surprised to see the finger go up, and it all looks a bit different now. 135 for 2, and cricket matches do change. I mean, the pitch looked benign in the morning, and I don't think it's done anything outrageous in the afternoon, but there is a bit more suspicion that there is something in it to help the bowlers. And in some ways, Essex won't be sorry about that, even though they'd have rather postponed it until tomorrow, because they have already got a good start on the board. In the meantime, Tom Wesley, who looks in good nick out there, has been having a very good season with 3 championship hundreds to his name already. And he's been joined by Dan Lawrence. People were wondering, I think, is Dan going to play in these last 3 games? Well, the answer appears to be yes, before he departs for the team that Essex are precisely trying to overhaul.
Well, indeed.
Surrey.
I mean, that's something, isn't it? Can you imagine the winning run struck by Lawrence to deny Surrey?
Yeah. Yes, Alex Stewart might change his mind about the signing. Actually, I'm pretty sure Alex Stewart would have said to Dan Lawrence, you make sure you go out and make as many runs as you can for the rest of the season. And Dan suddenly found the most tremendous form in June and July. Here's Toby Rowland-Jones beginning a new over from the Hayes close end. A misunderstanding between the 2 batsmen. Here, I think Dan Lawrence was actually right. The ball was driven out into the covers. Wesley immediately called for the single. But Dan Lawrence, I think, would have been struggling there, and he's quick as well, but I still think he'd have struggled because it was hit pretty much straight to the fieldsman. And Wesley was very quick to take his partner's rejection.
I wonder, Rowland-Jones now, is there any thought with 2 new batters to go seam at both ends for a short period here?
Rowland-Jones to Wesley and leave outside off stump. Well, it's a thought, but on another hand, I wouldn't be that keen on taking off De
Well, no,
Carey's.
indeed. But we only had, 8 overs of seam at both ends.
Yeah.
And other than this point, now, we will only have 8 overs of seam at both ends, unless they go for it now and think, go on, let's see if Bamber and Rowland-Jones can get on a little... I mean, they're both outstanding bowlers.
Yeah, even so, the line I take is you'd never take Simon Harmer off if he'd just picked up 2 wickets.
No.
In fact, Essex don't take him off whether he's taken any wickets or not. Ball played to mid-on. In fact, mid-wicket runs across to save mid-on the trouble. And that is Max Holden doing the energy work there.
I'm mostly just putting it out there as a thought process rather than a realistic. But actually, now I think it through. When De Carey's bowled at the Aegeus Bowl and picked up the 7th, I think he bowled 20-odd overs in the day, 24 overs maybe. And he said, barely bowled 5 overs in a day previously. Yeah. So he's never really had the experience of bowling all day. Now in this heat as well.
Rowland-Jones is in bowls. Wesley plays it down to mid-off. There's no run, and
he's bowled unchanged for the best part of a session now, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, Harmer bowls 30 overs an inning.
But it's built up to that over the years. So for De Carey's, this will only be the 2nd occasion in his life that he'll have been asked to bowl this number of overs.
Do him good.
I don't disagree. I wouldn't dream it out there as a talking point.
I wouldn't dream of taking him off. Obviously, I don't mean ever. You'd have to when Middlesex are batting, but nevertheless, for the time being, don't change success as this ball's run down, probably go to the boundary here. There's a solitary slip, no 3rd man, and it was mixture that of an edge, because it did come off the edge, but the batsman was actually trying to get that ball down to the 3rd man boundary, albeit at a wider angle than the one that it went. And 4 to Wesley, has 11 now, and the score 130, I think that's 139 for 2. Wesley 15.
Far more difficult to understand is Toppers has gone and bought us cups of tea when the tea's free next door.
I didn't want to make it.
Very good answer. Yeah, didn't want to make it. And here's the next delivery. And that's a lovely drive from Wesley, but like so many of cricket's best and most graceful shots, it produces no run whatsoever, whereas the previous one, a little bit edgy, 4 runs.
I think I'm off, am I? Have I got to make way?
I hadn't noticed any smell, but nevertheless,
apart from Toppers' cheese,
I'll accept your resignation speech and prepare to welcome Don Topley.
But I must say, on that tea front, when they all arrived, I thought, not only has he brought cheese, he's gone and got us a nice cappuccino or a latte or a flat white. And it was tea, and I thought, but there's free tea next door.
Yeah, you can't do enough for us. Yeah.
But, I mean, never look a gift horse in the mouth, even if that gift horse looks like Don Topley. But
Josh De Carey's is, I think, the Middlesex captain. Toby Rowland-Jones has been listening to me, and we'll continue with De Carey's, and why not? He's got rid of both Cook and Brown, and 59 to Brown, 58 to Cook. 139 for 2 in the meantime. Lawrence hasn't faced the ball yet, but he's about to, from De Carey's. And Wesley, who looks in good nick to me, has moved along to 15. And Here comes De Carey's up from the river end. Bowles and Lawrence right across the line here. Good movement of the feet from Lawrence, but when he got to the ball, he rather inexplicably, I'm sure he was actually intending to play it into the offside, ends up at shortish mid-wicket. And no run there. Wiseman fields. And that ball was a little bit edgy from Lawrence, but he gets off the mark. Thought he might come back for a second, but they don't take one on the throw. Stoneman, I should have said a moment ago, my apologies. And 140 for 2. Lawrence off the mark with that single. And Don Topley back with us. Don, thanks for the tea.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
And I would have made the tea, by the way, that would have been my option, but the ball is played into the offside here. Takes all sorts.
No, I prefer to purchase the tea for you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I wouldn't have to wash any
No,
cups up or...
no, you've got it all weighed up, I give you your due. As De Carey's is in bowls, and that's too good for Lawrence, and a little bit of a hint of turn there, and certainly it bamboozled Lawrence, and nicely taken by Simpson.
Great education, great opportunity for Josh De Carey's.
Comes in again, gives us a little bit more air, driven by Lawrence for no run into the covers, and yes, certainly De Carey's does look as if he'd be quite happy to bowl all day. He's had a nice 40-minute break over lunch. Next delivery, finding a good length here, a length that's difficult really to commit yourself either forward or back, and Lawrence just plays it to Stoneman at mid-wicket, and there is no run, and at the end of another pretty good over from De Carey's. I think Essex are similarly going to rely very heavily on Simon Harmer, and possibly Matt Critchley, who's having a brilliant season and has a happy knack of taking wickets as soon as Wesley throws in the ball. 140 for 2.
And Dan might bowl a few too.
Yes, that's right.
18 overs, 2 for 41. That represents a fantastic set of figures.
It does.
For Mike Atherton's son. And
Yes, I've forgotten. Yeah.
knowing Mike Atherton as we all do, he was a very calm, he was an obdurate batsman, and I am sure the way Josh De Carey's has bowled today, if he was here or watching on the streaming, he will be indeed very pleased with his son's performance so far. Still got a few overs left, but in the meantime it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones from the Hayes Close end to bowl, and this is driven in the offside. It pierces the infield, runs away quickly across the green outfield here for 4 through extra cover. Lovely shot that indeed from Dan Lawrence. Really was. I don't want to say it was a half volley. It may have been a little fuller than shorter, but nonetheless it equally was a very good shot, Paul.
Majestic, regal. Either would apply to such a lovely shot, and it does just make you wonder, this man's got so much talent. He should really, I think, have already played a lot more Test cricket than he has. But
competing with some very fine
well,
cricketers.
That's true, and it's also true that too often he's got himself out when he shouldn't have done.
I agree with that. Slip in a gully. Rowland-Jones, he's in. Bowls. This is clipped into the leg side from pretty straight. It found the fielder at mid-wicket. There is no run. Good, powerful shot, but straight to the fielder. I agree with you, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, a classic example, Don, one of the last tests he played in the West Indies.
Yes.
He was on, I think it was 87, final over of the day, should have been making sure he got 100 the next day. He'd already hit 2 fours in the over and was out misjudging a drive on the third occasion to the third last ball of the day, and that was a foolish thing to do.
Lawrence facing this time does come forward at the last minute to the delivery from Rowland-Jones. Well played, respected it, still played it with a degree of hard hands. It was almost a push drive, but nonetheless it didn't produce any runs.
Lawrence got 100 in the game at Lord's, first game of the season. Didn't get one for several games after, and he's only got 100 a season for the previous 4 or 5. But once it was announced he was going to Surrey next year, he suddenly scored 2 more 100 and has played brilliantly.
Especially in white ball cricket as well, didn't he? And that is driven powerfully up to mid-on, but finds the fielder no run. It's these circumstances here where he starts to play well and feels confident, and he just probably is. Look, I never batted number 4, but maybe he just becomes slightly over-ambitious.
I think you're right.
And just, there are times as a batsman, and not always middle order, but middle order as well. But you have to just sit in and just bide your time, because they are allowed to bowl well. This time he walks his shot there, probably doesn't take a big enough stride in the first place, hence he overbalanced and walked his shot, but it's driven back sort of to mid-off. There is no run.
One way that I've often seen him get out in red and white ball cricket is early in an innings, caught at deep mid-off or mid-arm.
Yeah.
And he loves that shot.
That's interesting.
When he gets it right, he can play it brilliantly, but to attempt it in the air before you've really taken a good look at the bowling, not a good idea in red ball cricket.
I agree with you. Roland Jones is in slip and a gully. This is played with a 4 defensive, just pushes at it slightly. There is no run, end of the over, and that is now 144 for 2. We're in the 40, well, we've had 44 overs, and Lawrence has 5, and at the other end Tom Wesley has 15. In the same way you thought of your dismissals with Dan, I always think, and there were a couple of occasions I've seen him clip the ball, and we know he works the ball a little bit. It's his productive area, but occasionally it can be his dismissal, and he's been caught at mid-wicket. I remember a particular, he was set, I think he had about 40, and it was a beautiful 40, and he simply clipped it off his legs or off the straight to mid-wicket and got caught at Edgbaston when he was set, and we needed him.
I remember
day.
that, it reminds me a little bit of a former wonderful Essex player. I was a great fan of his, Paul Pritchard.
Yes.
And Pritchard, fantastic striker of a cricket ball, but he'd just be 68 not out and hitting the bowling to all parts. Suddenly, he just flicked the ball without getting over it and caught it mid-wicket, as you say. Here's the start of a new over. De Carey's bowls, and this ball is just played a few yards back by Tom Wesley, 144 for 2.
One of the great things about going to purchase your tea,
Yes.
you talked about wonderful Essex cricketers.
As De Carey's is in, bowls to Wesley, strokes this ball into the offside elegantly, but for no run, fielded in the covers.
2 marvellous Essex cricketers were at the bottom of our staircase chatting. Raymond Eric East.
Yes.
And John Kenneth Lever.
JK.
They've come today.
Oh, good.
They've come today to watch some cricket.
De Carey's is in the bowls, and immaculate forward defence from Wesley, no run.
Not on official invitation duty, but they're here watching some cricket, and they've come with quite a lot of clothes. They've got lovely jackets, shirts, look very smart. It was lovely to see them beneath our stairs.
Old habits die hard, as De Carey's is in bowls, and here's a very elegant drive indeed from Tom Wesley, and that's gone all the way to a covered boundary. What a lovely cricket shot that was. And he moves along to 19, the score to 148 for 2.
We can't see the exact line because we're not in line, but it looked to me as if he's bowled that, not with width, but it was a great shot, quite full, and it was an easy shot for Tom Wesley to caress against the spin, I might add, in through the offside on the short boundary. Super looking shot, ultimate timing, just pure quality.
Yep, no, absolutely right. And people always comment that Wesley's a leg side player. He can play some of those off drives and cover drives as well as anybody. I remember when he used to open the batting in the sort of years between 2011 2014.
Was that Mickleborough era?
Yes, as this
bowled him.
Ball in his bowl.
He left it.
And he left one that turned back, off-break bowler. And Wesley, whose praises we were just singing, gets out to the very next ball. It's De Carey's, gone for 19, and I rest my case in terms of the discussion I was having with Kevin Hand, saying that he would like to see pace bowling at both ends, and I say you're not having De Carey's off in the form he's in, just taken 2 wickets, and he's just taken another one, and Kevin was mentioning the point, he isn't used to bowling long spells, but I'll tell you what, when you keep taking wickets, you don't feel tired.
No, that's right. Well, he's into his 20th over, I think it is, but maybe his fingers will become tired. It's part of an education, this is. You know, we were just talking about Raymond East downstairs, and there would have been cases in his early career, maybe on sticky dogs, maybe on different types of wickets. But here, Josh De Carey's can have an opportunity to learn to bowl on this dryish wicket on day one with what was a harder ball earlier in the day, but maybe later as well he's going to have maybe a finger spinner like Moeen Ali had an issue with his finger in due course, but that is all part of an education for a young spinner. So well done to him for getting, at the moment, all 3 Essex wickets.
And he looks good for more, I have to be honest. You know, he's bamboozled as good a player as Tom Wesley there, just leaving a ball, and you'd think, knowing he was facing an off-break bowler, that he ought to be a little bit more careful in case one turned. He probably reckoned that others hadn't turned in the way that one did, but it's done for him, and well, he really has bowled thoroughly well, and I think he's kept Middlesex in this game, because without him, Essex could still be none down and beginning to disappear into the middle distance. And his spirits were low at lunchtime. How things have changed round since.
Brings Critchley to the wicket at number 5. He's going to be facing Josh De Carey's with no slip. There is a slip. Keeper standing up, a slip and a bat pad on the leg side. 2 men catching, ring on the offside, and a short mid-wicket on the catch there. So he bowls, this time outside off stump, left alone by Critchley. Sorry, I've taken your ball.
Not to worry. Don't do it again. But the Critchley having the most tremendous season for Essex with bat and ball, red and white.
And he did after his move last season. His first season he had a good season.
Well, only good in the sense of not too bad. He himself said
I thought he did well.
No, I'm afraid not.
Batting?
I don't argue with players. I'll take Critchley's stand here. He said, I wasn't happy with how I played last year. I'm going to do better this time.
And he has.
Yeah, well, he's done immeasurably better. He's been superb.
I think he's grown with a huge degree of confidence from his first season.
Yes.
And he's been promoted, he's been batting at 5, he's contributed. In the early season, you talked about Dan Lawrence getting the 100 at Lord's. In the early season, he scored consistently 50s, but they were rearguard 50s. This time, Toby Rowland-Jones bowls, Lawrence goes at it, he gets a thick outside edge, it goes through backward point, and they come back for 3, or is it a 4? 3, it's beneath the Tom Pearce stand, we can't see, 3. And Essex have gone to 151 to be exact.
Yes, Essex need to retrench at this point. They've gone from 122 for no wicket to 144 for 3. Sorry, 147 for 3 and 148 for 3. I'll get it right at the third attempt. And 3 runs there, so it's now 151 for 3. But bonus points are very important in these early stages of the game. And at lunch, it looked like they could get at least 4 batting bonus points. Now they've got to make sure they get at least 3.
Surrey missed out on 1.
They did. Missed out on 2. All out for 396.
Should have got that. 400. This time Rowland-Jones bowls well. This time it's a genuine edge that's going to go and claim 4 runs for Essex and 4 runs for Critchley, who gets off the mark. But I have to say that's very well bowled, and Toby Rowland-Jones looks as if he could be a sweaty Toby Rowland-Jones from now. He was disappointed that went along the floor, but give credit to the batsman there. He played with softish hands and it went down to third man.
Yes, both those had a hint of edginess about them. Both his 2 shots. In fact, it's Critchley, I beg your pardon, with the second one. But they were both very, very similar. All along the ground, so no hint of a catch or anything.
Disappointing for Middlesex that, to go for 7 runs but bowl well. This time it's driven into the leg side, and there's a misfield or a bobble on an old wicket end, of which is parried to mid on, and there is no cause for concern. No run, dot ball. I do like Toby Rowland-Jones, captain, leader.
Yes, he's sticking at it very well in this extreme heat, certainly by British standards.
I'm going to look at Kevin, is he here?
Yep.
Well, did he get a 6 for 7 for in the game against Essex at Lords?
Yes, in a spell indeed.
He did, I do remember it. He did. Toby Rowland-Jones in, this time quite straight. Critchley plays into the leg side, finds the fielder at short mid-wicket. There is no run. I remember that spell. He bowled beautifully, very much alone. It was a lone hand.
Not to be confused with our co-commentator.
No.
Who just feels like a lone hand.
Kevin tells me feels like a lone hand.
He's obviously feeling vulnerable now.
Yeah. I'd have said it was hard for anyone to feel lonely with you around, Don, but...
Don't know where that one's going, but I move on. As Toby Rowland-Jones aborts his run-up, batsman's not ready, twisting the bat in his hands.
When one's ready, the other isn't, in terms of bowler-batsman here. Fingers crossed.
Critchley facing Rowland-Jones, short, pulled into the leg side. He mistimes it. I think it's come off the bat. It goes down to fine leg. They look to see what the umpire suggests, and he suggests bat. So one more run to Critchley. Not quite executed that well. Still no real clouds around, just some aeroplane trails.
Umpire at the Hayes close end is the instantly recognisable figure of Ian Blackwell, and his colleague at the river end is Russell Warren.
Rowland-Jones getting in to his run, bowls, driven back past the bowler, well fielded at mid-on, diving stop, ensuring it doesn't cost the bowler any runs. End of the over, 156 for 3, Critchley on 5, and about to face, no it's not, is at the other end, is Dan Lawrence on 8.
Lovely shot, that last straight drive from Lawrence, just favouring the onside, but Middlesex had set their field well with a very straight deep mid-on.
Absolutely right, that's bowling to your field. You had your curry, you mentioned it at lunch. We went and had a little walk round the ground. We picked up some biscuits for the cheese, courtesy of Essex County Cricket Club. And
I thought you were going to say litter there, but yes.
And we did see today, and I liked it, and I just talked to a couple of young Essex cricketers who had their Essex shirts on, and they were chatting to a couple of kids who had their Oval Invincible shirts on. And what was so nice is to see some kids here today, the last day of their summer holidays.
Indeed, good point. Here's a single to Critchley, played to deep mid-on, and that takes the score to 157 for 3, Critchley 6.
In that top left-hand corner towards the retirement flats and the boundary at sort of deep third man opposite to us, there was an almighty noise of young cricketers playing cricket together.
Yeah,
all
good.
Youngsters.
Good.
Lovely to see. Lovely to see.
Couldn't agree more.
And it's lovely to see people allowed out, as I was once, like at Canterbury Cricket Week and things like that, but out onto the outfield and go and look and have a little walk to the square, see the pitch. Lovely.
De Carey's bowls.
Dropped.
Edged and put down at slip by Ryan Higgins. And once again, De Carey's is causing all the problems here and induces the edge there from Dan Lawrence's bat. 8 he was on at the point where he was dropped. He still is, because they didn't get a run. Well bowled, sir.
It's looking like some are turning, some are not. I can't tell you if he bowls an arm ball, but nonetheless, he's bowling nicely.
Full toss. This has been hit away by Lawrence. It may be able to come back for 2 here, but no. Fielded at deep backward square leg, and just the single. Lawrence moves to 9, the score to 158 for 3. We're in the 47th over. But as I say, this man De Carey's is right on top since lunch. All 3 wickets to fall, and it should have been a 4th.
Yeah, it should have been. I thought that was a bad drop. That was regulation. Yep. Yes, it went quick, but it was catchable. You're not there for your conversation.
Oh, here's another one that goes straight through Lawrence like a dose of salts. And at the moment, as I say, not only has he got all 3 to fall, but he looks like he's capable of getting at the very least a 5 for here. Maybe he's got his thoughts on all 10 as he comes in. Bowles and Lawrence all defence, stretches right forward, nose over the ball, plays it into the covers.
Decent bit of pivot on his front foot, economic action, has an easy action, repeatable action, Probably gets a lot of purchase. Couldn't tell if he has large hands and gets a lot of revolutions.
This ball is dabbed down and didn't really go where Lawrence was aiming it. It ends up at slip off the ball played right into the ground and bounced up. But I think he was looking to hit that a little bit straighter than it went. And 158 for 3. And, well, our esteemed colleague Kevin Hand did moot when the first wicket fell. Might have been after 2 wickets had fallen, actually. Should Toby Rowland-Jones have pace at both ends? But I did insist that this was not the case. You couldn't take a bowler off who was causing so much consternation, and he's continued.
Ethan Bamber into the attack. He replaces his captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, who I thought bowled quite nicely. Bearing in mind his last over, he looked and induced edges. Okay, one was not a chance, but nonetheless it cost him a 3 and a 4 down through the vacant third man. Moral victories, but it's going to be Ethan Bamber now from the Hayes close end. It's these days you don't get too many days like this where it's a still wind, and I have to say very hot today. I would have thought it's 25, 26, maybe.
Oh, it's more than that, yeah,
more.
28.
Is it? Ethan Bamber in, right arm over, nice length, which is played one-handed in the end. Mustn't get lazy here. New bowler to face. You've got to see him off, have a little look. Dan Lawrence is talking to the square leg umpire at the moment.
I must apologise for the fact I'm afraid I can't handle potential emails in the heat of the day because the light is so strong from the sun that I literally can't read a thing on my screen.
I might be able to help. Ethan Bamber in, driven on the up, high off the splice. It's not going to come off the middle there, as Lawrence is quite ambitious, but it's no run.
What might help, Don, if you could begin by looking at scores elsewhere, just to see how Warwickshire are getting on in their reply to Surrey's 396. They were 14 for 2 at lunch.
Were they? Right, okay, I'll do that straight away. If you just take over this bit of the over, do you mind?
Here comes Ethan Bamber. Hayes close end bowls and flicked away off the pads by Dan Lawrence. Gone down out of my sight to fine leg, but the umpire is telling me it's gone all the way for 4, taking the score to 162 for 3 and Lawrence up to 13.
I'm guessing Worrell had taken the first 2 wickets.
Yes.
Had he?
I don't know, I didn't see.
Right, well, Worrell looks to me as if he took the first 2 wickets, and then Roach has taken 3. Warwickshire a 67 for 5.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised. At one point they were going so well, I thought they might have a real chance of landing the title. Ethan Bamber in bowls and Lawrence drives to mid-off. But just before the end of the previous round in July, they just lost games, at least one that you thought, oh, you've gone to pieces. And again here it looks like Surrey are very much on course for an innings victory.
Well, Roach 8 overs 3 for 34, Worrell 7 overs 2 for 24. It's a good attack.
It is.
With the addition of Roach. And obviously they're missing 1 or 2 guys who, Curran, Atkinson, etc., Jacks. And this is played into the offside, no run. Jordan Clark's back playing, 3 overs 0 for 1. Look at the crease, Hayne and Burgess. Burgess formerly of Leicestershire, Sussex, now at Warwickshire, but also played at Sussex, grew up in the Sussex pathway. He's 21 not out at the Oval, along with Sam Hayne, who recently, yesterday, picked up a big bash gig, I think at Brisbane Heat. He's on 17. I think he will play for England in the West Indies this winter. There's a nick down the leg side and he's been given. Oh, what a way to go. They're going to have to take himself off. Dan Lawrence will be desperately disappointed with that dismissal. He's got a little nick down the leg side. The keeper took it and he took it well. I have to say, it was very regulation down the leg side and the umpire gave it straight away, and Dan Lawrence has to walk off square to the wicket as he's been dismissed for 13.
Well, it's a bit like a microcosm of the downside of Dan Lawrence. He's, when he's scoring wonderful hundreds, he's a fantastic sight. But bear in mind, Dom, he should have been caught long since off De Carey's bowling for 8. And he's just added another 5 and been comprehensively beaten a couple of times by De Carey's in the meantime, and departs in a way, a strangle down leg side where you just think the ball didn't get you out. I'm afraid you did.
Yeah. We call it a strangulation in cricket when you're caught down the leg side. It doesn't happen often, but when it is, you just want to go and take yourself off to the loo, shut the door and sit in there for a couple of hours. It's desperately disappointing. Just had a couple of tweets in, Paul, in our area of just inside Suffolk, the Dedham Vale and places like that. They've had the Tour of Britain cycle race, and I think we've had it up there, but the stage 8 started this morning at Southend Seafront. So that was this morning. Or was it on Friday? Yes, no, this Friday. And you can follow that at ITV Cycling. The Tour of Britain cycle, stage 8 starts from Southend. So hopefully that people are enjoying that. Big cycle area up our way, isn't it, Paul?
Very much so.
They do.
Yeah, they like to come our way.
Which brings to the crease Paul Walter, but he's not facing. Josh Takeri's ball.
In and bowls to Matt Critchley. Very important partnership now for Essex this, and that's driven very firmly back, and Paul Walter has to make sure he's not run out without facing, as that ball was hit back to the bowler, who would have been in a position had Walter strayed out of his ground to effect the run out. De Carey's not going to miss a trick out there, that's for sure. As the next ball has Critchley bamboozled. I think I'm going to have to change my tune completely from what it was before lunch, because you have to fancy if De Carey's is causing so many problems, and he is, that Simon Harmer is going to be very difficult when it comes to Middlesex's turn to bat. Maybe those 117 runs up to lunch without losing a wicket could prove very valuable in the end. This next ball is driven down for no run into the offside. We'll bring Kevin Hand in at the end of this over to join Don Topley.
Surely Kevin's going to be a bit happier.
Well, I don't know, he's difficult to please as this next ball's played back to the bowler. I think he had a dream last night of a partnership of 149 for Essex's last wicket between Jamie Porter and Sam Cook.
Don't wind him up. He had a terrible night's sleep.
As this next one is played to a gap at mid-wicket, but it doesn't remain a gap because there's a fine tumbling stop by Mark Stoneman, preventing a run, 162 for 4. It's all gone pear-shaped since lunch for Essex.
Has.
And just to mix a metaphor thoroughly, it's a classic case of apple crumble. As De Carey's is in bowls, and this ball, a pleasant square drive. They don't get a run, there's a good bit of fielding at backward point. And that is the end of the over. Is Kevin here at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Oh, there he is.
I summon him to take my place.
Paul, go and enjoy some cheese. There's some chutney and there's some biscuits there. Go and enjoy as we allow Paul Newton, BBC Essex, to have a half an hour off, and we welcome back Kevin Hand, a happier Kevin Hand. And he's smiling. Middlesex must have a few wickets, as it's going to be a seamer. It's going to be Ethan Bamber, I believe, to continue his second over in his spell from the Hayes close end to the left-handed Paul Walter, who has a slip and a gully. Kevin has got an elevated position now. He's standing up out of the sunshine.
It's far too hot to sit in that sun.
What do you fancy? What would you do if you were on tour in South Africa or the West Indies? Eh?
Oh, well, I'd be making so much money at that point that I'd have all sorts of fans and cooling devices. You see that thing you put around your neck now? It's a neck fan.
Is that right? Ethan Bamber in bowls. This is clipped off Paul Walter's thigh into the offside. There is no run. Of course, both these batsmen played a fair bit of 100 cricket for Manchester Originals and indeed London Spirit.
I've taken my shoes off and I'm stood on the chair.
Have you?
Well,
Very good.
I mean, Murray Walker, he'd stand up for an entire F1 commentary, wouldn't he? He wouldn't sit down for a moment. What are they, 2.5 hours, I guess?
I do quite enjoy standing up sometimes for the blast as this goes through to the keeper. No run, just carries enough shin height to the keeper. So it's been a game of two halves so far, eh? The pre-morning or
Well,
the
indeed,
pre-lunch.
yeah.
Pre-lunch.
What do we make of that?
I think Josh Carey's has bowled well.
Mhm.
Lawrence's was a slightly fortunate dismissal, but fine. Bamber's in, clipped in to the leg side, no run, finds the fielder.
Brown was extremely disappointed with the way he got out. He was
Yep.
the first to go. He's just stood back, rocked
didn't
back,
see
and clipped
that.
it straight to mid-wicket, to short leg.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Was it a good catch?
Well, it was. It was straight at him. It was belly button height when he was stood up. So
Okay.
I guess with Brown rocking back, Robson stood up and it went straight to his belly button. So, you know, any catch at short leg's a good catch, isn't it?
Wesley left his.
Yes, I mean that was quite
For an
deliberate.
off spinner, that's an interesting dismissal. This time it's played on the front foot with a forward defensive out to mid on no run. So I'm intrigued by that. That
Well, that was
for
really
me
interesting,
was
wasn't it? The Cook
probably
one,
not a great bit of batting.
the Cook
be
one
honest.
seemed strange as well because it really struck me as the ball was released that it was almost fidgety, the trigger that Cook had. Now,
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
I need to look back at it and also look back at a few of his other deliveries just before that to see what his trigger was. But it kind of struck me. I mean, sometimes we do, we miss it. And then all of a sudden something strikes us and, oh, did he just change something there?
Bamber to Walter. Walter leaves it alone sensibly. He's going to have to rebuild Essex's innings here. What was the first wicket did it fall? Can you remember?
122.
122.
What were we at lunch?
117.
Okay, 122. I mean, you know, that's a phenomenal scorecard.
40
look at
runs,
that.
4 wickets now. What was the last one to go? Oh, on this score, 162. Yeah, they haven't had it since.
Down the leg side.
4 for 40. I mean, you know, we were saying that it won't be a match of seeing wickets go quickly.
This is forced off the back foot. Not a great shot there. Trying to force it into the leg side perhaps, but in the end it went back up straight to off rather. Good over there, good over. Paul Walter was under a little bit of pressure there from Ethan Bamber. 162 for 4. This has very much woken this game up.
Well, it has, but equally, you know, De Carey's picking up 3 wickets. Again, I go back to the Aegeus a little bit, where you kind of, let's wait and see what Dawson does. You know, and it'll be a case of let's wait and see what Harmer does. Now, you made a point about Eskenazi earlier, didn't you, being
Not here.
not here, however we want to put it, with Cracknell and De Carey's in, Holden, Simpson, Higgins going to be that middle order. There's a lot on the top 2 there, isn't there, that one of those gets in and goes on, and indeed has a start much as Essex did. 'Cause all of a sudden, if Middlesex are 10 for 2, and that's Robson and Stoneman, De Carey's is in, bowls, and forward goes the right-handed. What's happened to our TV screen? We've lost our.
That's all right, I'll go with that.
Is it?
It's there.
Well, that one is. Yeah, I just can't see
Which
that one 'cause
one?
I'm up top. Yeah, our scoreboard's up top. Critchley,
Oh, really?
plunging forward there.
Yes.
With 6 to his name. Critchley awaits, slip and a short leg, and forward he goes, defending into the offside. There we go. It had turned itself off due to inactivity. Lucky. Not such a thing happens to us, Don.
There'll be many.
You're a very active man, though. You're rarely rested, are you? You're a restless soul.
I am.
There's De Carey's, he bowls, and this is bumped back to him by Critchley.
I can't get our emails up at the moment, and I don't know why.
De Carey's from the river end. Bowls, and again, good length there. That was that length I was talking about Cook earlier. Just about over the top of it, Critchley. The River Can, as we established. The first time in 19 years of coming here, I eventually asked the name of the river. It's the River Can.
It is. A lot of people think it's the Chelmer.
Yeah.
It's not. Chelmsford. Nope, not at all. The can. I think it goes in towards the Blackwater area.
To Carey's bit of flight. It's pushed back once more by Critchley. No run.
I think it is. Blackwater is sort of famous for the Malden area.
To Carey's. Round the wickets, bowls and driven back to him by Critchley, and then deflects up to Holman, who charges in from mid-on. It's safely a single. It was a deep mid-on, Luke Holman, and that will be the end of the over. A single off it, 163 for 4. The first run added since Walter's been in the middle. He's 0 from 6. Critchley 7 from 21. De Carey's 3 for 48 from 22 with 6 maidens. Bamber 1 for 28 from his 8 so far with 1 maiden. Just go back to what Paul and I were saying about whether. I mean, he's got a long day ahead of him, to Carey's, because really he's going to bowl unchanged now for the rest of the day from this end, isn't he? And that was why I was just mooting the point at that point. Whether it would be worth, throwing Bamber and Roland Jones together, Bamber and Higgins, just to give to Carey's as much a break or anything. There's 2 new batters, barely faced a ball between them, and just see if seam at both ends, especially given that when you throw the ball to Bamber and Higgins, they're just going to relentlessly hit the top of the off stump. So just a short break for De Carey's to take a moment, because again, you think of Moeen Ali came back for the Test match, didn't he? Hadn't played first class cricket for so long, and blistered his finger straight away. You can imagine tonight that De Carey's will have a pretty sore bowling finger, won't he? Spinning finger.
And there's a second innings.
And there's a second innings to come. So that was why I just wondered whether it wasn't so much remove him from the attack, it was just give him a break, a momentary break, a blast of the other bowlers. However, since I made that comment, he took a wicket. So
well, he's taken a few.
And had one dropped. And had one dropped.
I thought that was a bad drop.
Higgins, it was. Yeah, it was.
You're not at slip because you hold good conversation. You're there because you can catch. Slip in the gully. This Bamber's in, follows through, and this is driven out into the offside, fielded well. Certainly Middlesex have, since lunch, I'm not going to say the body language was poor, but you could sense that they hadn't picked up a wicket.
Well, the Yadav situation. Correct. And lost the toss.
Tell me, Umesh Yadav, what?
Hold on, before we come to that, is this why you didn't field at slip then?
Who, me?
Yeah, because your conversation was too good.
Keeper would fall asleep. No, I was at third slip at best. In comes Bamber. And this is parried back towards the bowl, towards the batsman.
Did you see where it drops? So he pushed it back to Bamber, and Bamber, he kind of parried it backwards. It bounced back at him, and it fell off back down the track and started rolling back towards the batter, at which point he started running at it, realising then he was going to run right down the middle of the track. So it was almost like a kid playing hopscotch. He was here, there and everywhere, trying to not be in the middle of the track.
Yeah, you don't want to be there if you're batting last.
Yeah, you could feel all the batters, their eyes burning at Bamber at that point.
Generally speaking, Kevin, Chelmsford wickets don't break up. HQ grounds don't break up. Maybe the only one that we do occasionally hear is Taunton back in the day.
Yeah, Paul was saying that, yeah.
But not really. Look, it might turn a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see. They don't normally break up here. Bamber bowls short. This is forced off the front foot almost by Critchley. Off the splice into the leg side, no run.
Did you feel that breeze just blow through there?
Lovely, wasn't it?
Oh, gorgeous.
Always be there.
I wish it was always there, says Paul. Yeah, exactly. I was looking behind me over my shoulder actually, because I was rather thinking we almost need to move. Well, no, we need to move the commentary box up there, and we all sit at the back of the box and commentate.
We could, couldn't we?
That might not be the worst idea to do. I think if it's the last 4 days, certainly if it's this kind of heat all 4 days, dear Paul and I will be on the floor.
In comes Bamber. And this is driven back towards the bowler. It's fielded well on the drive on the leg side. A man is fielding on the adjacent strip.
We'll have to wait for T to do it now though, because our red lead is not long enough. Indeed, our power lead wouldn't be long enough either. So T will change it around.
We actually have a longer ISDN cable. We do.
Yeah, but we can't change it mid session. So at T.
But we do have a longer one.
Fortunately, we've got plenty of.
We could retreat.
Water, that is, not beer.
See, I'll stay on the front line if you want, like I'll be asked to. You go retreat to the trenches. Is that right?
In the trenches with toppers.
This is bowled and driven back towards where it comes from, and that's been picked up by short mid-wicket.
Stretch far enough.
Oh yeah, I've got one as well. But the thing is, we'll have to knock the commentary off
Yes.
to move it. So
We'll move at tea time.
wait till it's what time is it now? Yeah, tea's an hour and 20 minutes.
Whispery cloud above us. Beautiful day, still a great crowd here. And I have to say, quite a few Middlesex members too, as Bamber's in, plays and misses. What a good delivery. Nice line, he forces him to play at that line, full stump line where genuine play and miss, through to the keeper, end of the over. 163 for 4, we're in the 52nd over, and Critchley has 7, and Paul Walter, about to face, is still... He's not off the mark yet. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, Paul Newton, Kevin Hand and Don Topley bringing you the live ball by ball commentary, and I hope you're enjoying it wherever you are listening to. In the garden, getting ready for a barbecue tonight. Maybe you're driving on the way home or been shopping.
In an ice bath?
In an
on a
ice
day
bath.
like
How
this?
lovely. Yes.
Are you an ice bath man, Toppers? Do you take an ice plunge? Cold plunge?
No, it was towards the end of my career, and it turned me off.
You're an ice bath man rather than an ice bath?
Not really. I like a nice warm
bath. Yeah.
In fact, we've had a gentleman who contacted us from Thailand. I haven't done too many
not
tweets.
DT.
No,
It's not
no,
Townsend,
no,
is it?
No. Loving the commentary, loving the banter.
I don't want to think of Dave Townsend in a bath in Thailand. Thank you very much.
No.
It's the Careys.
Someone new. We've forgotten the Kratkas. Someone new in a picture.
Slip and short leg. As here's De Careys around the wicket, and forward goes Walter, pushing back, and there's no run. I have to say, I'm quite taken to these cold showers and
Really?
cold baths. Yeah, no better way to start the day. Although, ask me again in deepest winter, and we'll see.
Yes.
Tell you what, I might plunging into a cold bath right now. It's roasting in this commentary box. This ball's pushed back by Walter, and there's no run. For want of a better phrase, Paul is indeed warming to my idea of moving the commentary position to the back of the box. He's produced a long blue lead that'll stretch, and suggested maybe even the drinks break, that we do a quick and then back at the back of the box. Here's De Careys bowls, and this is driven wide of Holman at deep mid off. He comes around and holds them to a single. But yeah, when the players take a drinks break, we may also take a momentary pause, and it really, quite literally with that, because all we're going to do is move the kit all of 2 feet. So it'll just be a case of dialing out and in again. Number at the ready, Paul, to dial back in.
Oh yes.
It's probably imprinted on your brain, isn't it? The BBC Radio Essex.
He's very good. Lovely to see Paul Mussett from the Royal Hospital School, schoolmaster.
Oh yes, is this your old schoolmaster?
Yeah, yes, he was
Here's
a
De
common room
Careys.
colleague as well.
Bowls, and this is pushed back up the track.
Oh, he was a wonderful chemist.
Wait, is this your old teacher? He taught you and Reece?
Certainly taught Reece. He's a lover of Colchester United. He is one of the most popular schoolmasters I've ever met. Seriously.
Here's a length ball from De Careys, pushed away into the offside in the zone. Indeed, I'm sat with 2 schoolmasters, yourself and Paul, aren't I?
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah.
Well, do you know what? I hope he doesn't mind me saying, but Paul Mussett, if I went up to him and said, would you take a side to Gresham's tomorrow under 15 Cs, he would say yes.
This one short, cut to backward point by Critchley, no run.
Rugby, cricket, anything. He really and sincerely, if you talk to Royal Hospital School children, or in particular say Reece, if you said to Reece Paul Mussett, he would smile, because everyone enjoyed having Paul Mussett teach you whatever. CCF, RAF department in the CCF, chess, anything. Cricket, football, whatever.
How old are you? None of those made any sense to me. CCF, what? Sounds like an electrical certificate.
Combined Cadet Force.
Oh.
Gives you a little bit of discipline, Kevin.
Oh, I see. Is that where I went wrong, Toppers? Is that why my getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning has made me feel a bit queasy today, and everything's gone a bit skew-whiff ever since?
The motto is, fail to prepare, prepare to fail.
But that's what I'm saying. Today, I was like the early worm rather than the early bird. I was up early, got everything was in line this morning, and nothing...
But how did you not get a proper breakfast?
Well, because somebody nicked mine.
Well, you were early enough. Why weren't you there to eat it?
Well, I was sat there waiting. They said, yeah,
Or
we'll have
did
to
you
prepare the
have-
vegetarian bits out back. We'll bring it to you.
Oh,
They put it out
minions,
front.
minions. Behind you, bringing you breakfast.
Minions. What was that from? Despicable Me.
Was it?
Have you watched
might
that
be
one?
right. No.
Come on, you must have been Grandad watching
Yeah.
Despicable Me.
I'm not a big film man, actually. I prefer to be in the garden. Ethan Bamber. Running down the slope, bowls. This is played off the front foot into the offside no run.
Your missus likes a film, though, doesn't she?
She does,
Because
actually.
that means you're in the garden.
Yeah, she does. Actually, Reese enjoys films. He
That's
really
because
is.
you're in the garden.
No, they do. I have to be in a mood.
Is
for
he
a
in the
film.
garden? Quick, turn the movie off. I don't like movies.
Yeah, no. I have moaned lately. There's not been too much deadheading done. It takes me about an hour to water.
That's because they're all watching The 100.
Short into the leg side. Walter plays that. I think it's come off the bat. We look at the umpire and he doesn't signal. So that's Paul Walter up and running. He's on, I can't see, is that 2 or 1? 2.
See, all your
So-
heads would have been deaded if The 100 wasn't on. They've all been too busy watching that, haven't they?
Listen, with the South Africa T20,
Yeah.
with the IPL,
Hey?
listen,
What?
I have been accustomed, and I do genuinely enjoy a white ball game on in the afternoon at tea. I do enjoy that. Bamber in, driven on the front foot, good defensive shot, hit quite powerfully, back to the bowler.
You mean the
no run.
SA20?
Yeah.
Yeah. The South African IPL, yeah. The SA20.
Yeah.
The South African branch of the IPL. Soon to be the British branch of the IPL if Toppers has his way.
Oh. Don't throw me under the bus. I've
You wouldn't
already-
let it go. You're like a dog with a bone this morning. You wouldn't let it go.
Bamber, slip in a gully. He's in, right arm over, forced into the offside. Sensible bowling, good bowling, and decent batting there as he cannot find the gap.
I will very much put this forward, though, as I always have, as my thoughts on shortest format cricket. England should be playing their short form cricket, T20, and List A, while in the Championship, while the counties are playing Championship cricket. England should be playing their Test cricket while the shortest format's being played by the counties. And that way you've got an afternoon and evening served up to you every day throughout the summer.
More complicated than that. This is cut. Bit of width on this, and Critchley's gone after it and smashed it through the offside towards the player's gate, square of the wicket on the larger boundary.
Well,
A lot of acreage that side of the ground this 4 days. Good shot.
Well, it isn't, though, and this isn't about 100 versus blast or anything. This is purely about scheduling. The players always complain they want their cricket in blocks so that they're not having to go. And much like Eskenazi now, who's going straight from a 16.4 to...
Excuse me, it's not called the 16.4. I do shall I call the Metro One Day
Well,
Cup
for cricket
the Diet
fans,
Vinto?
the cricket for fans...
Please don't be insulting, Kevin. Ethan Bamber on his way in, bowls. This is playing a miss, well bowled. No edge though. Got away with that, did Critchley. Carry on.
But part of the reason that Eskenazi has been overlooked, so his average this season in the Championship, he hasn't got the average that he'd have liked. So that's one reason. Secondly, though, he spent a month, Joe Cracknell's spent a month of playing 100 overs a day. Eskenazi spent a month playing 16.4. So there is, Cracknell's in really good form, going out, opening the innings, batting seriously through against two balls at either end, new ball at either end that are doing a bit. And who's going to be best prepared to come into this match is part of what Middlesex have obviously thought. Eskenazi, I think the world of Eskenazi, as I said to you earlier, as a
quality
cricketer,
player.
as a batter, as a
Quality
leader,
player.
as a human being, you cannot get better
You-
than Eskenazi. Or
you know him
he
better
ticks
than
every
me.
box. He's great. You interview him, you speak to him off the record. There are few better to speak to. It's here's to carries around the wicket to Walter, on 2. He bowls and just back of a length. Walter rocks back and there's no run. But that's part of it, so it's almost a double whammy. He hasn't quite got the runs in first class cricket this year, and he's come off the back of a competition which doesn't transition into Championship as well as List A does. The skills are more transferable between List A and the Championship. As forward goes, Walter, and there's no run. And Bamber doesn't bowl a ball in T20, but he does bowl in List A, and we'll go straight from that into this. And similarly, Cratnell's gone from List A into this. And I think if Eskenazi had been playing the 50-over competition and had scored a few runs, whereas Cratnell had been away at the 100, then maybe it'd have been Eskenazi playing. But who knows? Forward goes Walter. There's no run. Middlesex had to make a call. Cratnell scored a fair few runs. He had a good one-day cup. What do you do to a young cricketer? Do you say, well, thanks very much, mate, but he's coming back from playing 16.4.
Quality.
Who, Cracknell?
No.
Here's
Eskenazi.
Oh, he's got him! De Carey's bowls one that Walter just completely misjudges. It's bowled him. He was neither forward nor across. The bat was somewhere hanging behind him. He was completely all at sea at that one, Walter. And he's bowled yet again by De Carey's. Well, much like the earlier wicket that he picked up, Wesley, wasn't it, who left one alone. I'm just looking at the replay of this. And, well, he's got himself into a bad position, completely misjudged it, and pays the price. And 4 for De Carey's, who took 7 for at the Aegeus. He's got 4 here at Chelmsford on the first afternoon, and Essex are 169 for 5.
Well, I can only say well bowled, and, you know, with the limiting amount of spinners around, maybe Josh De Carey's, whose father's Michael Atherton, who
only ever took a 6 for,
was known as a very fine opening batsman.
And do you know how I know he only ever took a 6 for? Josh told me. He took the 7 for. That was the text messages that night.
Where did Atherton take a 6 for?
Well, I don't know that,
really?
do I?
What? All I ever remember, there was a famous game here in the in the NatWest Trophy here, where Daffy de Freitas got injured, Danny Morrison played, somebody got injured, and Mike Atherton had to bowl the end overs in a late night game here on television, BBC television. And it was 320, something like 317, and Essex chased them down, and he had to bowl the last couple of overs from this end.
He followed me on Twitter, Phil de Freitas.
Did he?
I tell you what, that was one of the happiest days of my life. Never mind you, Angus Fraser.
Another fantastic cricketer
I
that came
loved him.
from the
When I was a
MCC
kid.
Young Cricketers. Was
Chris Lewis.
I know, it was my boot boy, Daffy, back in the day. Under Don Wilson, helping out at London schools.
I loved Phil de Freitas. Then all of a sudden, when I was a kid, and then all of a sudden you look at Phil de Freitas followed you, you're like, yes.
Really. Good bloke. Very honest.
Never mind commentating with Angus Fraser or all the others. It's Daffy that I was happy with. Here's De Carey's. He's right arm around bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. And there is no run. Adam Rossington, familiar figure to Middlesex.
Couple of Middlesex old boys playing today's game.
Didn't go so well at Lord's, did he? Rossington.
No. He felt there was opportunity at Northampton.
No, I mean in the match earlier this season, as forward goes Rossington, pushing back, and there's no run.
But he captained
I seem to remember him. Didn't he hoy one over deep square from a peculiar angle? Or he got out playing an odd shot, didn't he? Down to the mount stand court. Yeah. That's it.
Gosh, we remember that.
End of the over. Walter's gone in rather peculiar fashion himself. He was all at sea, as I say, for that one. 169 for 5. De Carey's has 4 for 49.
He's bowled very well. It's enhanced his reputation.
I go back to what I was saying when those first 2 wickets fell, and Josh De Carey's had got them both, and you just thought, blimey, he's going to bowl all day here, unchanged from the 8th over. He came on at the end of the 8th over, and I thought, goodness me, this is going to be a lot for the youngster. Maybe with the 2 new batters there, just whip him out for 20 minutes or so, let Bamber and Higgins and Roland Jones have a blast, and then get him back in, because he's going to bowl all day. But all day's not going to be that long at the moment. 55 overs, 5 down. A couple more now. Middlesex will be thinking about wrapping this up very quickly. This is a big partnership now, isn't it?
It is.
6th wicket.
The game has been changed on its head post-lunch. Bamber slipping a gully still. 2 men on the onside catching. One very straight mid-wicket and a squarer mid-wicket, conventional mid-wicket catching. No mid-on.
Go back to Eskenazi for a moment, if we may. We talked about Max Holden coming in. You know, he modelled his whole career on Alistair Cook. all his technique, his mannerisms, Alistair Cook, he's the batter that I always modelled myself on. And then he had to change his game because he wanted to play white ball cricket, and he went on to take the List A record for Middlesex, and now obviously a 100 player.
Bamber bowls, played forward defensive into the offside, no run.
He and Eskenazi were two when they first came in for Middlesex. Cracking cricketers, but they're just first class cricketers. They're not going to get in the T20 side. Well, then all of a sudden, fast forward a few years, and Eskenazi and Holden are the T20 openers for Middlesex, and then all of a sudden they're 100 players. So they're two players that have had to remodel their career as they've gone as professionals.
Okay.
Now, for me, Eskenazi should be club captain for Middlesex, and that's not any disrespect to Roland Jones, and he should have been for some time.
Bamber bowls, driven into the leg side, no run.
He's such a good leader. He's so well respected by his teammates. He talks so well. He's eloquent. He gets the point across well. The post-match interviews with him, he doesn't shirk from a question, and he's expansive. And absolutely he is. He's desperate to do well.
Can I ask a question? I'm being diplomatic, and I know you don't want to say the wrong thing, but why is Holden playing and Eskenazi not? Both had quite successful hundreds. They both could bat in the same position. Why is Holden playing and Eskenazi hasn't been chosen? He is a quality cricketer.
Well, I can think of two innings.
Quality individual, and Middlesex in their position need him. This is driven into the offside. Well fielded. Who was that? 11. Is that Holden? Stoneman.
I can think of two innings. One was against Nottinghamshire.
Yep.
And another one just before the break as well for Middlesex, where Holden got runs in the Championship in crucial matches, at crucial stages, and he thought, well done, Max, well batted. Stephen Eskenazi's had a good few cameos into the 30s this season, but hasn't got a big score yet. Max hasn't got a huge score, but I'm assuming that's the reason why.
Okay.
And Holden was the big success in the 100, wasn't he?
He was, as this is driven into the offside. Decent delivery. Probably just opened with the face, and it was a decent delivery which made him open the face into the offside, no run.
But listen, my point on Eskenazi, if you go back a few years, Eskenazi's been in and out as captain in every single format.
Yeah.
And that's not easy, and I think that has, I can't put words into his mouth, but I can't imagine that every time, something goes wrong at Middlesex, a captain's out of this one, right, Eskenazi, can you do it? Yeah, of course I can. And then it affects his form slightly, and what happens next? He gets dropped.
As Bamber is in, driven back up, keeper standing up, well fielded, no run at all there, end of the over, 169 for 5. The reason I ask it, I'd like to think that I've asked a question that many Middlesex fans would equally ask, because it's a tricky question.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with your question. As I say, if you go back, for me, many years ago, Middlesex could have taken the view, right, that Eskenazi is clearly a leader, and a quality cricketer, as you've just pointed out. And I've said, like I say, I can't speak highly enough of Eskenazi on every front that you'd ask me about him. So, he's made to be a long-term club captain at Middlesex. Would that have settled the game down for him, rather than he's in as captain for this one, he's in as captain for this one, he's in as captain for this one, oh, this has gone wrong, quick, throw the captaincy to Eskenazi.
Well,
that doesn't help a batter's game. And again, he and Holden are of this generation of cricketers where, they broke through, got into this first-class side of Middlesex. As De Carey's begins a new over! And he goes past the edge, Simpson whips off the bails.
He's gone for a stumping.
Yeah, Simpson whips off the bails.
Leave his crease.
Nothing doing.
I've got another...
But do you take my point, though, as I finish that point, do you take that point that, could Middlesex have taken a view and said, look, this guy clearly is captaincy quality, give him the captaincy, leave him, he's a quality cricketer in 3 formats, all right, one format might not, and David Milan made this point to me years ago, as here's Rossington sweeping to Carey's fine of the deep square, a long chase there, which won't be one out to the boundary, and 4 more it is, deep square going around. Couldn't cut that one off. I'm just trying to see who it is. Oh, it's Cracknell, of course. We're in 48. Unaccustomed as we are to seeing Cracknell in whites. But
question.
They both had to change their game. Well, hold on. Let me finish, because you've asked me 2 questions on Eskenazi, and I haven't felt that I've answered either of them fully. With Eskenazi, so you then asked me, well, why is he not playing here today? I just think that long-term management of Eskenazi, perhaps he could have been backed more. There's one particular fixture as this ball's full from Eskenazi. It's pushed back into the onside by Rossington. There's no run. Where I really thought, hold on a minute, you've dropped Eskenazi for this. I think it was by Stuart Law a couple of years ago at Lord's, where he got a decent 50 in the third innings of the season. I think it was against Hampshire perhaps, and then he was dropped next match. It's a bit of fly on this, and this is pushed back by Rossington. There's no run. So, they've gone through a number of captains. They've got a clear captaincy player there. David Malam had said to me previously, look, there's 3 formats. If I'm scoring in 2 of them, not in the other, I'd want to be backed in the other, because cricket's cricket for me. As forward goes Rossington, pushing back again, and there's no run. And there might be at one point in the season where in this competition you're not scoring, but you are scoring in the others, so back me. And I'd put perhaps Eskenazi into that as well, that bracket as well, and especially if you put the captaincy onto him as well, and just say, look, you're the captain, your back's by us, get on with it. Would that be a better situation? And does that answer your question, Toppers? And here's to Carey's bowl. Short, it's hooked away by Rossington. He didn't go fully through with the shot because Cracknell set back at deep square and a singles take on 174 for 5.
There's much more to it, as you've highlighted there, and I fully appreciate that. My point...
It's not a simple answer, is what I'm saying to you.
My point was Middlesex can ill afford to not use their quality cricketers. Which brings me on to the next question, and I'm putting you
blimey,
under...
barely answered the last one.
I'm putting you under a little bit of pressure here, because it has been a difficult season.
You can see I'm dripping with sweat from the
questions.
This is like Kennedy and Nixon in the presidential debate. What was it, 60? Dripping with sweat here.
This is an important question, because I think, a lot of the people listening to us will actually be Middlesex members, or on the streaming. For a number of years now, Middlesex and you keep talking about, they're a young side, they're a learning side. Is this Middlesex side getting better? Are there
clearly they are. They're in Division 1.
Are their youth learning? That's important. You can't keep saying year after year after year, we're a young team. You've got to improve. As Bamba, one of their youth, is bowling. This is driven into the leg side, perhaps nips back inside edge into the leg side, where deep square leg, deep mid wicket really field.
Toppers, this is a prime example, and I looked at the scorecard and this struck me earlier.
Giving you
Umesh Yadav,
yes,
Simon Harmer,
yes,
versus no overseas player in this game. Yes, they wanted to have Yadav, and that was the intention, but again, hastily arranged. They had Milan in overseas in all formats overseas, only one overseas for the entire season. He's gone back early. They tried to hastily arrange Yadav. Through no fault of their own, it hasn't happened, we should add, but Middlesex clearly have financial restraints at the moment.
Bamba in. There's an LBW shout. Like to see that again. The umpire's not interested. We're not behind the arm. I don't know. It looked to me as if he was looking to play leg side with it. We're about 11 strips over on the offside, looking across from third man to deep square, long on, really. There was a shout, but umpire wasn't interested. Keeper standing up, keeping the Essex batsman in the crease. Critchley comes forward with an excellent forward defensive, plays into the offside, no run.
It's like the old gangster movies, this, when they put the cops put the light on the gangster and right in their eyes and they're sweating under the heat, isn't it, when they're grilling them? This is you and me. You can feel you're in the shade there now and I'm the one in the belting sun. What was the next question going to be? You were grilling me about it. Are they moving forward? Well, they won second place behind a ridiculously strong Nott side, arguably the best team in the country, the year before.
Yep, got promoted.
Then they ended up in Division 2 and they stormed it, and then Middlesex took second.
Yep. This time Bamba bowls another good. This is a good tight bit of play. It's very hard for the bowler. There's nothing in it. It's hot. It's hard work. He's sweating, but he's got a bowler spell here, which with De Carey's at the other end, bowling in tandem, trying to dry Essex's runs up.
So now you look. I mean, who's improving for them? Bamba has been incredible.
Good.
Absolutely incredible.
Helm?
Helm
not playing here?
No.
Why? Was on England's radar as this time Bamba bowls little too straight, which is whipped into the leg side and slightly mishit, but it goes out to the man at deep mid wicket for 1.
Who are you going to drop for Helm? Because he's bowled 16.4 overs for the last month.
Yep.
Come in, Mr. Topley, your time's up.
Come in, Mr. Topley, your time's up. 16.4 overs for the last month. Bamber's bowling 10 overs a match. Higgins is bowling 10 overs a match. Roland Jones has been building up to this game. Who are you going to drop out of those three for Helm as he comes back from the 100? It was a difficult one, especially if you're on a pitch where you want to play two spinners.
Bamber in, driven into the offside.
Helm
Well played, good over, very pleasing that over there from Bamber, 176 for 5.
As much as Shaheen Shah Afridi was the wicket taker at the start of last season, Helm was the pick of the bowlers. I mean, some of those spells from Helm, actually Roland Jones as well, some of the spells from those two at the start of last season were incredible. But the wickets went to Afridi. There was almost that X factor taking the wickets. So I'll go through that answer anyway, because you've got to get out of the way.
I'm out of the way. Last question is the batting... These are the questions your Middlesex members, fans, will be happy for me to ask.
Yeah.
The batting's been the issue at times.
Yeah, 100% it has.
Is it improving? Is there a way forward? I shall leave you with that. And also, Paul Newton.
Well, this will be a very good test of that. This match will be a good test of that. They've made a bold decision, which is what has led us on to all this, to select Critchley ahead of Eskenazi. Davies plays as well. No Peter Milan, who was their overseas bat for the season. Josh De Carey's, who's going to come in all the way down at number 9, having opened last season. Holman, Simpson, Higgins. There's an awful lot of batting in this game for Middlesex. And one of the key figures may well be Max Holden and playing the spin of Harmer. But crucially, they've got to finish this innings off as cheaply as they can. As De Carey's is in, he bowls and a big stride forwards this one. Critchley pushes back into the offside. 176 for 5. So the answer on is the batting improving. Well, they've brought in Stoneman to try and steady things at the top. He helped get them out of Division 2. Robson has had a better couple of years. He had a bad couple of years after being dropped, didn't he? And then came good again. As De Carey's moves in. Bowl short, and that's cut away just a bit too short. It was a bit of a long hop really outside of the off stump, and no mistake from Critchley. 180 for 5. Critchley moves to 16, and then obviously Higgins has been an absolute star with the bat. Simpson was star man with the bat last year, so there's a lot of positives in there with the bat for Middlesex, but clearly that has been their biggest problem this year. Welcome back, Paul Newson.
I should think I am. Yes, I've no questions lined up for you at all.
I can stop sweating now.
No pressure.
De Carey's. He's in, he bowls, and on the back foot this is eased to backward point and there's no run. But as I've said, Middlesex really have got to have long-term thinking at the moment. There's no short-term solution when you've got no money.
Well, I'll tell you what, they deserve...
And they, like many others, don't have any money.
They deserve fantastic credit for the way they've stuck at it this afternoon and turned the game round.
De Carey's bowls, and this is clipped wide of... Well, fine indeed of the mid-wicket. In the air for a moment, no chance for short leg. Single taken.
I think there should have been 2, but
quite possibly.
Again, not for the first time, I have to say, not the quickest pair between the wickets, particularly Rossington, who great blues song, built for comfort, not for speed. And I mean, what's important for Essex isn't to try and snatch a second run, it's to get a partnership together, because who would have believed at lunch they might not get a single batting bonus point?
Well,
they need another 70 just to get 1 or 69.
Well, it's going to make a game of it, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
There's a darted one from De Carey's outside of the off stump, left alone by Rossington. Maybe there was talk at lunch of 600, wasn't there? Middlesex are really going to be up against it here. Essex might end up batting just once if Harmer gets going, but this should really make a game of it now.
Same sort of things happened at the Oval.
De Carey's, lots of flight, and that's swept with the toe end of the bat on the full by Rossington out to deep square. Precarious. Go on, tell us for the Oval.
Well, a few moments ago, Warwickshire were 99 for 6.
Oh.
And bearing in mind, Surrey 339 for 4 overnight, didn't make 400. They added about another 57, in fact exactly another 57, for the loss of the last 6 wickets. 4 went down for 22, and for some reason, you'd think in this weather that this would be a day to be on the batsman's side, but apparently not so. And here, Essex 117 for none at lunch, but now 182 for 5, and dependent upon particularly this pair, I'd suggest, Critchley, who's currently 17, and Rossington on 7 to try and, you can't hardly believe you're saying this, but to try to get Essex back into the match. Well done to Carey's, son of Mike Atherton. Unlike his dad, he's an off spinner. Mike Atherton bowled very decent leg spin. I say that, he may be listening, so I thought I'd pay him a compliment there. Quite useful with the bat as well, they tell me.
Was he? Any good at captaincy?
I think he was, actually, yes. I did have the pleasure, actually, of interviewing a very young Mike Atherton at Cambridge University during a match then. It was round about 1989, and I asked him if he could spare me a few minutes, and we sat on the pavilion steps and had a very pleasant 10 minutes or so, because at that time he was all the rage as the up-and-coming star. He hadn't at that time played for England.
Did you ever interview a young up-and-coming Don Topley?
I did, I'm ashamed to admit
it.
But yes.
Just Toppers remember it? Has this ever been raised before?
No, he's forgotten it, but I remember it well. Here is Higgins in, bowls, and the ball played back to the bowler. Higgins coming into the attack.
What was he like to interview, given he's just grilled me?
Yeah, very good.
Was he?
Yeah, to give the man his due, you could always get a decent... what you want, as you know, when we interview players, is someone who's got something to say for themselves. And even if you don't agree with a word they say, which obviously was true in Dom's case, but, it made for good interviews. And I always look forward to interviewing Dom. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this ball is played into the offside, and there's no run there. He did have a fantastic... One match in particular I always remember him for was at Valentine's Park, Ilford, and there was Don Essex v Sussex, 6 for 16 at the close of play one day. Tremendous. I think Imran Khan was one of his people he got out. So that was no mean performance. As here is Higgins in, bowls to Rossington, and mistimed drive takes the inside edge into the pad and squirts a few yards, insignificant yards, because there's no run.
Oh, he went a fair few over there. I've just looked at the time. He went miles over there, didn't he, Toppers?
No, he did.
He's back on in 20 minutes.
Well,
17 minutes indeed.
I'll let you into what's no longer a secret. I felt so faint after being caught in the sun from my previous session. I thought if Don can stand it, I'll let him go on for a bit.
Well, exactly. That's why.
And I waited until there were only 6 overs left to the tea interval and thought, I'll go back.
Jeremy Paxman.
Yes, Higgins is in, and this goes through without batsman needing to address the ball.
Wow, there is. We're nearly at tea, aren't we? Well, hold on. What comes first? Tea won't be taken till 3:40.
It will.
It won't be taken at 32.
Yeah, but what you're forgetting is we started at 10:30.
Oh, of course, so it's 3:10, of course. Yeah.
64 overs.
Forgive
Don't
me.
contradict me, by the way. It never worked. Because on the rare occasions I am wrong, I can turn so nasty. People think, oh, let him have his way, for God's sake. Here's the next Higgins delivery, and Rossington steps across his stumps and angles the bat to send it wide of mid-wicket, but not in such a way that a run resulted. Score 182 for 5 in the 60th over, after Essex had been a serene 117 for no wicket at lunch.
I don't think in 19 seasons we've ever had a crossword, you and I, Paul.
No,
apart from that one time when you insisted what a lovely chap Don Topley is.
And this never had a crossword, in spite of the fact I'm a very keen cruciverbalist. And here is the next delivery from Higgins. Bowls, a loose shot here from Rossington, well outside off stump. Should have left it, but like a man with an itch that he has to scratch, he went after it, missed, and it goes very low. It is a pitch that keeps low at Chelmsford. Not this particular pitch, just the pitches generally here. And one thing I would just like to say, actually, we've been talking about how far over the pitch is. And as I was walking round to get my lunch, we were just coming up to lunch at the time, and I wanted to beat the queue, but I stopped and had a peer through the gap between the various sections of the crowd.
Sorry, you did what?
Away to our left. And the view you get with the pitch being so close to the spectators away on the public side to our left, a wonderful view. Normally they're the ones with the long boundary to have to suffer, but it really does make you feel you're actually out in the middle playing almost, if you're sitting in one of the bucket seats away to our left.
I had to say, with the temperature today, I'm rather glad I'm not.
Well, yes, I quite agree. It literally does get too much for us, and that's we don't say that lightly. It is so strong, and the point would be in the height of summer, we don't suffer no matter how hot it is, because the sun is so high, it doesn't come through the window. But beginning and end of the season, and obviously in the beginning of the season, you don't usually get temperatures like these. But in September it can be rather a nice month for weather, and it's too nice today.
Here we go. I've talked to Carey's out of the attack. 4 for 60 from 24, would that be? 26.
He'll be back on straight after the interval.
Indeed. They're going to throw the ball to Sam Golden Arm Robson.
I admire him just as much for the period where he wasn't taking wickets before lunch, because I felt he kept a hold of things for Middlesex and blocked an end up without proving expensive in the way Simon Harmer does. And then suddenly he's taken 4 wickets. Should have been 5. He had Dan Lawrence, the only man not out in the end, to De Carey's. He had him dropped a palpable chance to slip. So, De Carey has been absolutely outstanding.
Brendan Jones having a chat with Robson. There's a long on in place below us, Luke Holman. Let's have a look at all the field. Slip, backward point, deep cover, extra cover mid-off, long on, short straight mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square. And here is the leg spin of Sam Robson. And well flighted, well landed. Good spot from Robson's start. Good defence from Critchley too.
Both these sides have both off-break and leg break options.
Yeah.
And I think that's how the game should be played. I think it's very good. Essex have got Harmer and Critchley, and 1 or 2 others, Lawrence and the skipper himself, Wesley.
Robson again. Bowls! Oh, beauty past the edge. Forward defence from Critchley. Skids that one through. I tell you what, for as enjoyable as this is for the Middlesex spinners at the moment, there'll be a few Middlesex batters out there thinking they've got Harmer.
Yes, and they'll also be thinking a pity they got 100 partnership for the first wicket.
Robson bowls, and that's driven away to mid-off, just wide of Roland Jones for a single by Critchley. Used to 18, 183 for 5. They were very positive this morning, weren't they, Cook and Brown?
Yes.
But equally, there was a lot down to deep third, wasn't there?
Well, I, if you like, misread it because, the pitch appeared to be playing so sublimely when the cricket bowlers were on. I thought, well, this is going to be pretty much needing all 4 days played to have any chance of getting a result. But you'd have to say, the way the game's gone since, this could easily be over inside 3 days.
Robson flips the ball hand to hand, Rossington on strike. They've switched mid-wicket and extra cover. Not sure why. Maybe Stoneman is a bit more chirpy at extra cover, trying to get in the ear of Rossington perhaps, as Robson's in and Rossington swings him away. Down to deep backward square leg for a single all along the floor, mistimed, but over the top of it crucially.
Yes, I don't think he was pleased with himself with that. In fact, he's holding the bat by the blade, which batsmen do to signify when they're not happy. He was looking to get at least 4 there, and as soon as he saw the ball was going straight to a fieldsman, he looked to the heavens.
What a flight again from Robson. An open face from Critchley. That's pleasantly played down to the vacant deep third. There's a backward point, but just chops down on it. Finding the fielder for 4.
If I didn't know him better, I'd say that it didn't go where he intended, but he does. He loves to just open the face like that. And on the drive from meeting it on the full, he therefore sent the ball, instead of going sort of in the cover region, down to wide third man. Robson,
what response does he have? Last ball of his first over is down the leg side and bounces back off Simpson. No contact made by Critchley attempting the sweep. 188 for 5, 3 to tee here on day 1. And we mentioned about changing our City end box at the drinks break. I'm not even sure there was one, was there?
No, incredibly. They had one in the morning, but
yeah.
Not in the afternoon. And hard to know why. When you think of the ridiculous occasions there have been drinks breaks on chilly days that have been more like autumn than summer. But no, I don't recall they had a drinks break at all. At least it means that the over rate is very good here, because
is it even up? It is +5.
Yeah, certainly we won't be doing overtime, and they could even do something cricketers don't like to do, and that's bowl an extra over.
Yeah, indeed.
So I think he's taking ages to set the field here, Higgins.
Well, it's odd that, isn't it? They'd rather stay out there for an hour longer by going slow.
Yes.
They could all be off the field at 6 o'clock, or in this case 5:30. But they'd rather stay out there an hour longer. Oh, but we don't want to bowl an extra over.
No, cricketers are mad. Goes with the territory. As here's the next delivery, and that's beautifully clipped off the pads by Rossington. Don't think it has gone for 4. I was going to say I don't think it's going to reach the boundary, but although 2 fielders seem to be closing in on it, And it is, of course, a short boundary over there. Can't be any more than about, even at the angle there, 60 yards. I think exactly square with the wicket. It's only about 50 yards. So 4 runs to Rossington, who hits a heavy ball. And the score to 188 for 5. Rossington on 8. Not sure the board's updated there. We'll give you an opinion in a moment as this goes down to mid-on, the next delivery. No, it's 192 for 5, and Rossington has 12 with Critchley on 22, and just a suspicion that this 6-wicket partnership might, for the first time after the fall of the first wicket at 122, be beginning to build up some sort of substance.
Oh, I think you've talked out a wicket there before tea, Paul. Good man.
No, I haven't. I've looked ahead, and they're still there. As Higgins is in bowls, and Rossington, knowing he's still going to be there at tea, plays the ball out to Stoneman in the covers, and there's no run.
Speaking of tea, Paul, you'll be delighted to know he's got his pork pies out now. The toppers behind us.
Well, you know, I saw this 4-wheel drive
delivery truck.
Yeah, on my way in, and I thought, crikey, Don, you've overdone it there. Apparently Billy Bunter was at the wheel. And, I'm expecting a torrent, I tell you, of jam donuts for the pièce de résistance. Here's the next ball, and takes Rossington on the pad, and the batsman threatened to take a single that they'd no intention of actually taking. Good to see the little bit of rada coming in there. And score remains 192 for 5, 70... just a minute. 75 for 5 Essex since lunch.
He's sliced the pork pie. Do they have a beef pie? If they'd had a beef pie now, I'd have been all over it, but... It's more a beef slice, he's telling me.
Yeah. Well, man with a healthy appetite. Although not all dietitians would agree.
I was going to say the 4x4 was weighed down at the back for once, was it, rather than the front?
Yeah. Mind you, I have to be honest, one thing I've never had any intention of taking any notice of is diets. Don't believe in them at all.
Well,
eat what you enjoy, for heaven's sake.
Well, you're still in the pink.
Well, actually blue, but yes.
Enjoy yourself.
Now, Ian Blackwell.
Yeah, we need a change of ball.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a ball to, so maybe we will have to do a bit of overtime. Should have let Don continue for another couple of overs.
We finally were in sight.
I'd reckoned without this.
Of an interval on time.
Yeah. Ian Blackwell, often regarded as the village blacksmith when he played down at Taunton. Splendid fellow, spin bowler. You'd hardly imagine him as a quick bowler, that's for sure. But phenomenally strong man who could hit the ball clean out of Taunton, and fair enough, it's not the biggest ground in the country, but he was a mighty hitter. And with him, his colleague for this match is Russell Warren, former wicket-keeper batsman for Northamptonshire. That's all. I think this is one of the charms of cricket, county cricket in particular, Kevin. You know, that former players who you got to know and like, even if they were from different counties than your own, sort of still keep going for another 20 odd years after they've retired, sometimes more than that.
Toppers could have been an umpire, couldn't he?
He could. Yes, he could talk batsmen out, literally. One thing...
He prefers being a judge, doesn't he? He's up here as the judge and jury rather
One
than
thing
an
with
umpire.
Don, he was a bowler, and he'd have been a bowler's umpire.
Yeah.
When I umpired...
Well, he is a giver, isn't he? He always gives us cheese. And
When I umpired in schoolboy cricket, if the ball was only hitting leg stump, I used to give it not out, on the theory that the ball might actually miss leg stump because you've not got much margin for error. And I had a conversation with Don a few years back, and he said, oh no, if it's hitting leg stump, that's out. And there'd have been no hesitation with him. You know, if you were a batsman and the ball was hitting leg stump, you'd be on your way.
Don, trigger finger Topley.
Trigger finger top, how nice. Yes, lovely bit of alliteration. For the first time of the day, I think, at 3 o'clock.
Keep the game flowing.
Keep the game flowing, he says.
New ball.
We were just working what kind of umpire you'd have been, Toppers.
New ball, different ball. I
announcer.
shouldn't call it new ball. Different ball has been found. And we're in the anti-penultimate over before tea. And Higgins is now in. Bowls to Rossington. Rossington gets right down, defends this well to Stoneman. And Rossington, who can be a bit careless with his wicket, but to give the man his due, he's so far played with the utmost circumspection, seeing that his side desperately need a partnership to develop.
Yeah, against his former county as well. Players are always desperate, aren't they, against their former county to score runs. You don't want to get out cheaply against your former county.
No, true enough. Higgins will bowl to him. And he's clipped this beautifully off the pads. 4 runs. There is a long leg, but not a fine leg. And that was a loose delivery. And Middlesex, to be fair, haven't bowled many. But that's taken Rossington to 16. The score to 196 for 5.
Being offered a cola drink to get me through to tea. We're only 2 overs away. I can make it. I can make it.
Need a bit of sugar.
Bit of sugar, yeah, I do. Just get into that point. I need to get out of the sun. That's what I need. It's a pretty oppressive sun blazing through this afternoon session.
Good word, it is. I know it's awful after such a lack of a spring and only mere glimpse of a summer thus far to complain.
Yes.
But it's just got so hot. It's fairly unbearable.
Well, we won't complain too much if it's like this still in November, will we? But right now in this commentary box it's tough. Here's Robson, he bowls, and this is eased away to extra cover, and there's no run. 196 for 5. We all love an elongated summer, don't we?
Yeah. Yes, I dread the nights drawing in, and
yeah, that's the only downside. You can't avoid the daylight issues. But here's Robson bowls, and that's run away again by Critchley quite determinedly. He's put that fine of the backward point for 4 once more, and rich applause for 200 up for Essex, which at lunch seemed as though it was but a leg glance away, but indeed it's taken quite the effort in this afternoon session.
Any other year and Essex would have made their point.
Yes.
They don't get one for 200 anymore. Life gets harder.
Robson. Oh, full bung up. Mistimed by Critchley, and he gets away with it. Robson fielded in the covers, dot ball.
Yeah, I always grimace slightly when someone regards a full toss as an open invitation to hit a 4 or a 6.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people get out to them that if I were Critchley, I'd think, well, never mind.
Robson bowls, and forward goes Critchley. And there's no less than one of the cruelties of cricket for both the batter and the bowler, isn't it? That bad balls take wickets. You go and bowl a beautiful spell, get nothing, and you rank long hop at the other end from the fella who's just come on, and there's the wicket.
Both of them got a whole stack of wickets with long hops.
Yes. Robson bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside, just fine of Stoneman for a single. 201 for 5.
Must apologise again for the fact I haven't dealt with any of your emails this afternoon. It's because the sunlight is so bright I can't read anything on my screen. I have sat at the back and been able in the shade when I was off air to look at them. We'll try to get round to them during the evening session.
Robson short and cut out to deep cover for a single more. 202 for 5. That was the last ball of the over. 1 to go to tea. 202 for 5. Critchley is on 27, keeping the strike with that cut. And Rossington is on 17. BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. Picks up on the streams as well from the Essex and Middlesex websites. Don Topley, myself, Kevin Hand, and Paul Newson.
And we now come to the last over before tea. And Higgins to continue from the Hayes close end. Just having a word with Toby Rowland-Jones. And just the lone slip in. Sam Robson. A very wide slip. He's about where third slip would be. And Rossington taken on the pad. Critchley was interested in a leg by. Rossington turned his back on Critchley. Wasn't having any of that. Didn't fancy disturbing his anticipation of tea by having to rush to the other end. And in fairness, I think it was a fair enough call to decline the single. Essex, the last thing they can be doing with here is a run out, even if it means eschewing a possible single here and there. Next delivery from Higgins, just clipped off the pads but straight to mid-wicket. And Essex 202 for 5, having been 117 for no wicket at the start of this session. So they have added 85 and lost 5 wickets in the process. And Tea due at the end of this over because the pavilion clock has clocked on to 3:10. And of course it sounds strange to talk about tea at 3:10, but it's because everything's half an hour earlier in September, including the start, as Higgins is in bowls, and ball played to the wider of now 2 short mid-wickets, fielded by Max Holden. No run, Rossington 17, Critchley 27, 202 for 5 in the 64th over.
The Void on X, as we're now to call it, not Twitter, has inquired, speaking of 4-day cricket, is Robbie White ever going to get a go? He had his loan spell here at Essex, didn't he? Scored some runs at the Oval.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, he did rather well for Essex in his time.
Yeah.
Because he made some quite useful runs as well as keeping wicket. Here's the next delivery. Hit back to the bowler and no ball. And I think it's the first all day. 204 for 5.
Yeah, not a day for extras as a bowler, is it? Have to bowl another one. Yeah, White was unlucky in the one-day cup where he'd have really, thought he was going to get his chance this year. Much as Cracknell got the chance in the one-day cup and wins his place in the championship side as a result of his performances there. White, well, with Simpson and Higgins not getting called up to the 100 this year.
And the ball is clipped firmly down to deep mid-off, and there is no run. You probably heard the cry of no there from Rossington.
White was the player who was hurt the most by that and didn't get a look in the one-day cup, so yeah, difficult for him.
Yeah, it's a shame when you fall between 2 stools. But such is life, without wishing to sound too philosophical at this juncture. Higgins is in, bowls to Rossington. Rossington, we're taken on the pad, I think, here. I don't think there was bat in that. We'll wait and see because it goes out to backward square leg. And in fact there was. It's just gone off an inside edge and pad to deep backward square. And they get a single, 205 for 5, Rossington to 18.
Actually, speaking of Robbie White, Adam Rossington was the first one to suffer the John Simpsonism, i.e. Simpson. Great longevity. He's never injured. John Simpson, outstanding wicket-keeper. He's had some tremendous years with the bat, including the championship year, promotion year last year. And for Rossington, there was no way in, so off to Northamptonshire he went. White's similarly. Cracknell and Davis have had to win their way in as batters, both glovesmen.
I think this is the last ball before tea. It's played back to the bowler, and everybody leaves the field with due celerity. And the score with this 6-wicket partnership now worth 36 unbroken. Critchley 27, Rossington 18, 205 for 5, and the leading player of the afternoon, without a shadow of a doubt, Josh Shakaris, with a magnificent 4-wicket pickup, getting some of the best batsmen in the land out, and I take my hat off to him. He has had a quite superb spell of bowling today. We will continue the narrative for you from 3:31 if you care to synchronise watches. Defensive shot from Adam Rossington, no run. I'm Paul Newton, with me Don Toppy.
Hello, Paul. Been a great day's play. I got a bit of echo. Is that better?
Yep.
Yeah, that's better. It's been a game of two halves, morning session and afternoon session. Brilliant.
A
it's
drop!
dropped.
Oh, such a simple drop as well.
Short
Rossington
mid-wicket.
just went on a pull shot and didn't really get hold of it at all. Dropped it straight at, just trying to see who that is, and it's Stoneman, and he's put it down. He had two grabs at it, failed to hold on. De Carey, who should now have 6 wickets, he's got 4, and this ball is swept, and there's another misfield, and they get a single there, and Rossington fortunate to, I tell you, with the score 206 for 5, I tell you what the problem here is, Dom. This microphone should be in that socket, and yours should be in this. So at some point we'll switch over.
Paul's going technical here, maybe.
Yeah. Because that, you see, you're in the port there.
Listen, straight after this ball, I'll hand you my mic.
Yep.
You give me yours.
As the next ball is played to mid-wicket for no run, about a 5-second gap. Hold on, everyone.
Very good. We've done it. There we go. If by magic.
Brilliant.
Is that right? I've got a longer lead, and you're okay too.
Einstein would be proud of you. As the next ball's nudged into the offside for no run. 206 for 5.
We've retreated to the back of the commentary box here at Chelmsford. We've abandoned the front row. A little bit more limited in terms of its view, but we can see the wicket. That's all that matters. Oh, just a bit of bounce there from De Carey's one. He stayed back. Did Critchley
played it well.
Bounced on him a little bit. I don't know how much De Carey's has turned it. Maybe not every ball. I think he's certainly attacked the outside edge as well.
Normally we get a perfect view of what the turn is, but the pitch is so far over on the far side of the ground, that's the old hospital side, that away to our left, that we can't actually see exactly how much it's turning.
I counted, Paul, 11 strips to our left.
Yeah.
You know,
that's how far over it is.
It is. We often play in front of us, which would be championship wicket. Generally speaking, the club has got 7 pitches for most of their adult cricket, men's cricket. You can play some second 11 cricket to the edges, and you can play some women's cricket to the edges because of the smallness of the boundary. But it's going to be Higgins in, Higgins bowls, and Rossington gets a thick outside edge as it runs away to the river stand beneath us, and he collects 4 runs. Slightly fortuitous, well bowled Ryan Higgins, but well played as well to Adam Rossington. And
I have to say, Don, I'd have a third man.
Well, how many runs have gone through there today?
Yeah, because it's not as if they've got a rack of slip fielders and you can say, well, look, we're trying to get him caught in the slips. There's only one, and in fact, there's, just the one who's actually at third slip. I think a third man. Middlesex have fought back so well, but they don't want to concede needless runs.
Cook got 3 boundaries off the face of the bat with his late cuts and cuts down to third man earlier in today.
Ditto Critchley. He's really milked that area.
It's a very unfashionable position in modern day cricket. This time Higgins bowls, it's driven slightly on the up, but it's driven through to mid off. There is no run.
Just coming back to the last 50 over game, Essex v Surrey, came down to the last ball. Aaron Beard was bowling, Essex's quickest bowler. I wouldn't have bowled the quickest bowler for the final over. They needed 13 off it. 4 went off the edge through where first slip would have been. 4 went off the edge through where leg slip would have been.
He's in. Higgins bowls. Well bowled, played back to the bowler on his follow through, well fielded.
And talking of unfashionable positions, a good old fashioned long stop would have stopped them both, and Essex would have won. And
really,
I'm not ashamed to, in that situation, 13 off the final over, but I think had we bowled one of the medium pace rather than Beard's extra pace, which means he's also a little bit more both sides of the wicket, they might have won anyway.
Higgins in, forward defensive, into the offside, leg side, and it's a no ball. Didn't hear the call, but I could see umpire Blackwell extend his left arm.
Yeah, and there was one just before tee, Middlesex had barely conceded anything in terms of wides or no balls till that point, but it's 2 runs on the board now, and you need to avoid them if you possibly can. 2-1-4 for 5.
We're in the 66th over. Higgins is in. This is a good length delivery, played up to mid-off, no run. Question for you as they will contemplate moving at the end of this over. Ben Allison not here.
No.
He's up at Worcester. He got a few runs yesterday, 30 odd. He's on loan. He's still got another year of his contract. There was quite a lot of discussion on various social media sites. I understand why the poor lad needs to play. As Higgins bowls, driven up to mid-off, no run, and is that the end? No, still one to go. Thoughts there for you?
Well, yes. I was disappointed on his behalf at the start of the season, really. I think he might have played in the very first game at Lord's, but we signed Doug Bracewell, Essex signed Doug Bracewell, and no Ben Allison since then. He took a very useful number of wickets in September last year, so he can do it, and yeah, I'm disappointed on his behalf.
Higgins is in, driven out to mid-off again, who fields well. I think that's the skipper, Toby Rowland Jones. Well fielded, well bowled. Good over there from Ryan Higgins. Induced one edge very early on in the over, but Essex, after 66 overs, having volunteered to bat first on this used surface, have made it to 212 for 5, and that's from an opening partnership of over 100.
Yes, I'm wondering if, when I said it was 214 for 5, I'm not sure on the only board we can see if that, and we've got a board inside the box, but the trouble is we can't see it in this light. I'm not sure they've put the 2 up for the no ball there, so we'll keep you updated on that. We'll go by what it says for the time being, but it may turn out that we need to add 2 runs later on if my suspicion they haven't done is true. We were talking about Ben Allison. Now he has a younger brother, Charlie Allison, who I was immensely impressed with in the 50 overs competition, and I understand he went to Royal Hospital School Holbrook, which is your old patch, so you'll know him well, Don, as the next ball's played back to the bowler. It's the start of a new over from the inevitable Josh de Carey's.
Well, actually, Paul, may I correct you? I don't know him well.
No, I suppose you'd
Graham Napier does.
Yes,
you know,
he took
I've
over
retired.
from you. Yeah.
You've retired for a fair number. I've retired nearly 8 years now.
I think he's a very good cricketer. As the next ball's played into the offside, and there's no run. He's got a delightful temperament. One of the very few players I've interviewed who looked thoroughly thrilled to see me. When I interviewed him on the occasion, he'd had a brilliant game, and I just loved his enthusiasm.
Absolutely. And he's a young man, 18, 19, brilliant
18, yep.
Opportunity ahead of him.
So we hope to see him in the championship side next year as this next ball is played into the mid-wicket area. There's no run. Because one thing that has to happen, Don, people have said how great it is to see the youngsters get their chance in 50 overs. But it's no good, even if they've played really well, if they never get to play in the championship team. Here's de Carey's in bowls, and once again Rossington turns him, Critchley turns him to mid-wicket.
I look, I'm trying to be diplomatic here. There are some cheap runs around. The quality of the bowling isn't quite as good because they're all off playing somewhere else. That's the harsh reality.
De Carey's bowls, Critchley to point, no run.
Just staying with that food of thought, for me, Essex have got a small problem looming. They really have. It's a nice problem, but nonetheless it's a problem looming, and I'll continue this discussion after this ball.
Which de Carey's bowls turn to Stoneman at mid-wicket for no run. The over ends. Another good tight over from Josh de Carey's, who's been quite brilliant today. End of the over, 67 bowled, Essex 212 for 5.
Earlier in the day I asked and grilled Kevin Hand because there were some very significant questions to be asked, importantly about Eskenazi, about the young batters, Essex have got their own problem. They've got a serious lot of decent young batsmen, and I don't think they can offer them game time. Can I just take you back? You'll enjoy
this. Yes, I don't
your
mind
memory,
being taken back.
To Nick Knight John
Yes,
Lewis,
wonderful Nick Knight, yeah.
Nadeem Shahid. Higgins is in, driven back to the bowler on his follow through, no run. Look, that was an extraordinary time when we had some decent players. You mentioned some of the fine players who were playing first team cricket, Paul Pritchard, whatever, the degree of Alan Lilly. But in around 94, 95, John Stevenson left to go and play at Hampshire. But we had Nick Knight, who disappeared to Warwickshire. John Lewis disappeared to Durham. And Nadeem Shahid disappeared to Surrey.
Indeed.
This is played with an open-faced bat into the offside, down to backward point, there is no run. They were all placated in a way by Graham Gooch, the then captain. You would play, he would play the next game, and they'd rotate them. They were picked to placate them, and in the end, they pleased none of them. And they all left because they couldn't get regular cricket. And I can see into next year and the year after a similar situation. Higgins bowls, played into the leg side. That may have been off his pad. No chance of an LB.
Just on that point, if I may just interject, the reason I mentioned Charlie Ellison, whereas the other youngsters I've seen, like Robin Das and Michael Pepper,
and
hit the ball in the air too much for me to have a red ball future. But I think what impressed me about Charlie Ellison before he started making relatively big runs was that he plays very correctly, and I think if you've got that at the back of you, you might go somewhere.
Higgins bowl short of a length, played nicely by Rossington back to the bowler. Nice straight bat off the back foot, no run.
It's not that Charlie doesn't have big shots. He hit 3 sixes in one of the 50 overs games, but he got a 50 first and then hit 3 sixes. I think too many of the young prospects today think that they can hit sixes from the word go, and that's why they're going to end up averaging probably less than 20, when if they really got their heads down and thought the game a bit better, they could be averaging certainly into the 30s.
Well, interesting you say that, as Higgins is in. This is cannoned off the pads into the leg side, no run. May I mention, in the same breath, Adam Rossington?
Yes.
Look, when he signed for us, I said, I remember, I think we were at dinner somewhere for a pub in the winter when we start to divvy out the fixture list, and I was saying to you, look, devastating opening batsman in white ball. He can, and he's certainly enhanced his reputation, and he's played it back to the bowler on his follow through. Another good over there from Ryan Higgins, and the score is 212 for 5. Adam Rossington has done well in the 100. Very attacking opening batsman. He's done very well in South Africa for the Eastern Cape team, Sunrisers Eastern Cape, where they won it last year, and he made a significant contribution to that success, opening the batting. He is a really dangerous opening batsman in the short form, but it probably has affected his long form game, because he is capable, but the mindset might be a little bit different, and he would probably be the first to admit that he's been a bit short of runs, but he's also had the odd injury, so it's been a bit challenging for him. But there isn't a lack of ability with him. He isn't. Does he want it enough?
So the carries is in, and this is beautifully on-driven, but it will be fielded at long on by Luke Holman, and they just get the single. 2-1-3 for 5, the first run for 2 or 3 overs. Give you the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 308 all out, Somerset 114 for 7. Disappointing season for Somerset.
Very.
Northants 232 all out, Lancs 273 for 6. You'd have to say Lancashire, considering they're a big county, have not had one of their better years, as the next ball is swept away by Rossington, and once again they'll get the single to long leg and score. In fact, they're coming back for 2 and score to 215 for 5, and Rossington will move up to 25. Elsewhere, Warwickshire, crucially for Essex interests, skittled for 161, replying to Surrey's 396 all out. 16 wickets have fallen at the oval in 2 sessions basically today, as here's the ball pulled away into the deep onside areas, and that has gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs to Rossington, very useful runs, 29 to him, 28 to Critchley, 219 for 5.
Just to announce that Sports Extra are with us this afternoon. Good afternoon to you all. Well, it was Essex's session this morning. but it's been Middlesex's session this afternoon. So well played to Middlesex. They've bowled nicely, and in particular Josh De Carey's, who you've been impressed with.
I have. He's taken 4 of the 5 wickets to fall. He's had 2 simple chances put down. He could easily have 6 wickets. He's the son of Mike Atherton. Unlike his dad, he bowls off spin rather than leg spin. He's been quite brilliant as the next ball as he bowls, it just beats backward square leg. Won't go to the boundary. A sweep shot here from Rossington, and they get back for 2. So we've had a 2, a 4 and a 2 in successive 3 deliveries from the Careys, who normally has been very economical. 31 to Rossington now, 221 for 5, and this partnership now has reached 50 and gone past it. It's put on 52, and from an Essex point of view, they're back in with a chance of at least 1 batting bonus point. They declined, picking up Don's point, from 117 for no wicket at lunch. Both Cook and Brown were 55 not out, and at tea 202 for 5, and this man De Carey's had 4 of the 5. He really has been outstanding, and he's turned this game round, albeit Essex are now rallying, and this ball squirts into the offside. Mixture, I think, of bat and pad, but just waiting to see if Russell Warren agrees. Yes, definitely a bit of bat there. 222 for 5, and Double Nelson is on the board as Rossington, who's had a profitable over here. He's taken 9 runs from it and moved up to 32.
Is your leg off the floor?
No, I'm afraid I'm not agile enough anymore to imitate David Shepherd.
Understand.
That's the ample figure of the umpire, David Shepherd, not to be confused with the Reverend David Shepherd, as next ball's pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run. But De Carey's, as I say, has been quite outstanding. Maybe he could just be getting a bit tired, but I like the way he's bowled. 222 for 5 is a great recovery from 117 for no wicket from a Middlesex point of view.
I think he's bowled 29 overs, 4 for 71. He's attacked the outside edge. He's an off spinner, repeatable action, bowled nicely on this used wicket, has bowled a lot of overs. Doesn't look too tired at the moment. I hope he hasn't got a Moeen Ali injured finger. He's going to still bowl a lot more, as Essex will want to get as many runs as they can.
Yes, 29 overs, 8 maidens, 4 for 71.
There you go.
Very impressive indeed.
It is. He's certainly outbowled any of the other spinners to bowl.
The men out of Brown 59, Cook 58. Here comes the next delivery.
It's Toby Rowland-Jones in with a loosener down the leg side, and it's caught by the keeper, but no bat or edge on it, so a dot ball.
Yes, Brown caught Robson, bowled De Carey's 59, Cook LBW De Carey's 58, Wesley was looking in great touch, bowled De Carey's 19, not playing a shot.
Interesting dismissal for me, that
it
one.
It was. And then we had Lawrence caught Simpson, bowled Bamber for 13. And
down the leg side.
Already been put down at slip on 8, and then, as you say, strangled down the leg side.
Rowland-Jones in, driven back to the bowler, walked his shot by their Adam Rossington.
And then Walter was done up like a kipper, as the expression goes, by De Carey's, bowled for 2, and he got in a bit of a dreadful tangle. Poor Walter, fine cricketer, but not his day-to-day with the bat anyway. And so Essex, at that stage, had declined from 122 for no wicket at their height to 169 for 5. It's now 222 for 5.
In comes Rowland-Jones, driven, but off the outside edge. It's going to go through backward point. It's going to run away. I'll be surprised if he stops it. And we cannot see it because of the Tom Pearce boundary, and it's been signalled for, so he didn't stop it. Great effort. He really did dive. I think that was number 17, which is...
Yeah, I was making the point earlier, Don, while you traced the fieldsman there. I think Middlesex have got to have a third man here. Too many runs are coming through that area, and runs are precious. Cracknell that was, with an excellent attempt to field it, backed up by Sam Robson, who'd followed him out toward the boundary, but they couldn't prevent the 4. Yeah, I think runs are precious here. I think Middlesex need to try and make run scoring as difficult as possible for Essex.
Rowland-Jones, who's gone for a few runs down through the vacant third man. Rossington comes forward, plays with the full face of the bat into the leg side. There are 2 men catching. There's only one behind the stumps, that is, well, apart from the keeper, there's a gully who's doing a stretch, but the two men for Rossington are catching a straighter short mid-wicket and a squarer short mid-wicket. There is a mid on as well, and a man back at deep square leg just in front. So Roland Jones is bowling quite straight here with the field he's been set by himself, and this is played into the offside for no run.
And the point I'd make, Don, is if you're going to have no slips and a gully, you're not really any more than hopeful that you might get a catch in that sort of area. I think there should be a third man, because both these batsmen are capable of scoring a lot of runs with deliberate runs down into the third man area.
In comes Roland Jones. He's at the crease, right arm over from the Hayes close end, and this is played into the leg side. Nice straight delivery into the straighter mid wicket, and there is no run. Yes, good to have 5 Live Extra with us. BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, in this Essex versus Middlesex local derby, day 1 of a 4-day county championship. Essex are chasing Surrey. Surrey haven't had the best day. Essex started off brilliantly till lunch, and maybe, I don't know, maybe it was something in the lunch, but it wasn't so good after lunch. It's going to be De Carey's to continue. What a marathon spell he's had.
30th over. Coming up, I'm Paul Newton, with me Don Topley, and we'll shortly be rejoined by Kevin Hand. And De Carey's in his 30th over, comes in now. Bowls to Matt Critchley, who's had a magnificent season for Essex, his second season with the club. Runs it into the offside, no run, 226 for 5, 36 to Rossington, 28 to Critchley. And Critchley is heading most people's list of potential Player of the Season awards.
Yeah, and dare I say, he always could be a surprise trip for the Ashes, not the Ashes, the Indian Test Series after Christmas.
Another dot ball here as Critchley stretches forward and returns the ball to De Carey's, bowling from the river end.
He'll bowl a fair amount, Will Critchley. What's so impressive about Matt Critchley, who came down from Derby, had a good season last year, and he's done an even better season this year, is he keeps the game so basic. He really does.
Next delivery, he just plays it back down the pitch. And the thing about Critchley is he's very wise, so he assesses the needs of the innings that he needs to play as he comes to the middle. There are occasions when you need to get on with it, and he does, and there are other occasions when you need to just try and rebuild an innings, which he and Rossington have so far done successfully here. Here are 4 runs as he goes on the reverse sweep and gets it so fine that had there been a first slip there, he'd probably have stopped it. 4 runs, 230 for 5 and 32 to the impressive Critchley. And not the least of Critchley's virtues is that with his leg spin, he has an incredible knack of taking a wicket as soon as he's introduced to the attack. And what a trump card that is for the skipper, Tom Wesley, because he can bring him on and say, how about that for a bowling change?
Yeah, there's a slight element of luck attached to that, but nonetheless a nice bit of luck to have.
And it's also true of Paul Walter, who often takes a wicket as soon as he's brought on. At least 1 run here, but next ball played to mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second to Critchley, who will move along to 34 out of 232 for 5. And Dinar's down at the Ageas Bowl in the previous championship match at the end of July. And Paul Walter, in the space of about 9 balls, achieved the difficult trick of dismissing James Vince twice in space of 9 balls. In the second innings, first ball, hook shot straight down long leg throat. Ball played back to the bowler, and you couldn't say it was a brilliant delivery, but it worked. 232 for 5 here, 36 to Rossington and 34 to Critchley. That is the end of the Josh De Carey's over. In a moment or two I'll be updating the BBC Essex 4 o'clock news, at which point we'll bring back Kevin Hand.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, to the parish of BBC Essex. The Tour of Britain. Did you listen to me earlier about the Tour of Britain taking place?
Yeah.
Around Essex and Suffolk.
As you say, very popular cycling country, because there are hills, but not too many and not too steep.
No. undulating, I think we used to call it at school, didn't we? As Roland Jones is in, this is bouncing, where Rossington plays it quite well and plays it through slightly in the air, but it did bounce on him and played it through sort of to backward point. There is no run. Does a bit of gardening, retreats to his crease and puts his bat down and is basically ready. Roland Jones at the end of his mark, turns, ball in hand. Here he comes. Roland Jones, the captain of Middlesex. In he comes, bowls, and this is down the leg, through the leg side into deep backward point or forward. In front of square where there is just the one run. Rossington and Critchley change ends. Score is 233 for 5.
Yep, this partnership continuing to do a great job for Essex. 63 they put on, and at the time they came together, Essex were in big trouble.
Very much, Paul. Important partnership this. There's, like all day, there's been no clouds in the sky. What a beautiful day at Chelmsford. We hope you and the crowd here, decent crowd, are enjoying the commentary. In comes Roland Jones. Driven on the way to mid-off. There is no run. Good looking delivery. Good shot. Alas, but a dot ball.
So literally any moment now. Yes, this is where we go into the news update. I'll just take over from Don for half a minute or so. Yes, and this game turned round very sharply. It was Essex's day up to lunch after winning the toss, 117 for no wicket. But then the off-break bowler Josh De Carey's, incidentally son of Mike Atherton, has taken 4 wickets and has had 2 catches put down into the bargain as Brown went for 59, Cook for 58, Dan Lawrence made 13, Paul Walter 2, and Tom Wesley for 19. Wesley was looking good until he left a ball that turned sharply and hit his stumps over. There's a good recovery now, an unbroken partnership of 64 for the 6th wicket between wicketkeeper Adam Rossington, 37 not out, and so far Essex's player of the season, Matt Critchley, 34 not out. So Essex themselves now staging a recovery in the 72nd over. They are 233 for 5.
In comes Roland Jones. It's a bouncer, it's pulled, mistimed. I think it's actually hit him into the chest, gone into the leg side. There is no run. Critchley is a pretty good timer of a ball when he plays the hook and the pull, but he's missed out on that one as Paul Newton vacates his chair, and the cheese-loving Kevin Hand will rejoin us. With tea in hand, he's finished off a little bit more of the cheese. He enjoyed the Brie Boussin from France and the Cambozola from Italy, and in the Baron Big God all the way from Suffolk. This is an inside edge, a very fortuitous inside edge. He was playing, he's dummied everyone, including us. We were looking on the offside, and it's got an inside edge down to fine leg down the leg side. So one more run to Critchley. He moves to 35.
What was that last one called, Toppers?
Baron Bigod.
Baron Bigod.
Yeah, 2 words from Suffolk.
If you were named after a cheese, that'd be you, wouldn't it? Baron Bigod.
It's quite well known actually in restaurants throughout Britain.
So are you.
Other cheeses are available, but
there's no other Don Topley available. There's only the one.
No,
But they're no good.
no, yeah. It's a bit smelly. Hey, goes off very frequently.
No, it's done all right. I tell you what, it's melting in here, just like us. We've moved to that. You've obviously told listeners we've moved to the back of the commentary box.
Oh, yes,
the heater's done for us at the front.
Oh,
We've retreated. Here's De Carey's, no retreating for him. Right arm over from the river end, he bowls, and right in behind that one, a defensive shot from Critchley. He and Rossington here doing a fine job. There are some shades of the match at the Aegeus, as we've been mentioning throughout the day, but including this partnership now, worryingly for Middlesex, as De Carey's bowls, and this is wristily driven down to long on. Cry of catch. He only just about got over the top of that, smothering it with the roll of the wrist down to long on. Critchley in the... Nick Gubbins scored a century in that first innings. Liam Dawson scored a century in that first innings. Dawson then picked up 12 wickets in an innings victory Well, Gubbins' century opening, it was his slowest first-class century.
Was it?
It was indeed, as here's to carries around the wickets to Rossington, former Middlesex man, who's forward with a leading edge.
Yeah.
He too trying to roll the wrists over it.
Don't turn that face too early.
Well, indeed.
Don't. Play with the spin, fair enough, but don't turn it
But we've
too
seen it
early.
used as a tactic to try and smother the ball as well, though, haven't we? If that is your game. I'm not sure it is Rossington's, is it? As here's to carries, he bowls, and down the track comes Rossington, lifts it in the air, and down the throat of Holman at long on. And Middlesex have another wicket, and Josh de Carey's has 5 for 78. Rossington gone for 37, a shot too many from Rossington, decent strike rate of 60 from him, 235 for 5, but the long game really was the one that Middlesex was starting to fear, much as that game at Hampshire, as I was just mentioning, when Dawson put it to Middlesex down the order. Rossington, he's done a little bit of damage here. 235 for 6 is something of a recovery from 169 for 5, but...
Listen, I just have to say a little bit of disappointment there for Essex.
I'd say a lot, yeah.
There was a fantastic rescuing of a partnership here, but we've sort of given it away in those circumstances. Congratulations to Josh de Carey's. Anyone who gets a 5, well done, well bowled, but he really has fought hard and kept Middlesex in this game. Listen, we went round at lunchtime and I had the pleasure of your company. We went round and we saw 1 or 2 cock-a-hoop Essex fans, and then you would see many Middlesex fans who, to be honest, were ready to jump in the river. You know, they were thinking, oh, this is going to be 300, 400, 500, you know, they're going to be in the field for a long time. And cricket just shows you many times, you never know what's going to happen in our great game. There are 100 for none at lunch, 117, but listen, Josh de Carey's got a couple of wickets, bowled really well. He's certainly challenged the outside edge a lot. Hasn't turned every ball. The odd one has turned and bounced. He's bowled really well and kept his side in it. So, you know, we never know what's going to happen in this 4-day game of cricket. It was Essex's morning, it was Middlesex's afternoon, and now we do battle. And still, Josh de Carey's is fighting hard for his team in this evening session.
Well, he needs to, because 350 here will be a decent score, I think. You know, it might not be the score that Essex would have liked, but Harmer on this track.
Minimum for me.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can get to 350, then you'll be, all right, you're at some sort of score, aren't you? Which is, what, 115 away.
Yeah.
4 wickets standing. Here's de Carey's. He bowls to Harmer, who... at some point, we believe will become the story here. He pushes this one back, which is like that match down at the Aegeus when it was Dawson and Gubbins that really pushed it away with a middle innings partnership.
Don't forget Critchley. He does nicely with the ball, bowling his leg spin. Second to Harmer.
De Carey's to Harmer, bumped back to him. De Carey's is an extraordinary young cricketer. In the field, he dives to his right there and prevents a single down to long on. There's the end of the over. Applause for De Carey's picking up Rossington. 5 for 78 from 31 overs for the youngster. And I should check to see how many overs he bowled in that innings at Hampshire, because I don't remember him saying something like 24 on the first day. And he said, I've never bowled it. I've not even bowled half that in my career before in a day.
Brilliant. Full credit to him. Roland Jones will be suitably impressed. If I was to be honest, I would say Critchley is not as a cricketer, I'm talking about as a leg spin bowler. If you try to compare Holman and Critchley, I would say Critchley is a much better leg spinner than Holman. Holman's still a learning cricketer for me. Critchley's batting at 5, Holman would be left-handed, playing positive cricket at about number 8, I would suggest. In the meantime, Captain Roland Jones in. This is nice and straight. He's gone up for an LB, but I think the keeper, and indeed umpire Blackwell, are not interested. That's his game plan, to bowl particularly straight, and you will see the Essex boys, certainly Cook, certainly Porter. I'll wait to see about Umesh Yadav of India, but Porter and Cook basically aim at the timbers. That's what they do. They run up and work on the philosophy, if you miss, I'll be hitting, and they do regularly. Roland Jones bowling straight. He does again, inside edge into the leg side, fielded well. The straight mid-wicket catching has gone very straight. He's actually halfway across the adjacent strip, almost in line with the non-striker. Meanwhile, the squarer, short mid-wicket, is where he's been most of the afternoon. Catching in a line from stumps to floodlight, he's on that line. Roland Jones with just the gully in place behind the stumps. There's an LBW shout, and he's given it. He would like to go upstairs and ask for a review, but he's been given out and will have to walk off. Roland Jones gets his first wicket of the day. He's bowled nicely in this spell. He's got Matt Critchley. He's LBW to Roland Jones, the captain, for 36, and Essex have lost another wicket. 235 now, the score.
And you're saying Critchley would have liked to go upstairs because he immediately held his bat right in front of his face.
He sort of,
Thick
made
inside
almost,
edge jumps.
Yeah.
Thick inside edge.
Don't
Well,
know.
from here, we're not at a great angle, but the lines were absolutely perfect if you
Yeah.
didn't get an inside edge. But clearly, the feeling. My goodness me, Toppers, are you seeing what's going on in front of us with our view from the back of the box? There's a fight between a spider and a wasp.
Where?
Right in front of us. Look
Oh,
at the edge of the
yes.
window. I tell you what, I wouldn't like to
Take
be
a
that
picture.
wasp. Look at the size of that.
Take a picture.
Actually, I wouldn't
That
like to be a
is-
commentator. What kind of spider is that? Never mind the cricket. This is fearful stuff.
Get close, Kevin.
Look at it.
Oh, I don't like.
I don't like it at all.
Wasps.
The wasp's
Or
done
spider.
for. No, but
Is
the wasp
he?
has won this one comfortably. Look, the wasp
Oh,
isn't getting away
really?
from that, is he? Poor little fella.
Is he?
He
oh
is,
my
he's done
word.
for.
Do you know what?
No web needed. I don't think I've ever seen
You've
that before.
remind
I've never said the spot.
David Attenborough,
Well, there you go.
eh?
I've missed my calling. The spider has leapt from nowhere on top of this wasp. No web needed. I tell you what, Spider-Man's got nothing on that one, has he? He's leapt from nowhere there to play that.
This is X-rated.
It is.
This is
been
after
devoured.
the watershed. This is.
The wasp's done for. He's no more. And this isn't a dead parrot sketch from Monty Python.
No.
This is actually happening
taken a
before our
picture?
eyes. I have.
Really?
That is a nasty looking spider, though. I'm fearful for us.
No.
I would not fancy a bite from that fella.
I'm behind you.
Have you seen one of those things before?
No.
It's a bright red as well, and it's not small. Oh, dearie me. Fortunately, he's completely, or she, he's completely...
He's not moving.
What, the wasp?
The
I'm not
wasp.
surprised. I don't think the wasp's with us anymore, Toppers.
It's a metre away from me and a metre and a half.
It's a
away
metre
from
too
you.
close to me.
Yeah.
That is a nasty looking thing. Oh,
Gosh.
anyway, there's cricket out in
Roland
the middle.
Jones, new batsman into the crease, and he's got it off the mark straight away. Umesh Yadav, on his debut with his first balls, manipulates it into the leg side and takes a single.
Oh, I haven't got a good picture, I don't think. No one's going to believe us now.
Go round there and
About to tweet it. Oh, it's too late now. You can't even see the wasp. It's inside of the spider. This is gruesome stuff.
so Umesh Yadav, the Essex Yadav. There is no Middlesex Yadav. He's still in Delhi, on all accounts. But Umesh is now watching, formerly of Middlesex, playing against his old mates. They will no doubt remember how he bowls and how he bats. Harmer facing Roland Jones. This time drives up to mid on. Good looking shot, but alas, no run. Harmer, Critchley, Cook, Porter, Yadav, maybe a little bit of Paul Water, maybe a bit of Dan Lawrence bowling his whirly off spin. They'll be Essex's bowlers on this fairly slow but used wicket. Will turn a little bit more each day goes on. This time forward defensive by Harmer into the offside no run. Beautiful day all over the country, I gather. 4 days of gorgeous sunshine. It's been about 27, 28 I think today. It's going to be nice for the whole week. England have the final T20 tomorrow at Nottingham. Always well supported there. Great place to play sort of white ball cricket. England normally produce some pretty good, or Nottinghamshire produce some pretty good batting wickets there. And then with England are 2-1 up with 1 to play at Nottingham tomorrow. And then it's the ODI, which takes on a little bit more seriousness with the impending 50 over white ball World Cup in India. And England are playing, in fact I can't remember every fixtures, but they're playing in some pretty interesting places in India as a new over commences with Josh de Carey's.
Right, back to the cricket. Okay, to keep an eye on that spider, I don't want that anywhere near us. That's a horrible looking thing. Here's de Carey's, he's over the wicket, bowls, and this ball's driven away.
Spooned over on the offside field into a gap where they take 2. Umesh Yadav.
Well, his debut for Middlesex, let me tell you, against Warwickshire.
Yep.
He thumped it around Merchant Taylor's School against Worcestershire in a match that Ed Pollock destroyed Middlesex in the chase and took them to pieces. But Yadav, it was almost a match-winning innings the way that he carted Worcestershire around the School. As here's de Carey's darts one in. Oh, now he's caught in the crease there. His feet haven't moved. He's just slapped the bat down on it, but missed it. It's gone through.
Ball.
Yeah,
Quicker ball.
Gone through to the pads of Simpson.
I'll wait to the end of the over. You carry on, but I've got the venues of where England are playing.
Never mind that. Look up what kind of spider that is. I'm not happy with it. It's going to the Twitterati now.
It's an Essex spider.
Here's de Carey's bowls through to the gloves of Simpson for defence of Yadav beaten.
It lives on the banks.
Oh, they're
of
not
the
the
river,
Twitterati anymore. Or what
lives
are
on
they?
the banks of the River Can.
Are you sure that you're familiar with this spider? Or are you winding me up?
I'm winding you up.
Yeah, it's a nasty looking thing. There's Paul. He'll know. Paul, look at that spider. I'm not happy with it. What is it? Forward goes Yadav, pushing into the onside.
Devouring
There's no
a wasp.
run. It has leapt.
It's up there.
Without a web, without anything whatsoever, it's happily caught a wasp. And it's a nasty looking spider indeed.
I'd like to say it's a money spider, but it's not. It pulls.
A money spider times a million. It's a millionaire spider, that one. It's a million times the size of a money spider.
Look up the side of the white plastic. Look where the locks are.
Oh, no, oh yeah. Let's see if Paul runs, we know we're in trouble. Here's de Carey's.
It's got a rather big body.
It has, it's huge. Here's de Carey's, he bowls, and this is pushed back by Yadav. In fact, edgily so, past... well, actually, backward point, it's edged away. My angles were wrong on that one.
The wasp is no more.
The wasp hasn't been anything for a long while, other than...
Good for the spider.
Other than food. Good for the spider indeed, but I'm not so sure it's good for us. I wouldn't fancy that crawling up my leg or arm. Nasty looking thing. Here's
I suspect
here's
you've
de
had
Carey's.
worse.
Back goes Yadav and apologies, not Yadav. Harmer, and shoves this down to long on for a single. 2:39 for 7. You mean in my years in Spain? Yeah, I've seen some horrible spiders out there.
I was about to say quickly, the World Cup England venues. Well, they play New Zealand. I think it's on the 5th of October up Medabad. Then they go up into the mountains to Dharamsala where they play Bangladesh. They then move to Delhi, then to Mumbai, and then down to Bangalore before they move back up to Lucknow, back to Ahmedabad, Pune and Pakistan at Kolkata before, hopefully, fingers crossed, on the 15th and 16th of November, semi-finals. They're either in Mumbai or Kolkata, and then the final at Ahmedabad with the best part of 120,000 people. Roland Jones, he's in. He bowls, and this is well fielded at mid-off. Has somebody injured himself, or is he just dived in the heat? They're all patting him on the back. He's okay. Oh, bit of a limp, but he's fine. He's fine. So, listen, the World Cup 50 over, obviously in India. I would suggest India are one of the favourites, Australia and perhaps England. Never count out Pakistan. But it's a long 6 weeks out in India this time. It's clipped in the air. It's been dropped on the left hand of number 4.
Max Holden.
Max Holden. Oh, that was a good effort. Left-handed catch, diving. The squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets. One very straight on the adjacent strip and one conventional.
I've still got the creeps from the spider. You know, when you get that little twitch afterwards, you think, oh.
Do you struggle with spiders in the shower
Not
or the
massively.
bath?
No, not massively, but I'm struggling with that spider.
Are you?
The red colour to it. It's
He's
not
gone
and a
back
big
to
body.
the wasp. He's gone back for his sweet or his pudding. As Roland Jones, this is clipped by Harmer, who takes a single down to fine leg. Very well played. Bowling nice and straight and full, but tickled round the corner by Harmer, which brings Yadav on to strike at number 9 for Essex on his Essex debut against his old team Middlesex. Watched him in many a test match in India, Yadav, as Roland Jones bowls. Did eventually come forward, bit reluctant to come forward was Yadav. Yadav in Indian cricket was often used as the enforcer, a little bit like Stuart Broad.
Paul's braver than me. He's gone to have a closer look at the and sit down right below it as well.
Ooh.
Along came a spider and sat down beside her. It's more than an incy wincy, that.
Yeah, he's gone back. He's gone back to continue devouring the wasp. As Roland Jones bowls, good delivery, driven back to the bowler. Yadav, good shot, but there is no run.
It's on the move again. It's a biggie wiggy, that one. Never mind an incy wincy. It keeps on. I think it does get a glimpse of us whenever we come close, and it disappears back into a little crook or a never.
Yeah. Does he produce a web
A
around?
nook or a crevice, I was trying to say.
Yeah,
Not
a
a
web
crook or a
around
crevice.
the wasp. Does he
Well, he does.
David
He's cocooning
Attenborough?
it. Oh, does he what?
produce a web around?
Does David Attenborough?
As this time bowled short of a length, played into the leg side sensibly by the Essex number 9. No run, end of the over. Score is 241 for 7. Yadav has 4, and with him Harmer on just 2.
Let me tell you of that match at the Aegeus.
The one where Gubbins got a slow century,
Yeah.
Dawson got wickets, Takeri's got wickets,
Dawson got a quick century.
and a century.
So 419 all out. So it wasn't mammoth, and you're saying 350 is not that much. 419, two
I
centurions.
wanted 350 minimum.
Exactly,
on this.
yeah. So 350, I think, will be,
Yep.
getting towards a decent score.
Yep.
Gubbins was batting at 3.
Yep.
They were 94 for 4 when
Who
Gubbins
were?
and Dawson.
Oh,
Hampshire.
Hampshire were 9.
When Gubbins and Dawson came together,
Yeah.
330 for 5,
Yeah.
and then 419 all out. But Middlesex still lost by an innings and 61
Second
runs.
innings, you got bowled out.
Here is Takeri's. He's in, bowls, forward goes. Harmer pushing.
were your two
defensively, there's
scores
no
in
run.
that?
Middlesex were 150.
That's not enough.
Well, thanks, Toppers. And 208.
Okay.
Lost by an innings and 61 runs. So
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about here. If they can get to 350 Essex, then they've got a score on the board as Harmer swings hard at that and it trickles into the onside. Whereas, if Middlesex can rattle through these 3 quickly here, 241 for 7, then Middlesex themselves say, look, come on, 350 on the boards, and there's a game on. Takeri's in, bowls, and this is cut away by Harmer, giving himself a bit of room to back or point in this round. As you rightly said, at lunch, there was lots of talk of 122, whatever it was, without loss at lunch. There was lots of talk of 500, and Middlesex, innings defeat again. But
No.
Takeri's has played his part. He's got a 5 for as he bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside by Harmer, a quicker ball.
To be really boring, I mean, my old captain Keith Fletcher, I don't know if he's here today, John Lever and Ray Easter, but Fletcher used to say about 4-day cricket, you only have to bowl the opposition out cheaply once.
Yeah. Here's a short ball played into the onside, and Harmer, no run.
You don't have to bowl them out for 60 and 70.
Yeah.
You only need to bowl the opposition out cheaply once, and I think that's really important. But, 241 for 7 at the moment, 350 is still a way off.
Takeri's bowls, and this ball's driven away.
4.
And that's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Really snapped down on that, didn't he, outside the off stump. Boundary to end the over. 245 for 7. Well, the problem being down at the bottom of the table, Toppers, as Middlesex are, is generally teams have been bowling them out cheaply twice.
Yep.
And batting has been a problem. So,
Which, hopefully, it's an interesting conundrum. You did well in Division 2. I personally think there's quite a difference between Division 1 and Division 2.
Well, I've heard a lot of talk about that this year.
And if you can survive this year, which would mean not a Northampton and Kent going down instead of Middlesex.
I mean, look,
if you can survive, I think you don't become a good side overnight. And my thoughts, my cricketing philosophy, you've got to become a hard team to beat first. Then you can start making an impression on games where you put the opposition under pressure. But to go from a young team that's struggling with a bit of batting to become a good team, that doesn't happen overnight.
This is third bottom.
Got to become a difficult side to beat.
This is third bottom having a difficult season against title contenders, and at the moment they're doing a pretty good job.
Very much so. This time Roland Jones bowls and Umesh Yadav prods forward. Slightly straight-legged, but he plays a decent forward defensive no-run.
Because I've had a lot of people, and people that I respect as well, talking about the difference between Division 1, it's bigger than ever this year. But then Middlesex are a side who scrambled out of division on the final day last year. Scrambled out of Division 2 on the last day last year. They were probably, I think it's fair to say, a better team last year than they are this. Now, all right, that's because they're playing against better quality cricket each week, but...
Roland Jones in, down the leg side, not out. I've got to be honest, I wasn't interested, nor was umpire Blackwell.
But
one leg by.
But for a side that scrambled out of Division 2 last year, they're trying to finish ahead of Nottinghamshire and Lancs this year, and they're holding Essex in a fair game here at the moment. They've just thumped Warwickshire at Edgbaston. How big a difference is there between Division 2? They struggled to get out of Division 2.
Interestingly, I respect that. The Division 2 at the moment, Durham is sort of almost running away.
Well, I can't comment on this year because I haven't seen Division 2 cricket regularly. But
if Durham, let's say Durham get promoted, because if you win it, you should get promoted, absolutely. Harmer comes forward against Roland Jones, no run. A little bit of a worry that the next lot who could get promoted would be Worcester, Leicester, Sussex.
Why are you worried about that?
No, I'm just saying.
If Northamptonshire and Essex go down, and Northamptonshire and Kent go down, I don't think they're going to have it all their way and bounce straight back up.
Well, you've got to have the bowling, firstly, for me. Got to have the bowling to bowl sides out to get 20 wickets. And I do think Division 1 is a way step above Division 2. If you don't believe it.
The big difference that I've noticed this year between Division 2 last year and Division 1 this year is the relentless nature of the bowling attacks, and that's where Middlesex have come up short. They haven't been able to provide an answer with the bat. The depth of bowling options week in, week out for Division 1, which has always been the case, to be honest. Yeah. That's been the biggest struggle for Division 2 counties, has always been the depth of the bowling attack.
The unit in Division 1 is much stronger than
you get an injury or two in Division
fast bowlers in Division 2. Yeah, I would agree with that. Roland Jones in, and this is well played by Harmer, played with soft hands. It bounces just short a couple of times to gully. There is no run.
And when I say Middlesex were a better side last year than they are this, if you consider that they had Shaheen Shah Afridi for the start of last season with the ball, he was massive for them. Then they had Milan, who batted well last year, had that crucial innings at Worcestershire. They had a Milan who didn't perform this year. He didn't get the runs he would have liked. Not for the want of trying. The guy works as hard as anybody, if not harder than anybody. But they also had a Tim Murtagh last year, which they don't have this year. This was the year which everybody always feared. Time's up.
Roland Jones bowls. Harmer comes forward, plays with a slightly open face bat, but safely into the offside to conclude the end of the 78th over of this Essex innings, and they are currently on 246 for 7. Yadav on 4, Harmer on 6, and Middlesex have bowled well since tea.
Murtagh was a serious part of Middlesex getting promoted last year, as he's been a serious part of Middlesex cricket for many years. This year it's just been apparent that age is catching up with him, and caught up with him quickly as Middlesex moved back to Division 1. And the pace of the opposition attacks, when you've got Roland Jones, who's had all those injuries since 2017, when he took English cricket by storm, or Test cricket by storm, when he took the 5 for against South Africa. Helm's had injury troubles this year. Bamber, fortunately for Middlesex, has been a star, as has Higgins. As here's to Carey's bowls. Oh, wow! Now,
that pinned him.
I'm just seeing if it's pinned the umpire. To Carey's threw a right hand back at that. The umpire almost dove he went diving in the wrong direction. Dived into the line. It got it completely wrong. To Carey's, I think, got fingertips. He did. And it's 4 runs down the ground. And, well, the hosts enjoyed that. 250. It's a batting point on the board, Toppers. 250 up.
Well, 1 point closer to Surrey.
Did you think, like I, that it had pinned the umpire as well?
Yes, I did.
Thought he was in trouble for a moment, but
De Carey's was shaking his hand, so he obviously got a little bit of a mitt on it.
De Carey's bowls, a lot of flight. Oh, goes back over his head, and this
6.
time it should be 6. Slaps that one dismissively, Yadav. De Carey's taking a bit of tap for the first time, as it's 256 for 7.
I don't think he's the same size as height as somebody like Ishant Sharma, but he's a stocky individual. He's not small, but he's a very strong man.
Well, before he gets out here,
Umesh Yadav.
let me tell you what he did against Worcestershire last year at Merchant Sailors
Coming
School.
in at number, roughly?
9.
9, okay. So he's no mug with the bat.
De Carey's is around the wicket to Yadav now, and he goes again, and this time he slams him wide of long on.
4.
Oh, it's outstanding batting. He's had a 4 down the ground, a 6 down the ground. Long on's probably come a little bit straighter, and then he slaps it wide of him for 4 more.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's a calculated shot. He's gone at the ball. It's now not over the wicket. De Carey's is coming round the wicket, and with that angle, he's dragged it, and he's dragged it wider of mid or long mid on, and mid on now has gone to sort of square a mid on, and I do think there's a possibility that long off has come straighter. He may have even come over just beneath us. De Carey's round the wicket.
Bowls again. Yadav waits and turns into the onside. No run. 260 for 7. So Yadav came in at number 10. He got 44 or 41 deliveries with 5 4s and 2 6s, which right now Essex would take that from him, wouldn't they, as his?
They would.
De Carey's bowls again, and there he goes again. This time he hasn't got all of it. Has he got it wide enough of long on? He has. In fact, he has got all of it, has he? That's kept going. Let's see. No, is the catch taken? It's down below us, out of our sight. And he's taken the catch. Wow. Well, it disappeared out of sight as it does down here, and they had 2 down there. Goodness me, Stoneman was there.
Yes.
So they had a long on. They had almost 2 long ons, a straight long on and a wide long on.
We brought long off across to long on straight, and then long on went squarer from the river stand to the Tom Pierce stand.
I mean, that's not even a cow corner. That's 2 long ons.
Yes.
Well, fair play to whoever's come up with that for Middlesex. I don't think I've ever seen 2 long ons before. So you could see it was clear of Holman, then it went towards the stand, and below the stand we couldn't see, and there was Stoneman Station there. And Middlesex have a wicket, and De Carey's has a 6 for.
6 for. Wow.
7 at the 7 at the Aegeus.
You're telling me his father once got a 6 for?
He did.
My research assistant, would you look that up, please?
You want to know where Michael Atherton got a 6 for?
I can't believe he got 6 champion. Was it Cambridge University? I can't believe he got a 6 for his leg spinning in first class cricket. Serious.
Let's have a look. Go on, chatter away while you want me to look it up for you then.
To the wicket, Sam Cooke. And he's going to be facing Simon Harmer at the other end. He's on a 6, just 6. Yadav got 18, 260 for 8. So the only one remaining batsman is Jamie Porter, who's in the shed with probably pads on. They'll have a nice little spell tonight, having a bowl. They will bowl particularly straight, if I know these Essex bowlers, and Yadav to add to the mix, and probably first change early on from this river end will be Simon Harmer. But it's Josh De Carey's who has a 6 wicket haul so far.
And he comes, bowls, and this ball's dabs into the onside defensively by Harmer. There's no run. I'm looking. That can't be Harmer because the batter's not allowed to cross. The scoreboard's against Harmer. It's Cook. Sorry. End of the over. So he's picked up Yadav, and 260 for 8 it is. I'm going to come back to the 6 for you in a moment.
I'll look it up then.
Go on,
my research assistant. You've let me down.
Well, first of all, I want to go back to that Hampshire first innings when De Carey's picked up 7 for 144 from 47.3 overs. The innings lasted 137.3, so it went into day 2 by another 42 overs or so, of which he'd have bowled all of them. So yeah, he bowled about 24 on that first day, give or take, 25.
So he
and
bowled
as he said at that point,
47.
so 47.3 for his 7 for
Really?
144. And what's he bowled now? 34 for his 6 for 100. Which Yadav's made a bit of a mess of it. Here's
I'm
Roland
looking up.
Jones. You might struggle, but look, I mean,
I'm
it was
looking
from
him
the
up.
horse's mouth.
No,
Josh de Carey's, he said the text he got from his dad was, well done, I only ever got a 6 or something like that.
It's funny when you hear of a father and son relationship. I can confirm you do compete. As Roland Jones bowls, and this hits Harmer on the pads, and there's an appeal, but not really too many are
He's on the
genuinely
back foot, but-
interested.
Oh, hold on. Do you want me to do this while you're looking
You
this
do,
up?
yes,
Is that right?
yes.
Okay, go on.
I can't believe you're telling me that he did get a 6 for.
Also, I want to look back at Twitter and see if anybody's told me what that spider is yet. Here goes Roland Jones from the Hayes close end. Silly mid on in place, short mid wicket as well. He bowls and forward goes Harmer defending, no run. Harmer's one that we know can really thump it about as well, can't he? Well, we've got a few responses on the spiders.
Have you?
Yeah. Amy Crow says, couldn't say, but I think a relative is hanging around 500 metres up the road from you. Do you know, I see the one that you've got there, and I know that kind of spider, and that's fine. I've seen that kind of thing before, but this thing it's got a bulbous back to it, hasn't it? And it's a pretty bright red in parts. So here's Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, and forward goes Harmer, defending into the onside, and there's no run. Thank you, Amy.
He has.
Oh, you're happy with me now, are you? Studio MD says, eek, you really weren't exaggerating. No, I wasn't. It's a brutal looking thing, this. Derek Payne says it looks like it's a false widow, or to give it its full name, a Chelmsford cheese-eating false widow.
Atherton, 6 for 78.
Against.
Doesn't say.
Here comes Roland Jones pushing away into the offside, and there is no run. Well, I knew that bit, but I was trying to find the team for you. I could have told you all that.
No, I need to find this out.
So this is a woodlouse spider, says Pedigree Cricket. This is great, isn't it? There's more important things. Our life could be at stake here, Toppers. Whether it's a false or a non-false widow.
No. I know one particular lady who would be not very happy sitting next to a spider.
Along came a spider. Here comes Roland Jones, bowls, and this ball's down the leg side to Harmer through to Simpsons. Actually, that was a Morgan Freeman film, quite a chilling psycho film, that one I heard. I haven't seen it yet. Do you know, it could be a woodlouse spider, but I'm not convinced. Yeah, maybe. It's a little bit... I don't know, I'm looking at the funny colours of woodlouse spiders now. The woodlouse spider is a species of spider that preys primarily on woodlice. Well, this one has leapt from nowhere to take out a wasp. No web used at all. Incredible. In fact, where's the wasp now? It's gone.
No, it's behind him. It's behind.
Full
Don't worry.
balls to Harmer. It's pushed back to mid on, and there's
I'm
no
keeping
run.
an eye on him.
But it didn't. I'm not exaggerating. It didn't. It just leapt on the wasp, didn't it?
It did.
Brilliant.
It did.
It's like a jaunty.
Paul doesn't like wasps. He's quite happy.
He's quite happy.
He's quite happy.
Jaunty roads of spiders. It leapt from nowhere.
Right, Josh de Carey's. Is he going to keep going? I believe he is. He's walking in. He hands his cap. 6 for. He is.
Holman coming.
No.
Holden. Well, interesting
Really?
change.
I don't.
Are they going to try and tempt Cook and Harmer, two right-handers, to have a little bit of a
Really?
off
I
spinner
feel
to
sorry.
Harmer?
I feel so sorry for Josh de Carey's.
As you quite rightly pointed out earlier, he's going to have to bowl a lot in this match, Josh de Carey's. So they're going to have to be careful of his spinning finger. This is only the second time in his life that he will have bowled anywhere near this number of overs in a day. In fact, he's bowled more in a day today than he did at Hampshire.
A GS bowl.
Yeah, 34 he's bowled today, something around 25 he bowled down
Do
there.
you know,
the other
I'm really gutted for him. Holman could have bowled the other end.
day. Well, I wonder, is it the two right-handers and they fancy that Cook will sky one of these, the leg spinner?
Cooking isn't my mug.
former Middlesex, of course.
Who?
Cook. Didn't he start at Cook?
Sam Cook.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Simon Cook. Sorry, he's the Kent coach now, isn't he?
He is.
Sorry, I'm well out of. Here
heat's
is
getting to
Holman Bowles. It is the heat getting to me. I've gone back in time.
Hey. You've been mesmerised by the spider.
Well,
The heat's got to you.
Mesmerised
You
by
had
the heat,
no
the fear of the
sleep.
spider.
You had no
well, that's
sleep.
true. Sports Extra listeners with us, because maybe I won't retell it if they are, but I didn't have much sleep last night. Here's Holman Bowles, and down the leg side through to the gloves of Simpson. It's no run. The naughty activities of the Chelmsford residents.
Adjacent hotel room you're on about. It was visitors. Don't start blaming the residents.
Well, that's true. I guess this ball's short of a length, punched away into the offside, and a quick single taken by Cook. Sweeper out there.
I am genuinely surprised that Josh Jacaris has come off in this environment. Yeah, I really am. He's been bowling really well. Harmer's played him quite well. He got rid of Yadav, didn't he? Caught on the boundary one of the two long-ons, and he's been taken off.
Here's gratitude for you.
Harmer.
Thanks, Frank Carson down the front there.
Harmer. Slipping a back pad. Holman's in, plays off the back foot, does Harmer into the offside, no run. Sam Cook played for the Rockets in the 100. Good white ball bowler, very good red ball bowler. Batting at the crease now and watching Harmer drive the ball back to Holman, the bowler, the leg spinner. Seen a high percentage of spin today. In comes Holman, bowls, and there's a play and a miss. Good delivery. Best delivery was his last delivery, as Harmer has played into the offside, misses it, plays and misses it, and that's the end of the over. Right, that's the end of me. Over to you,
Go and
Kevin.
look after that spider.
And we will welcome back Paul Newton.
You'll scare it off, toppers. So, what have we got? 4:45 on a sunny Monday evening in Chelmsford. And Essex 261 for 8 with 15 overs remaining of the day. So half an hour more of me, and toppers will be back alongside Paul to take you through to stumps. And here is Roland Jones from the Hayes close end, who has bowled 1 for 53 from 16 with 4 maidens today. He's midway through his run up, and he bowls now to Cook, who pushes back to silly mid-on, and there is no run. Oh, we're back to the silly mid-on. So I asked toppers, we were discussing silly mid-on earlier, weren't we? Is silly mid-on, or actually it was silly mid-off, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Silly mid-off. Is silly mid-off the batter, the fielder immediately under the nose of the right-handed batter, or the one 3/4 of the way up the track? So we've got on the onside, 3/4 of the way up the track. What is a silly mid-on for me? There's an orthodox mid-on, a short mid-wicket as well, but nobody under the nose of the batter on either side, as Roland Jones is past the umpire. He bowls, and a length ball that Cook is behind, pushing into the offside, and no run. Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you. Yes, we've had rival entertainments in the last half hour or
I've
so
not been entertained.
with this wonderful exhibition from the spider. Killing a wasp.
Vile.
In the most ruthless way. Very acrobatic spider. Keeps attacking the wasp from different angles. Probably to eke out the last good bit of food.
Well, the attack's over now. I mean, it's...
Yeah. But we've also had a bit of cricket to watch.
Roland Jones bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-off. No run. Oh, toppers.
What?
You're a good man.
What gifts will the man not bring
We've
us
had
today?
cheese, we've had chutney, and now we've got fresh spring water.
Yeah.
Oh, we had a cup of tea as well, which he bought because he couldn't be bothered to make it next door.
Yes, it shows where his priorities lie. Plebs like you and me have to,
We have to go and make it ourselves.
well, do anything rather than spend money,
Yeah, quite.
because we haven't got any. All contributions, please, email address to follow.
Here's a lifting ball from Roland Jones, riding the bounce. He's cooked to backward point, and there's no run. I haven't really seen bounce like that much today.
No, he's to be fair to Toby, he's extracted what little bounce has been. All the balls that have had any pretensions to bouncing at, well, really what you might call a normal height have come from him, because it's a low track at Chelmsford almost invariably. You're doing well if you can, short of bowling it in really short, extract a bit of bounce.
Roland Jones hits the crease, bowls and clips to mid-wicket by Cook, no run. Yeah, went into a time walk there, warp, Simon Cook. It is the heat, it's that time of day, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
well,
got
this
to be
is
that afternoon session.
as you need filling in. This is Sam Cook, and
Well, I know Cook all too well from Lord's earlier this summer.
yes, most people know him all too well. He's you don't want to be at the other end when he's bowling. Superb bowler, and so reliable. You know, I know he hasn't got into the England team, but he's close to it.
Short ball, hooked. Cry of catch for a moment from somebody somewhere, but that's 4. Long leg won't get involved in that, and Cook has his first boundary, 265 for 8. And that's the end of Roland Jones's over. 14 remain on day 1 at Chelmsford.
So it's it certainly lacked nothing for interest. The day we all thought we were watching Essex pile up 420, perhaps even more than that, only to find that Josh Jacary's had other ideas. Brilliant spell of bowling. He's got 6 of the 8 wickets to fall, and he has really changed the complexion of the game. Essex in the end at one point didn't even look as if they could raise 1 batting bonus point. This they have achieved, but it'll be doing well to get another one, and it's because of a 66-run partnership for the 6th wicket between Critchley and Rossington that they're even in as good a position as they are. 265 for 8, and Harmer on 5 is facing Holman. Remains on 5. Ball nudged into an offside gap, but not for any runs. Harmer, who has an extraordinary record actually. First and foremost, he's no mug with the bat in the least, but he either tends to get a single figure score or plenty more than that. He struggles early on and has done here, as he digs out a Yorker. It's very well bowled, but he's going to pick up a single. And this is one of the great ironies of cricket. You bowl an ordinary ball that just gets patted back and there's no run, then you bowl a really good one, as Holman bowled a quicker ball of Yorker length, and Harmer just came down on it in the nick of, and moves along to, in fact it's 7. He had 6 before, he's now got 7. 266 for 8. As Holman's in, bowls, gives us plenty of air, and it's nicely driven by Sam Cook. Gets a single. And Cook in his time, I remember once up at Headingley, he and Peter Siddle put on that 87, I think it was, for the last wicket. Siddle was easily the sort of more recognised of the 2 batsmen, but it ended with Siddle struggling somewhat and Cook looking ever more a genuine batsman. Not been able to take that on, but he can bat a bit. As here is Harmer now whacking this away for probably 4, make that definitely. Sort of square drive, actually going just behind square, up the front foot, and it went away very, very quickly to the boundary, taking Harmer into double figures. And here's where Middlesex could do with getting him out, because once he gets off the leash into double figures, he can be a mighty hitter of a cricket ball. What the snag would be here is he's only got Essex's 2 opening bowlers for company, as Holman's in, bowls flatter, shorter delivery, and Harmer runs into the leg side here, going to get at least 2, probably 3, a long chase round the mid-wicket boundary from long on. They're coming back for the 3rd. Never quite going to have the legs to make the boundary itself. 3 runs, warmly applauded by a very healthy first day crowd here. Healthy in the sense of good numbers. I'm not too sure after sitting in the sun all day they will actually be feeling all that healthy. It really has been viciously hot. Not so much now, but through the sort of area between 1:30 and 4:30, shall we say. Holman's in, bowls to Cook. Cook plays it to backward point. No run, and Ethan Bambo it was who chased that ball round the boundary from long on. A good sort of 45-yard run, I would estimate, to keep it down to 3 runs. So there we go, 274 for 8 at the end of that over, and we have 14 remaining I'm a little bit hesitant because the board we're looking at updates everything a minute after it's happened, so it is possible they might put another. Yes, they've just done it now. 83 overs, so 13 overs remain. 14 to Harmer and 6 to Cook.
Roland Jones, here he comes. A few confirmations on the Atherton 6 throw. It was against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Oh, Toppers is out of shot now. I'll have to tell him again when he comes back in. Roland Jones in, bowls, and defended into the offside by Harmer. Felix Guest can't find the 6 for 78, so, but Michael Atherton got a 6 for 27 against MCC in a non-first class match in 1984. Jeff Leonard confirms though Atherton's best bowling 6 for 78 versus Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in 1990. Thank you, Danny Cunningham, who also reports that.
Good man, Jeff Leonard,
Indeed.
One of our regulars, Gloucestershire supporter, but eavesdrops on other commentaries, including ours. A man of great distinction who's written an excellent book on the John Barry 7.
Roland Jones bowls, wraps on the pad, beating the inside edge of Cook, goes up, looking for the LBW and nothing doing. Apologies, Harmer, not Cook. He really went up on that one.
If anybody is confused by a reference to John Barry 7, John Barry was a guy who did a lot of the James Bond stuff back in the day.
Is that right? What did he do?
He obviously a great musician himself, and he had at least one effort in the hit parade. Jeff would be able to tell us a lot more accurate information than I can, because he's written a wonderful tome which he was kind enough to send me on the subject, and always great to hear from him.
Roland Jones passes the umpire, he bowls, and forward goes Harmer solidly, defending back to the bowler.
I'm afraid, Jeff, Gloucestershire unable to make a swift return to First Division status. Been perhaps a slightly disappointing season, but look, as Middlesex themselves can testify, and Essex if you go back far enough, once you go down to Division 2, there aren't many that come straight back up.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Worcester used to do it regularly, but now they seem to be permanent residents in the basement.
Roland Jones, full straight, solid defence once more by Harmer. It's very easy to talk down to Division 2, but goodness me, Middlesex, the 2016 champions, were made to fight hard to get back out of it, which they only did.
I think
last year.
What's marvellous about the county championship, you can poo-poo teams like Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Yes, they're struggling, but a lot of good guys put in everything they've got to the cricket. Division 2 or no Division 2, they can't be faulted for a lack of effort.
Roland Jones to Harmer, ease to backward point, no run. But precisely, and look at this match. Critchley came from Derbyshire, and indeed Middlesex were well after him as well when he joined Essex.
I was very pleased to hear the now ECB Supremo Richard Thompson saying that he cared passionately about all 18 counties, because I think his predecessor wouldn't have minded nicking 4 of them straight off.
There's very little that those two Richards could say wrong at the moment, I think. Anyone in county cricket could complain about the hierarchy at the ECB right now.
Yeah, no, it's a distinct upward movement.
Feels nice to say something good about the ECB.
Well, it does, and the two Richards are both people who strike me as putting the game first, and their own egos a distant second, which can't be said of all the Supremos there in recent times.
Roland Jones from the Hayes close end. 2 close catches in the onside as this is full and straight once more, and clipped from quite a straight line down to long leg for a single by Harmer. He moves to 15, 275 for 8.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire 308 all out, 9 for no wicket. Somerset bowled out for 137. Hampshire currently lead by 180. Northants 232 all out. Lancashire 332 for 6, 100 in front. Oh dear. I think we suspected Surrey had tidied Warwickshire away. Warwickshire seem to have lost all their spirit of late. Ooh. And they were going so well, I thought they could well win the title about 6 weeks ago. But Surrey, 396 all out. Warwickshire, 161 all out. And following on, 21 for 4. And 20 wickets have fallen, of all places, the Oval, in today's play. Power to add as well. We're not at the close yet. Here it's 274 for 8 Essex. In Division 2, Durham 327 for 5 in reply to Sussex's 266 all out. Gloucester 159 all out. Leicester 204 all out. And trailing by 45 on first innings, Gloucester 131 for 5, lead at the moment by 86 with 5 wickets remaining. Worcester 284 and 81 for 1, Glamorgan 170 all out, and Yorkshire 297 and 87 for no wicket, Derbyshire 247 all out, Yorkshire a lead of 137 with all 10 second innings wickets in hand. And I will get round to reading the emails you very kindly sent, which I wasn't able to during the afternoon and early evening sessions because I just couldn't see a thing on my screen, but now we've moved to the back row, I will be able to read them. Is it you or me?
Ethan Bamber is in from the River End, and that's edged first ball, but well short of second slip, tumbling to his right, which is Sam Robson picking himself up. We have switched ends. I think this is your end again now, but as it was the change of bowler and Ethan Bamber charging in, I thought I'd pick up and...
Yeah, you always were rotten like that. So I'll take over. It's Ethan Bamber, a splendid young fellow who rather admired the bears that I bring to the ground when he was here on one-day duty.
He was quite keen, wasn't he? He wanted to know where the Middlesex mascots are.
He's a good lad as he comes in now from the River End and bowls to Harmer. Turned round a little bit here, Harmer. Plays it with an almost exaggeratedly straight bat, as if he wanted the bowler to buy whatever make Harmer's bat is. Returns it to the bowler, and 275 for 8, 15 to Harmer, 6 to Sam Cook, 275 for 8. Heaven knows Essex would like to get this score above 300, particularly bearing in mind they had the choice of batting first and were 117 for no wicket at lunch. I didn't think we'd see Middlesex bat today, but we may do. Bamber in, bowls to Harmer, plays the ball into the covers, and earlier this over we actually saw a rare edge that was nearly a slip catch, just fell in front of second slip. By and large, wickets haven't looked like coming about through caught behinds, or I think we just had the odd one, or catches to slips. Having said that, there have been far too many runs for Middlesex's liking that have found their way to the boundary at a vacant third man. I must admit I'd have liked to have seen one put in from their point of view. There is one at the moment, and here's a copybook MCC coaching manual off drive from Simon Harmer, and in this unfairest of games it goes straight to a fielder and there is no run for it as the Middlesex skipper Toby Rowland-Jones is standing firmly in the way. One of the features of commentary from Chelmsford, you get a lot of emergency vehicles passing us right behind us on the main arterial road. Having said that, there's not been anything like the usual number today. And, oh, that's a good delivery, and beats Harmer all ends up as he stepped outside off stump. And I think we heard there's a little bit more breeze getting up. And I think it caused the window to smack against the replay screen in front of us, which we haven't been able to see all day because of the light. But I thought it might have dislodged the spider, but he's still absolutely steadfastly gnawing away at his lunch, which is a wasp burger, as Bamber bowls. That's a very nice shot again. Again, it's straight to Toby Rowland-Jones. And the over ends, and that, I believe, was a maiden. 275 for 8 in 85. So we have 11 overs left to be bowled tonight. 15 to Harmer and 6 to Cook. And just for latecomers who'd like a quick recap of how the wickets have gone: 117 for no wicket at lunch, then soon afterwards De Carey's ran through Essex like a knife through butter. Brown 59, Cook 58, Wesley 19, and then Walter 2. I'm reading you the ones De Carey's got out. Rossington 37 and Yadav 18. Those are his 6 victims. The 2 exceptions, Lawrence, who was dropped off De Carey's, badly dropped at slip, eventually out to Bamber for 13, and Rowland-Jones had Critchley LBW for 36.
Here is Ryan Higgins. So this is the second over of the second new ball, and Higgins to Cook on 6. Poor old Rowland-Jones flogged himself earlier with the older ball, and as soon as the new ball's available, hands it over. Higgins to Cook, who seems to play that with a lot of time defending into the onside.
Presumably has a new ball been taken?
This is second over. Sorry, I thought you'd noted it in the last over.
No, I'm afraid
Forgive me.
I regard myself as a semi-conscious man nowadays, and the semi that was conscious wasn't paying attention at the time. Blame it on the other half, which many men do. De Carey's absolutely terrific. Don't laugh too much. 34 overs, 8 maidens, 6 for 100.
Higgins is in, bowls and forward goes Cook pushing into the offside, and there's no run. He never even broke stride on that. Well done, Paul. Very good.
Did you notice how upset Don was at De Carey's being taken off?
Yes.
I think in this heat, if I bowled 34 overs, I might think, well, 6 will do me for today.
Yeah. He's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he'll be particularly miffed.
The big fear for... Well, again, he made the point himself. He's got to bowl again in this match as forward goes... Cook looking to drive, a bit waffly at that one, through to Simpson, it passes. Certainly I'd made the point earlier in the day that I just wondered, would he be able to bowl through an entire day? And there's some sense of nature to it, that, bowling with the harder ball.
I once asked Simon Harmer if his fingers got tired. He said, not really the fingers, it's the shoulder. He demonstrated how much he puts in with his shoulder.
It's Higgins, inside edge from Cook on the walk, and down to long leg it goes for a single.
Cook is talented in that respect, using both edges of the bat and picking up a single there. And as I say, he's been known to make a very useful contribution, and it would be good from an Essex point of view if he did, because Harmer can bat very well with the tail, and once he's got into double figures, which he has, potentially there's quite a lot more left in him.
Higgins bowls and left alone outside the off stump. 276 for 8. Cook 7, Harmer 15. What do you reckon? Tops was thinking minimum 350 Essex need here, but Middlesex have had a time of it with the bat this year. Essex have Harmer, they have Cook, they have Porter, they have Yadav.
Yes, I think
320 from here is still pretty useful.
I think the real point for Essex is not so much the bonus points, but
Higgins bowls. And that dies somewhat on Harmer, who traps the bat down, or tries to trap the bat down on it outside the off stump. It goes through to Simpson, end of the over. 276 for 8.
But with Surrey definitely going to beat Warwickshire.
They need the victory.
They'd have to win this game even to stay in with any chance at all.
Essex's final games are?
They are home to Hampshire in a fortnight. They don't have a game in the round coming up, and they finish the season at Northampton. So it's a nice enough finish in theory, but as I say, I think
Warwickshire was one of the games that Essex would have been hoping. Surrey stumbled.
Oh, absolutely right, because at one point Warwickshire were going extremely well. It was at that time when Surrey were beaten at the Oval by Warwickshire and then could only draw with knots. Bamber runs away from us, as so many people do, and bowls, and this ball is played into the offside for no run. It's that man Toby Rowland-Jones again, is doing stalwart work there. 276 for 8, but it does rather show that Essex are still trying to play correct shots out there, all along the ground, trying not to give their wickets away. Moot point, would Essex be better off declaring, getting Middlesex in for a nasty half dozen overs tonight? Well, I don't think they're going to do that. They may get bowled out, but it looks to me as if they are quite prepared to still be there overnight, as that ball's edged down, it lands just in front of second slip again, this time from Sam Cook. I told you he used both edges of his bat. He got an inside edge at the end of the previous over and an outside edge at the fairly near the start of this. 276 for 8, and we're in the 87th over.
Surrey at home to Northants and away to Hampshire, which will be, you'd imagine they'll have a spinning surface there for the final game for Dawson.
Bamber bowls, and the ball's played down to mid-off. Yes, when Essex played at the Aegeus, it wasn't spinner's wicket at all, and it was quite impossible for either side to get a bonus point. And this is where Essex, theoretically 17 points behind, could have a hope or two if they didn't lose further ground in the remaining 2 games before the last game. And Hampshire produced a similar pitch, and Essex's player of the season in 2019, Kyle Abbott, does actually play for Hampshire. The next ball's played down the third man, and they get a single, and that's to Cook, who moves up to 8, 277 for 8. And I'm only being sort of slightly sarcastic there, because Kyle Abbott, in addition to scoring useful runs coming in at number 9 in both innings, took the little matter of 17 Somerset wickets in the match. Now, had Somerset, who needed about 270 to win and were 100 for no wicket at one point, had they won that game, they would have been champions, even though the final match, Somerset and Essex, was a draw. But Kyle Abbott wrecked their plans, and Essex will be hoping he might do the same this season to Surrey, as this next ball is played a few yards into the offside, because in that game I was describing at the Aegis, I've never seen anybody so totally bamboozle Alistair Cook, ball after ball, than Kyle Abbott, even though he's not had, by his standards, as good a season as usual. But he can still bowl.
Abbott, Nabas, Barker,
Yes, indeed.
Fuller, Brad Wheel. They have Ian Holland.
Yeah, I mean, if it were a very low-scoring game with no batting bonus points, and Hampshire, instead of narrowly losing the game, which they did against Essex, narrowly won it, Surrey would only take 3 points from the final game. Bamber's in, bowls, and balls played back to the bowler, and the end of that over. I am coming around shortly to your emails, 277 for 8. Just wanted to say, though, if Essex have to settle for second, it's still a very good season to be runner-up in both Championship and T20. But where I think they lost it, they went from the usual 6 batsmen, 4 bowlers, wicket-keeper line-up, to 5 batsmen, 5 bowlers, wicket-keeper, for 5 games, none of which they won. Ever since they reverted to their tried and tested formula, they've won all 5 games in a row, but I think that will have cost them. I think, in other words, if they'd stuck to their normal line-up, I think they might well now be in a position of, a few points ahead of Surrey. But can't argue. If Surrey win it, they'll have deserved it.
Higgins from the Hayes close end, last over the day from me before we get Don Topley back. As Higgins comes in, bowls, and forward goes Cook, pushing back. There's no run. I did see a picture. I hadn't realised Kemar Roach was back at Surrey.
Yeah.
So he's been and gone and come back again.
Useful wickets.
So you've got the Roach and Worrell pairing again with the ball, as well as Jamie Overton and Clark. And then Laws as well.
Yes, starting on the emails, Andrew says, I think we need more information about Tom Topley's shrivelled plums.
Here's Higgins, he bowls, and this is falling away into the onside off the pads of Cook for a leg by, 278 to 8. He took us all around his garden earlier, his corn, his tomatoes, which apparently Topper's tomatoes are a little bit, what did he say? He's got a problem with fungi on his tomatoes.
I'm afraid I'm allergic to gardening, so I wasn't paying any sort of attention at all. Never done any in my life.
Allergic to Don Topley stories. As here's Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's run away down to deep third for a single. 279 for 8.
I think I'd certainly be allergic to his shrivelled plums. Harry Sherman says, with Sky and ECB propping up the 100 to the tune of millions, it's time this travesty was put to bed finally and allow our players to have a more relaxed schedule, which can only help injury recovery.
Here's Higgins from the Hayes close end. He bowls, that's left alone by Cook.
He continues, it would allow fans to see their teams contest the T20 and 50 over and county games in the summer when it's supposed to be played. And the fact that England are going to contest the World Championship without bowling a 50 over ball because the game has been devalued by the 100. An ECB waste of time, money and valuable resources in creating a franchise format that nobody wants or has expressed an interest in taking up anywhere in the world. The architects of this format should hang their heads in shame.
Higgins bowls and onto the pads, but going down the leg side. Higgins with an inquiry, dot ball.
So I think there's one man in this box I could certainly reckon would agree with every word you said there, Harry. It isn't quite me.
Don Topley's not on the box at the moment.
I have to say I'm not really in favour of it, never has been. And you continue, as a case in point, the only reason the esteemed Mr Topley is all over the 100 like a badly fitting suit is because his son has a lucrative contract for it.
Higgins bowls, and this is bumped back. There's no run. But yep, he got him going this morning, Toppers, didn't he?
Well,
Say this morning and this afternoon. He wouldn't let it go today.
I have to defend Don on that particular point. Don has put in eons of his time to promote young people playing cricket. So it isn't fair to say that it's only because his son has a lucrative contract. He couldn't really do a lot more. He has an enormous tournament at RHS Holbrook where he used to teach, featuring teams from all over the country, sort of mainly 11, 12-year-olds, and I applaud him totally for that. So the fact that he's a tremendous proponent of the 100, that isn't the reason, though. I don't think it's anything to do with his son whatsoever. He just genuinely believes. I know it's hard to believe this, but there are people who genuinely believe it is the salvation of cricket. And Dom does make one good point. It's no good thinking many youngsters like county cricket in the championship form. I think it's a tragedy they don't, because I loved it and always have done. But I'm afraid from about the 1990s onward, when all the technology came in, the internet and so on, interest
School
from
playing fields, free-to-air television, there's an awful lot.
Yeah,
to
Maggie
put
Thatcher's
together.
selling of school playing fields. I'm afraid interest in red ball cricket amongst the younger generations, and particularly Generation Z, has subsided.
It was only a brief respite for Josh DeCaries, and indeed for the listeners. I'm done. Toppers is back on.
Thank you very much. Moot point whether it's we won't go into that. DeCaries is back looking for his 7th wicket. Don is about to rejoin us, having offloaded the most tremendous largesse on us today with cheese boards, pork pies, cups of tea, cold water, tremendous. First ball of the new over, played into the offside, no run. 279 for 8, 16 Harmer, 8 to Cook. 89th over being bowled as we approach the close here, and at one point it looks as if Middlesex would be batting tonight. I'm not so sure now, as this next ball has been chipped up in the air, and just waiting to see if that has been caught, and it has, at long off, and Harmer will be disappointed with that. And it has been caught by Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper, who had intelligently retreated from deepish mid-off to the long-off boundary. I'm afraid Harmer rather obliged him by dropping it straight into his hands. I don't think he had to move far. He took the catch out of my sight, but I got the impression it was right down his throat. 279 for 9. Harmer departs for 16. DeCaries brought back, immediately gets a 7th wicket. You can argue it two ways, Dom. I know you didn't think he should have been taken off, but you can also argue he needed a little rest. He's had his rest, and it's led to the wicket. One thing we can both agree on, he has been outstanding today.
He has indeed. So he's got 7. Can you see the scorecard or the scoreboard to your right? Does it say 7 for 100, or is it more than 100?
I think it's 7 for 100.
Of 35?
Yep. Yeah, it's very much so. I'm getting through the emails that we missed, Don.
Yes.
Jeff Leonard, the Gloucestershire supporter, I've just defended you on the accusation that you favour the 100 just because Reese plays that. I've defended you stoutly on that one. Now, Jeff Leonard says Toppers correctly stated that Gloucester lost £500,000 last season. This was almost entirely due to increased expenditure on the playing squad, which unfortunately didn't work out. Having received around £4 million support from the ECB, the two major costs were the playing squad, £2.7 million, and maintaining the Bristol ground, £1 million. I'd be interested to know how this compares with Essex and Middlesex. Well, just off my bat, Jeff, I've no idea actually about the Essex finances. I think they're sort of reasonably good. John Farragher, who was chairman until recently, always said that he made absolutely sure that the club was not in debt.
That's right. They've been particularly prudent over the years, but this case into racism has cost the club some money. We can't get away from that. That is a fact. It certainly cost 50,000. Whether it's going to cost any more, we wait and see.
DeCaries looking for his 8th wicket. Bowls to Porter, and he's joined Sam Cook. Previously, it would be Cook facing, because the ball went up in the air and the batsman could cross. But nowadays you have to revert to the new batsman being on strike straight away, and Porter's off the mark here. He's stretched forward, it's run down off an open face, and they come back for 2 runs in the direction of third man. 281 for 9 in the 89th over. Thanks, Jeff, for your email. As I say, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that Essex's finances are sound, as De Carey's from the river end with a slip, a back pad and a shortish mid-wicket for his closest fieldsman. Bowls, and this ball is just played defensively into the offside. Jeff Hawes, thank you, comes through, says the other day a friend of mine texted me to tell me we'd signed a player, meaning Essex had signed a player called Yadav. He said he was a spinner, but I read on the Essex website he's a pace bowler. Then I read that Middlesex had signed a player also called Yadav. Mystery solved. Except of course that Middlesex's Yadav has had a problem getting a passport and has not arrived, as the final ball of the over is played defensively along the ground into the offside, and the over ends with the score 281 for 9.
Well, there is the end of the over, 281 for 9. It's been a remarkable turnaround. I really think Essex, look, the coaches, you're doing the interview tonight, the players may say, oh, it's about par. Personally, I think it's just below par at the moment. 350 would be the minimum I would have wanted. And unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen, because it's not going to happen tonight or indeed tomorrow morning. How many overs left in the day, Kevin? Do you know? 7. So will Essex see it out? There's a change of bowling now from the Hayes close end. I'm looking across, it looks to me like Ethan Bamber. It is, and he bowls the first ball, of which Sam Cooks plays with an open face bat, runs it down to third man where Luke Holman is fielding beneath us, and Essex take a single.
More emails to BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Having left the live stream at lunch with Essex in the most dominant position, 117 for no wicket, I confidently expected to return to it about 245, with Essex at about 200 for 2. What on earth happened, and do you think that Essex have a greater need of an overseas batsman next season rather than bit part overseas seamers? A good email. What happened was Josh De Carey's with his off breaks. Brilliant spell. He's taken 7 wickets here without the ball turning exaggeratedly, but it perhaps bodes well for Simon Harmer. And should they have an overseas batsman? Well, it's worth considering, especially if they can get a good one.
In he comes, Bamber. It's a length ball driven by Porter up to mid-off, no run. I would suspect if Essex did get bowled out here with a few overs left, I would expect Cook and Harmer to open the bowling, not Porter and Yadav. There'll only be a couple from each end. Bamber running down the slope from the Hayes close end. 2 slips and a gully. This time Porter plays off the back foot into the offside. Backward point does the fielding.
Yes, we heard from Cole with information on spiders. Says red spiders can often be found in homes, gardens, mixed hardwood forests, and even on sandy terrains. Spiders can have a partial red colouring or uniform red colouring. The red colour can be bright or dark, often mixed with various other colour undertones. A red spider can have a red cephalothorax, a red abdomen, or a uniform red body.
This is cut of an outside edge, goes to gully. They're on the bounce. There is no chance of a dismissal.
And the spider in our box is still here, by the way, continuing to devour the wasp. The colouring of the legs can match the red colour of the body in some spider species. Various shades of red are characteristic of spiders found in North America. Most red spiders in the US are a mixed red colouring. So it goes on for rather too long to continue, but thank you very much, Cole, for that. And Bamber's just tying his shoelace up. Cole also confirmed, or in fact, yes, the 6-wicket haul for Atherton at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Thank you.
In comes Bamber. Genuine play and miss by Porter through to the keeper. No run.
And also Christopher Wood on the subject of Mike Atherton, says hello from South Wales. Love the live stream, as you can imagine. Found on International Cricket Wild that Atherton took 6 for 27 in 1984 against MCC. Hope this points toppers in the right direction to find the details.
This is played off the back foot. Good looking shot there by the Essex number 11, but he finds the fielder at backward point. End of the over, 282 for 9. They just need to squeeze, if possible, another 18 runs. We're not going to be greedy and say 58 or 68 runs. We'll settle for 18 runs, wouldn't we, Paul?
I certainly would. Perhaps we might have had more ambitions than that if Harmer had still been with Sam Cook, but he holed out rather disappointingly, I thought, on the long off boundary. Eddie Stride, our final email. I missed the start of the match, so it may have been mentioned, but why are the Essex players wearing black armbands? I must admit...
I do know.
Oh, right. Well, we'll come to you just when I've finished his email.
Okay. Tell
Kevin not to get too excited. It's only a spider. And enjoying the commentary as always. Keep it up. So, yes, if you after this ball, as De Carey's is in, looking for an 8th wicket, and he won't get it here, just defended by Sam Cook.
It's sadly for the recent passing of Nick Brown's father.
Oh, dear.
They all knew him, and he supported his son around the circuit down at South Woodford Cricket Club as well.
I hadn't heard that news. Very sorry to hear it. This ball is played back to the bowler, and one of the nicest men you could wish to meet. Nick, I didn't meet his father, but I imagine he's quite a sensitive character as well, so Nick will have been upset, and I'm sure he'll have had his father on his mind during that century opening partnership with Alistair Cook. And well, it really has been a turnaround here today, and you have to take your hat off to Middlesex on a steaming hot day for the way they've started without much to encourage them in the pre-lunch spell, and really fought back well into this game. Thanks mainly to this man, De Carey, 7 wickets already, an 8th in the offing, 2 catches dropped off him as well, as this next ball is played back to the bowler and there is no run.
Emergency vehicle going down the parkway behind us in Chelmsford, the dual carriageway around the city, Chelmsford.
Here's another run onto the Essex total. The ball just played really with nothing more than a defensive push, but he finds a gap between point and mid-off, and man on the cover boundary does the tidying up. 283 for 9 in the 91st over of the day, with Sam Cook on to 9, or to 10. De Carey's slip, back pad, short mid wicket in place. Bowles and Porter with a model defensive push into the offside that doesn't produce a run, nevertheless keeps the innings and the partnership going. Essex still needs 17 to get what would only be a 2nd batting bonus point. They could do with it, but my word, did they collapse after lunch. And lovely delivery, beats Porter all ends up, but he kept the back foot planted. And
good bit of keeping.
It was a good bit of keeping from John Simpson. And the end of another good over from De Carey's.
Interestingly, Josh De Carey's has turned the odd ball, but interestingly, he has flirted with the outside edge a lot of the day. He's got a nice action, occasionally got a little bit of bounce. It's the first time I've really seen him, and to think that if Yadav today would have been playing, and indeed if it had been here from Delhi, Kevin Hand suggested that it would have been Josh De Carey's who may have missed out.
Yes, sometimes what looks like a disadvantage can work in your favour. Give you an example, when Essex played Hampshire at the Aegeus in their previous game, Shane Snater was injured and could take no effective part in the game from there on. And so Paul Walter bowled when he wouldn't otherwise have done and got James Vince out in both innings, cheaply. Yeah. And that was crucial to the result of the game.
Bamber bowls, and this is clipped into the leg side, inside edge there from Sam Cook, who collects 2 2 runs and moves on now. The score to 285 for 9. 15 runs are required for another bonus point.
Yeah, he's played well here, Sam Cook.
Dependable, sensible, calming. He's no mug. This time, an inside edge goes into the leg side. Didn't play that quite as well. Perhaps the ball grip from Ethan Bamber. Decent ball.
Yes, this business of dependable and calming, and Kevin Hand, our esteemed Middlesex colleague, thought you were talking about him, and I thought, well, it's not how you look when that spider appeared.
As Bamber's in, this is driven nicely for 1, maybe 2, maybe 4. What a beautiful shot from Sam Cook. He just push drove, played with the full face of the bat, the check drive, just a gentle push, and it's beaten the bowler and gone up the slope at the Hayes Close end for a gorgeous looking 4.
Love the comment from a member of the crowd just in front of us, who, after this ball went past the fielders and they were desperately trying to reel it in, and he cried out, "Come on the ball." It was rather well said.
Yes. Bamber again. Will it be as pitched up? No. This is edged and it's fallen short of the second slip. It's well saved, actually, to be fair. Sam Robson saved certainly a couple of runs there, maybe 4. The balls, when they have edged it, it seemed to have dropped. It sort of suggests the pace is through with its being sort of exposed to the sunshine. Maybe the pace of the wicket has gone out of this batting strip.
Ball nearly always keeps low here. Nothing's really been carrying to slip.
Bamber, short of a length, played into backward point. It's gone finer of the field, a squarer at backward point. So with it going finer, they could take and squeeze in a quick single. Another run to Sam Cook, who moves to 17, and the score is 290, which means just 10 runs are needed for Essex for that, an extra batting bonus point.
And with the Careys bowling so many of the day's overs, we're keeping to pretty good time. We'll only be slightly over the scheduled end at 5:30.
Oh, really? I thought we would be quids in. Bouncer through to the keeper. Porter has probably taken note of that bouncer, delivered by Ethan Bamber, who'll put it in his little black book for when he bowls. And the end of the over, 290 for 9.
And 92 overs have been completed, 96 in the day. Take 2 overs off for the gap between innings, and now if a wicket went down straight away, that would count as a full over and be 93 overs. So the most cricket that Middlesex could expect in terms of having to bat tonight would be a single over. But if a wicket goes down in this over, and with the Careys bowling from the river end looking for his 8th wicket, you wouldn't sensibly rule out that possibility. Bowling to Essex's 2 opening bowlers, not batsmen, in Cook and Porter. If that happened, then Middlesex would just have 1 over to survive. Never easy though, going in just for the odd over at the end of a day. Let's see if it happens. De Careys tosses this one up and will produce a single down to long on, Luke Holman. And that single goes to Sam Cook, who's moved along to a very useful terms of a tail ender 18, and Porter into strike on 2. To Careys on this day in which we haven't seen a cloud all day and the forecast not to all match. De Careys is in and bowls, and that ball's turned to Stoneman at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. We hear from Christopher Hall, who says players for next season for Essex. Just break in because we've got De Careys getting through his over quickly, already on his way back in again to bowl to Jamie Porter. Oof, and that beats Porter, all ends up, and also beats the wicket-keeper and runs down to the boundary for 4 byes. Simpson did remove the bails, but clearly didn't grab hold of the ball, and it's shot down to the boundary. 295 for 9, and all of a sudden that 300 is within Essex's reach. Just to read Christopher's email, whilst Essex are losing Dan Lawrence to Surrey, we have a lot of youngsters vying for a place, and we have signed Jordan Cox, wicket-keeper batsman, so perhaps the overseas player should be be an all-rounder. Would you agree? Good point, Chris in Wrexham. And this ball is played into the offside, and I was reading in a sort of series of quiz questions in the Times either today or yesterday that what is the oldest football ground in the world, and the answer apparently is Wrexham.
Oh, really?
A racecourse ground. And here's the next ball from De Carey's. This is left outside off stump, and the score is 295 for 9.
Didn't know that.
No, I didn't. I'd never have guessed it.
I mean, is it? No. Meadow Lane, that's Notts County.
That's Notts County, yes. The racecourse ground, I think, at Wrexham. I'm not there. I may be wrong, actually. It's Derby, it's the racecourse ground. Anyway, we'll check that one out for tomorrow.
The race? No.
It could be right. You never know.
I'll look.
De Carey's bowls, and I think Porter was playing at that. He didn't know much about it, but he survived, taken by Simpson. So now we have 3 overs left of the day's play, and we can say now that Middlesex definitely won't be required to bat tonight, because now if a wicket falls at any time in the next over, that counts as a full over, and the 2 overs to be taken off between innings would thus annul the rest of the day's allocation.
Paul, why did you doubt yourself? You're quite correct. The racecourse ground, Wrexham.
Yes, I thought I might be confusing it with Derby, that also isn't known as that, but yeah.
That was the baseball ground.
Baseball ground, thank you.
As Ethan Bamber bowls, and this is an outside edge by Sam Cook, who plays it down to backward point. He takes the single, brings Jamie Porter on to strike. 296. They are now just 1 boundary away from collecting that bonus point, and it is important.
Yeah, just going back to this oldest football ground, I think it was about 1878, and there were a lot of now defunct racecourses back at that time. I'd have loved an afternoon with at the races and nipping in to see the football as well.
Opened in 1807, this time.
Oh, much later than I thought, yeah.
Played off the back foot. It goes down to sort of second slip, no chance of a dismissal.
Much earlier than I thought I should have said.
Yeah, University Racecourse Stadium, a former name. Construction cost was $3,500, mainly principally to the Mould Road stand.
Yes, MOLD, place in North Wales.
Yeah. Capacity of 10,771. And this time Bamber bowls. Never thought we would talk about the Wrexham Racecourse ground on BBC Essex cricket commentary, would we?
No, but that's the fascination if you like your sport, and we certainly do. And of course Wrexham very topical at the moment, having just returned to the Football League.
With their American owners?
Yes. And Colchester's greatest manager ever, Phil Parkinson, now in charge at Wrexham.
In comes Ethan Bamber. He's still charging in, the boy. And this time is an inside edge. It goes into the leg side. They look for a single, but Cook says no. Porter agrees, and there is no chance of a single. The floodlights shadows are lengthening across from the western side of Chelmsford. They're going right across the square. They're about 20 yards or 20 metres short of going from one boundary diagonally to the other. Bamber in, he bowls. This time is a thick edge, goes down to third man where it's Luke Holman does the fielding beneath us. He's just slightly come out of the Tom Pearce stand.
Yeah, just 4 runs away from a second batting point, Essex.
3 now, isn't it? 3.
2. The first one's 250 and the second 300.
No, sorry, yeah. I thought you meant 4 runs away from the batting bonus point.
Oh, yes. No, take your point. Yes, no, you're right. 3 more needed for Essex.
As Bamber's in, bowling to Porter, who comes down it's Cook who comes down the wicket to get closer to the ball, and there is no chance of a run.
Warwickshire struggling
End of the over.
to take their game at the Oval into a third day. Of course, it started
really?
yesterday. Surrey 396 all out. Warwickshire skittled for 161, following on 62 for 5. So quite clearly, Surrey there, who did only take 3 batting bonus points when more had looked likely, but even so, they're going to take 22 points from the game, and obviously Essex, they would, even if they go on to win this game, and even if they do get the second batting bonus point, they will still be 1 point worse off than when they started. They'd then be 18 points behind Surrey, with each side having 2 games to play. Surrey at home to Northamptonshire and away to Hampshire, and Essex home to Hampshire and away to Northamptonshire. So there's a sort of flip-flop, isn't there, between the fixtures left. So we start the penultimate over of the day, and it's De Carey's looking for his 8th wicket. In and bowls, and a leave outside off stump from Jamie Porter.
Yeah, and 2 Surrey players received their county caps today, Jamie Overton and Jamie Smith, from the chairman of Surrey. Congratulations to them, always a notable moment receiving your county cap.
Next ball is played into the covers, there's no run. Yes, they're a terrific county, Surrey, and as I say, if they do win the title, well, fair play. They've led nearly all the way, they would deserve it. But hope still exists for Essex. They'll fight it to the moment when it's no longer possible, or even beyond. There's another ball outside off stump that Porter can leave. Can Essex find 3 runs from the remaining, I think it's 9 balls left of the day, to get that precious second point?
Quicker ball.
Porter plays a quicker ball down to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off, and there's no run. It was a very good 6-wicket partnership of 66 for Essex after they'd slumped from 122 for no wicket to 169 for 5 between Rossington, who made 37, and Critchley 36, but I think they'll both be a little disappointed in the way they got out, as this ball is played back to the bowler for no run. Having played so well, Rossington holed out in the end to mid-wicket. Not sure Critchley was convinced by being given out LBW, but you have to take it. De Carey's with a second slip now put in. Bowles, here's a nice shot actually from Jamie Porter, and he wants to come back for a second. Cook will have none of it. And I think there was a second there if they really shifted. But Porter keeps the bowling for the final over of the day, with Essex 298 for 9 and Porter 4, Cook 19.
I don't know if it interests you or Kevin, but I had a day in London the other day, courtesy of Mrs. T.
Which day? So did I.
We went to see the Freddie Mercury exhibition. They were queued up. We got there early, thought we'd go for a cup of tea, then we came out from having a nice cup of tea, bit of breakfast, only to find that the queue was now right round the block. Four sides of a square.
What day?
It was about a week ago. Ethan Bamber in, and this is forced into the leg side. Bowling nice and straight is Bamber. Porter plays him fairly sensibly into the leg side.
He's toiled away manfully, Ethan Bamber. Today it's been a day when the spinner, De Carey's, has carried all before him, with only 2 of the 9 wickets to fall going to a quicker bowler, 1 to Bamber himself and 1 to Toby Rowland-Jones.
So we had a day at the Freddie Mercury exhibition, and it was really quite interesting because as Bamber bowls, this is played nice and straight up the pitch to extra cover who intercepts the mid-off and collects the ball, no run. What was really interesting, that everything's being auctioned. You could put a bid on. I mean, you're talking some silly money, but some incredible stuff that was available. I couldn't believe it. The one thing that I did think was quite interesting, there was a table, one of his tables that he entertains on, was with everything out there on, you know, all the plates, the cutlery, the crockery, everything. And then they had this book, and this book of all his dinner parties, and all the people that went to his dinner parties would offer a little written caption of their time at the dinner party. So it had all the guests and the great and the good in there. I thought that would be quite an interesting thing to bid on, but I haven't got the bank balance. This is driven out onto the offside, no run, but he was clearly influenced by Japanese art.
Yeah, he's a fascinating man.
Freddie Mercury was, I mean, I don't want to say I was too young. You were probably saw all of his. Oh, that's terrible, Kevin.
Yes, yes. Kevin points out that Don was too young and I was too old. And he's probably right.
As Bamba's in, keeper's now standing up. This is cut nicely by Jamie Porter, and you can tell the noise by the local crowd, the local fans stand and applaud Essex because they have got that extra bonus point. They have moved to 302 for 9, and I could even see, I think, John Lever applauding the batting bonus point in the committee room.
Yep, I'm sure you did, and it was a terrific shot from Jamie Porter. Well done to him, and this to Sam Cook, because they've put on 23 for the last wicket to take Essex to what could yet be a crucial second batting point.
Bamba in. This is a good ball. Porter plays and misses. Good reply this late in the day by Bamba. I'm looking, Kevin, what's his figures above your head? I'm just looking. Can you... Has he got one
for 50
off
18th over?
18th over, 1 for 50.
Good effort.
Yeah, he's kept going, he's kept running in. He has. Keeper's standing up, keeping Essex in the crease from a tactical point of view. 2 slips awaiting, Gully. Keeper standing up. Bamba's in. This is driven, it's an inside edge. It's gone down to fine leg where Porter will keep the strike. And that is the end of the day's play, with Essex 302, or is it 303?
303.
303 for 9. So they've got the bonus point. That's the important part of the evening's proceedings. And Porter and Cook now walk off undefeated, with Sam Cook playing nicely for 19. Jamie Cook there for 8, and we will resume tomorrow morning. But from a Middlesex's point of view, the day belongs to Josh De Caires, who has bowled brilliantly. They shake his hand. He's probably going to lead the team off and take the applause, and rightly so. As I look for his figures, Paul, do you know what they are?
7 for just over 100.
105 of 38 overs.
Superb.
8 maidens,
Yeah.
and really is sensational bowling. I am sure his entire family, and in particular his father who claimed a 6-wicket haul against Nottinghamshire, I gather, which has been confirmed today. But Josh De Caires has picked up 7 today against Essex.
So Porter finishes 9 not out and Cook 19 not out. They've so far put on a very useful 24 for the final wicket. Play will resume at 10:30 tomorrow, and Don Topley and myself, Paul Newton, and it will actually be Guy Swindles tomorrow rather than Kevin Hand, but we look forward to your company. Just a final thought on the day. Middlesex deserve great credit because they've taken 3 points from the day, maximum bowling points. Essex 2 for batting, and you wouldn't have thought at lunchtime that by the end of the day Middlesex would have 1 point more than Essex. So you have to say very well done to Middlesex, who, let it not be forgotten, have got everything to play for themselves in this match. I look forward to seeing Kevin on Wednesday, in fact. Guy Swindles will be with us tomorrow, and Don, you will be here tomorrow, and I'll even look forward to seeing you, and thank you very much for all the splendid largesse that you've brought today. Much appreciated. Good evening, everyone.